Hi everyone, I'm so happy to see you guys back on my channel. Your subscribe and comments mean very important to me. Thank you. Now enjoy this story. Part 2. I am Su Ming. I work overtime every day to earn money to support my family, but my wife secretly spent all the savings over the years and gave the newly bought house to my younger brother as a wedding house. When I realized that all this was a mistake. Chapter 26. I am afraid that my brother will suffer, and I am also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Monday, the 23rd, should have been an ordinary working day, but for Lao Su and Zhang Hong, it was a fate-changing day. Today was the day to check the college entrance examination scores. The couple both asked for half a day off from work, nervously waiting for this critical moment to arrive. Zhang Hong looked at the clock anxiously. It's almost 10 o'clock. Why hasn't your son woken up yet? Lao Su knew what was going on and replied with a smile. He came back late last night. Maybe he was tired. Why are you so tired? Wake him up quickly. Today's score checking is the important thing. Zhang Hong waved her hand and urged. Old Su ran to his son Su Ming's room and saw his son lying on the bed like a dead pig, motionless. He walked over and shouted, "Son, get up quickly, it's time to check the scores." Su Ming muttered in his dream, "Don't bother me, the admission ticket is on the table, you can check it yourself." Then he turned over and continued to sleep. Helpless, Lao Su picked up the admission ticket on the table and went back to the living room to hand it to Zhang Hong. "He hasn't woken up yet?" Zhang Hong looked dissatisfied. "No, they told us to check it ourselves." Lao Su was a little helpless. "This little bastard really pissed me off." Zhang Hong was so nervous that she couldn't even sit still and paced back and forth. "I must do well in the English test this time," she muttered. "It's good enough that you can pass." Lao Su comforted. 10 o'clock finally arrived, and the couple hurriedly logged into the score-checking website, but the web page was always loading. "Lao Su, why can't we find it yet?" Zhang Hong was a little flustered. "There are too many people. Let's refresh the page." Lao Su was also sweating profusely, pressing the refresh button anxiously. Outside, everything was busy and tense, but Su Ming tossed and turned in his room and finally couldn't fall asleep. He rubbed his eyes and walked out of the room slowly. "Did you check the score?" "No, the network is stuck." Zhang Hong was so anxious that her palms were sweating. Su Ming sat between them, took out his mobile phone, and calmly logged into the score-checking website. Strangely, even though the couple's computer was stuck, Su Ming's mobile phone instantly refreshed the page. His eyes fell directly on the English score column. 125 points. Zhang Hong came forward, took a look at the results, and shouted, 558. "Oh my God, my son got 558. Lao Su was also stunned and glanced at him suspiciously. "Son, how did you do in the English test?" Su Ming replied with a playful smile. "I was lucky, I guessed it." Old Su laughed out loud, straightening his back with excitement. "Our ancestors' graves are so proud of themselves. This score is good enough to get into a top university." Zhang Hong excitedly urged Lao Su to call home to announce the good news, while Su Ming calmly sent a message to his good brother Qin Jiwei. "Brother Wei, are the scores out?" A few minutes later, Qin Jiwei called directly. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Jiwei roared on the other end. "You got 558 points? Are you human? How did you get such a high score in English? Did you cheat?" Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him and said casually, "Let's practice driving in the afternoon?" Qin Jiwei was furious. "I don't want to see you now." After hanging up the phone, the head teacher called and asked about Qin Jiwei's grades. Qin Jiwei whispered, "I got 507 points." As soon as he finished speaking, the head teacher shouted happily, 507 is enough to get into a second-tier university. That's great. You're one of the best students in our class." However, Qin Jiwei said unwillingly, "Teacher, do you know how much Su Ming scored?" "He scored 558 points." The head teacher was so shocked that he almost fell off his chair. He hurriedly confirmed, He scored over 120 in English? This must be a great achievement." At the same time, the high school classmates group was also in an uproar. Linan confidently announced, "I got 509 points, the highest score in the class." Qin Jiwei couldn't help but reveal the truth. "Don't be complacent. Su Ming got 558 points." As soon as the news came out, the whole class went wild. When Su Ming saw the message in the group, he couldn't help but curse. "You bastard, did I ask you to show off for me?" This scene at the end was beyond everyone's expectations. Su Ming crushed the entire class with an overwhelming score. Beneath the calm appearance, there was actually a contest of ecstasy and astonishment. For oh. Chapter 27, but then again. When the classmates saw Su Ming's college entrance examination results, the group chat fell into a strange silence. Su Ming, the guy who always ranked last in English, actually scored 558 points. Especially in English, he scored more than 120 points. This is simply a huge reversal. The screenshot sent by Qin Jiwei caused a stir in the group, but it was still hard to believe. Although many people were wondering if Su Ming had taken some unconventional path, no matter what, the college entrance examination only looks at the scores, and no one will ask how you got in. The most surprised person was not Qin Jiwei or Li Nan, but Gu Mingyao. She had never thought that Su Ming would score better than her, and even easily pass the first-tier line. Before, she had always believed that she would be far behind Su Ming after the college entrance examination, and thought that she would meet more outstanding boys in the future, and it would not matter if she lost contact with Su Ming. However, now, she felt a little regretful. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at home was filled with jubilation. Old Su and Zhang Hong started calling from 10:30 a.m. and continued until noon, notifying all relatives and friends. Only Su Ming remained calm. At lunch, Su Ming suddenly said, "Mom, it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me, right? What's up? You said you would give me money if I got into a top university." Zhang Hong glanced at him and smiled. "Look, just like your father, his mind is full of money." Lao Su was in a good mood today and said cheerfully, "I'll give you 5,000 yuan to buy a computer and a cell phone, since you'll need them for college anyway. You can keep the money given by other relatives." Su Ming was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Then don't hold the graduation banquet. Just give me the money." "Why not?" Lao Su was a little confused. "It's too high profile. It's better for us to just have a meal with our family." Su Ming wanted to keep a low profile. Lao Su and Zhang Hong looked at each other, thought there was nothing wrong with it, and agreed. After finishing his meal, Su Ming returned to his room and sent a message to Chen Qingqing. "Did you find out the scores?" Chen Qingqing replied calmly, "Yeah. Passed the exam? As expected. Congratulations. And you?" "I also passed the first class line. What do you want from me?" "Nothing, just asking." Chen Qingqing chuckled. "I'm going to record a song this afternoon. Do you want to come with me?" "Go." "Didn't you say you wanted to practice driving?" "I'm working for the driving school anyway." "What time do I leave this afternoon?" "Send the address, and I'll have someone pick you up." In the afternoon, Su Ming got into Chen Qingqing's car and went to the recording studio with her. Chen Qingqing was going to record a song written by Su Ming, "If I Become Rich One Day." She was usually cold as ice, but she looked unexpectedly cute when she sang this song. In the recording studio, Chen Qingqing sang over and over again, pursuing perfection. Su Ming sat outside, wearing headphones, listening to her singing, and couldn't help but smile. After the recording was finished, the two walked out of the studio. It was already late. Su Ming looked at the time and said, "It seems we can only eat outside." Chen Qingqing asked, "Do you want to go eat barbecue?" "Too irritating." "Where's Haidaleo?" "Not so good, too exciting." Before Su Ming could finish his words, Chen Qingqing interrupted him and said, "It's my treat." Su Ming immediately changed his tone. "It's okay to have a meal once in a while. Qingqing, don't get me wrong, I'm really not a gigolo. I'll definitely treat you next time." "What did you just call me?" "Qingqing." Chen Qingqing smiled coldly and stepped directly on Su Ming's foot. Su Ming cried out in pain. "Ouch. I won't do that again next time." Chen Qingqing smiled proudly. "That's right." Chapter 28. No. Are you sick? Doesn't your mother call you that? Su Ming looked at Chen Qingqing with an innocent face, feeling extremely aggrieved. Chen Qingqing was wearing a pair of black leather shoes today. The heels were only 2 or 3 centimeters high and quite heavy. When Su Ming stepped on them, he almost cried in pain. She turned around coldly and said, "My mother is my mother, and you are you. You are not allowed to scream without my consent." After saying that, she raised her head and strode forward. Su Ming endured the pain and sat on the stone pillar on the curb. It took him a long time to recover from the pain. Chen Qingqing secretly looked back and saw that Su Ming's facial features were twisted together. Then she realized that she had used too much force in the previous kick. "Can you still walk?" she asked in a low voice. "No," Su Ming replied with gritted teeth. Chen Qingqing snorted in dissatisfaction. "If you can't, then you can't. Why are you yelling?" Just as the two were silent, an old man with a cane passed by, looked at them, and said earnestly, "Don't quarrel. Don't quarrel. It's common for young couples to quarrel. Don't hurt their feelings." After that, he continued to walk away, leaving Chun Ching with a red face. Su Ming held back his laughter and deliberately did not explain until Wang Rushua's car stopped on the side of the road, and Chun Ching quickly ran into the car. Just as Su Ming was about to stand up, Wang Rushua drove away. Hey, I haven't gotten on the bus yet. He ran a few steps after the car and stopped panting. Wang Rushua saw his miserable appearance through the rearview mirror and couldn't help asking Chun Ching, "Are you really going to ignore him? Don't bother with him," Chun Ching said angrily. The car drove away, and Su Ming limped helplessly. After walking a few steps, he simply sat on the side of the road, took off his shoes, and found that the nail of his left big toe had turned purple. At this moment, the car turned around and came back. Chun Ching leaned out of the car window and saw Su Ming sitting there with bruises on his feet. She suddenly felt guilty. She got out of the car and stood in front of Su Ming, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "I'm sorry." This was the first time Chun Ching said, "I'm sorry" to someone. Su Ming raised his head and saw her face, and the anger in his heart instantly dissipated. The two looked at each other for a while, and Su Ming said, "Will you still treat me to Haidaleo?" Chun Ching was stunned for a moment, and shyly fiddled with the hair beside her ear, and replied softly, "Please." In the reflection of the setting sun, her profile seemed to be shining, and her pink earlobes turned red. The two wanted them all together. In order to make up for Su Ming, Chun Ching was very generous and let him order a lot of dishes. Su Ming ate with big mouthfuls, not caring about his eating manners. Chun Ching sat opposite him, watching him wolfing down his food, and couldn't help laughing. "What are you laughing at?" Su Ming asked her with his mouth full of food. "You look like a pig when you eat." Chun Ching smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. "Humph." Su Ming rolled his eyes and continued to eat. After finishing his meal, Su Ming patted his stomach contentedly and burped, "I'm going to work." Chun Ching asked with concern, "Do you want to go to the hospital to check your foot?" "No need. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. I was often stepped on when playing basketball before, but never as hard as you." Chun Ching hesitated for a moment and asked, "If I hadn't gone back to find you just now, would you never?" "No." Su Ming interrupted her and said with a smile, "God sent me down here to be your friend." Su Ming got into Wang Rushua's car and returned to the pub to work, while Chun Ching stayed in the car, thinking over and over again about what he had just said. At night, when she got home, Chun Ching lay on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. She took out her phone, hesitated for a long time, and finally sent a message to Su Ming. "I've decided." Su Ming immediately replied, "What have you decided?" Chun Ching hesitated for a few minutes, and finally mustered up the courage to send the message. "I have decided to be friends with you." Su Ming quickly responded, "We are friends now? What about before that?" "I have no idea." Su Ming smiled and continued typing. "Am I a man?" "Yes." "I'm your friend now, right?" "Right." "Then you can tell others that I'm your boyfriend." "No." Chun Ching was so anxious that she sent 3 messages in a row. "Absolutely not." Su Ming smiled and replied, "Why are you so excited?" "Got it, don't worry, I was just kidding." Chun Ching sent a message. "Although we are friends, you are not allowed to like me." Su Ming smiled leisurely and typed a response, "No." Chapter 29. My heart is full of love. Su Ming replied to the message. There was no movement. He deliberately teased Chun Ching, and she was really angry. She lay on the sofa and kept kicking her legs to vent her anger. In the end, she simply took out her anger on the doryman that Su Ming gave her. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chun Ching soaked in the bathroom for half an hour and walked into the bedroom in her pajamas. She did not rush to sleep, but turned on the computer, imported the song she had recorded in the afternoon, and listened to it several times. At this time, she suddenly remembered what Su Ming said and began to hesitate whether to upload the song to the internet. After much deliberation, Chun Ching opened the creator backstage of NetEase Cloud Music and uploaded the song. But she did not use her real name. Instead, she filled in Chun Zijin. This name comes from the poem Ching Ching Zijin, My Heart is Filled with Longing, and her name also comes from here. After uploading, she turned off the computer and lay down to sleep. She was still alone in the bed, but tonight there was a Doraemon doll in her arms. Meanwhile, at Eugene Music Pub, when Su Ming just arrived, Pei Yue curiously asked about his college entrance examination results. Upon learning that he had passed the first-tier university, Pei Yue teased, "You did well. Do you want me to give you a reward?" Su Ming smiled and said, "A red envelope is fine. 300 to 500 will satisfy me." Pei Yue rolled her eyes. How can you be so young, but all you think about is money? Su Ming sighed and said, I can't help it. I'm poor. I had to let Chin Ching Ching pay for dinner just now. It's so embarrassing. Pei Yue's curiosity was aroused when she heard this. How far have you progressed? Su Ming casually replied, just friends. Pei Yue smiled evilly. That girl is so cold, it's good enough that you can be her friend. The two were chatting when the door of the store suddenly opened. Su Ming looked back and his expression immediately darkened. Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian walked in. He knew in his heart that it must be that bastard, Qin Jue, who revealed his whereabouts. Gu Mingyao was about to speak when Lu Qian interrupted. We came here to drink. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to them. He just glanced at Zhou Ying and went to the bathroom. When he came back, Pei Yue asked in a low voice, Do you know them? Su Ming said expressionlessly, Classmate. Pei Yue understood clearly. Ex-girlfriend? Su Ming shook his head. Not really. I just don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. Gu Mingyao ordered 2 glasses of wine, but her eyes were always fixed on Su Ming, and she felt frustrated. Seeing this, Lu Qian asked directly, Su Ming, which city are you going to go to college? Su Ming replied coldly, What does it have to do with you? Lu Qian's face froze instantly. She was completely dumbfounded by Su Ming's indifference. She had never seen Su Ming so rude before. Gu Mingyao couldn't help it. She stood up, her voice a little aggrieved. Su Ming, didn't you say you would go to the same city as me for college? I forgot. Why are you like this? Is there some misunderstanding between us? Su Ming looked at her pitiful appearance and felt annoyed. He wanted to end the matter and said coldly, There is no misunderstanding. I already have a girlfriend. Stay away from me in the future and don't let my girlfriend misunderstand. You have a girlfriend? Gu Mingyao widened her eyes, unable to believe it. Lu Qian sneered. Don't be ridiculous. I just finished the college entrance examination. How can I have time to find a girlfriend? Su Ming was too lazy to say more. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Lu Qian was furious. Mingyao, let's go. This guy is sick. He just got into a top university. Why is he showing off? Just as the two were about to leave, Su Ming said calmly, Wait. Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian stopped. Su Ming pointed to the 2 cocktails on the table and said, You haven't paid the bill yet. Gu Mingyao's face turned red all of a sudden. After paying the bill, she walked up to Su Ming and said through gritted teeth, Su Ming, you will regret this. Su Ming sneered. Don't worry, I never will. Chapter 30. A wise man does not fall in love. Not long after leaving the pub, Gu Mingyao couldn't help but burst into tears. She mustered up a lot of courage to come to Su Ming today, but the result broke her heart. Su Ming had always taken the initiative before, but this was the first time she let go of her attitude. But Su Ming's cold attitude made her feel unacceptable. Lu Qian patted Gu Mingyao on the back and comforted her softly. Mingyao, don't be like this. You never thought about dating him, did you? Gu Mingyao sniffed and said aggrievedly, I just said that I don't plan to fall in love in high school, but I didn't say that I won't fall in love in college. Lu Qian smiled slightly. Do you really like him? Gu Mingyao was silent for a moment and whispered, I just feel uneasy without him around me all of a sudden. Lu Qian comforted him. Don't worry. You will meet someone better when you go to college. There are many boys who are more handsome than Su Ming, and you will definitely have many suitors by then. Gu Mingyao was still absent-minded. She asked in a low voice, Do you think what Su Ming said is true? Does he really have a girlfriend? Lu Qian replied firmly, It must be fake. We just finished the college entrance examination. How could he have time to find a girlfriend? Gu Mingyao hesitated for a moment, took out her cell phone, and sent a message to Qin Jiwei. Rosin Maiden, did Su Ming find a new girlfriend? Autistic people, did you see that? Rosin Maiden, is it true? Autistic patient, it should be true. He told me this a few days ago. When Gu Mingyao saw the message, her heart sank and she became completely confused. After reading the chat records, Lu Qian smiled and comforted her. Don't worry, his girlfriend is definitely not as pretty as you. When you go to college and find someone better than him, Su Ming will regret it to death. Gu Mingyao didn't respond, her face full of confusion and sadness. Su Ming shouldered jokingly and asked with a smile, Tell me quickly, what is going on? Su Ming smiled bitterly and said, It's a long story. It's okay, the night is long, just talk slowly. Pei Yue blinked mischievously. Su Ming looked at her helplessly. Boss lady, why are you so gossipy? Pei Yue said with a smile, Don't talk nonsense, or I'll deduct your salary. Su Ming had no choice but to explain. I pursued that girl just now during high school, but she just treated me as a backup. After the college entrance examination, I saw through her and stopped pursuing her. Pei Yue nodded. Then she came to see you today because you did well in the exam? Maybe, Su Ming shrugged. I think she's just used to having people around her, and suddenly no one licks her, so she feels uncomfortable. Pei Yue couldn't help but laugh and said, You are quite decisive. You no longer like to let go without saying anything. Su Ming smiled and said, A wise man never falls in love. What about you and Chen Qingqing? Pei Yue asked mysteriously. Friends, pure friends. Pei Yue joked. Actually, I think you two are a good match. Su Ming pretended to be serious and asked, Sister Xiaonuan, Sister Zhouing, do you think the boss lady and I are a good match? Pei Yue slapped him in a scolding tone. Go away! Stop making fun of me! Life went on. Su Ming's days revolved around home, driving, school, and the pub. At the end of the month, he came to Qin Jiwei's house, and the two of them were going to fill out the college entrance examination application together. Su Ming had already decided to go to Shanghai Finance College, but Qin Jiwei was struggling. If he stayed in the province, he could get into a good undergraduate program, but if he went to Shanghai, he might only be able to go to a last-place school. Su Ming, why do you want to go to Shanghai? Qin Jiwei asked. Modu is a first-tier city with many opportunities. If you stay in the provincial capital and graduate, you may have to go to other provinces to work. Qin Jiwei had no sense of direction and didn't know what he wanted. Su Ming looked at him, patted his shoulder, and said, Listen to me, go to the Magic City Institute of Applied Technology. Follow me, it's right. Qin Jiwei hesitated for a moment and finally agreed. Okay, I'll listen to you. In the afternoon, the two went to the vehicle administration office to take the first test and passed it successfully. After returning home, Su Ming opened the door and saw that there were guests at home. Aunt! Sitting on the sofa was his Aunt Zhonglan. Su Ming smiled and greeted her. Just as he was about to leave, his cousin Wang Yusin rushed over happily. Brother Su Ming! Su Ming looked at her pouting appearance and couldn't help laughing. How come you've grown so tall? Wang Yusin put her hands on her hips and pouted. If you touch my head again, I won't grow taller. Su Ming laughed loudly, and Zhang Hong explained with a smile. Your aunt is going to study abroad. Yusin will live in our house for a while. Su Ming was stunned. Where does she sleep? Zhang Hong replied as a matter of course. Of course I sleep in your room. Su Ming immediately jumped up. No, where should I sleep? You sleep on the sofa in the living room. Zhang Hong said confidently. Su Ming looked helpless. WDF? Chapter 31, Brother Su Ming. Mom, it's so hot, and there's no air conditioning in the living room. How are you going to let me sleep? Am I still your biological son? Su Ming looked at Zhang Hong with an aggrieved look on his face, trying to fight for the opportunity to sleep in his own room. Zhang Hong was indifferent and replied lightly, Then you can sleep with Yusin. In fact, she just said it casually. After all, her son had just finished the college entrance examination. She loved him very much and couldn't bear to let him sleep in the living room. Su Ming's attitude instantly became tough. I don't care. I will sleep in my bed anyway. If you let Yusin sleep in my room, she can only sleep with me. Anyway, I am thick-skinned and I am not afraid of what others say. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong immediately slapped Su Ming on the back of his head. Shameless bastard. Yusin sleeps with me, and your dad sleeps on the floor. That's better. Su Ming grinned and accepted the arrangement with satisfaction. Wang Yusin snorted complacently at this time. I don't want to sleep in your room. Boys' rooms are smelly and messy. Su Ming teased her deliberately. My farts smell good. Bah! You're so disgusting. Wang Yusin pinched her nose and dodged with a look of disgust. Su Ming couldn't help but smile. He sat next to her and asked with concern, How did you do in the final exam? 4th in the class, 13th in the school. Do you want me to tell you my grades in each subject? Wang Yusin raised her head proudly. Su Ming was instantly choked, having forgotten that this girl had always been a top student. He had wanted to find a topic to tease her, but he did not expect that he would be speechless instead. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Wang Yusin took the opportunity to flatter him. Brother Su Ming, I heard that you were working in a bar during the summer vacation. Can you take me with you? Of course not. Children, don't go to that kind of place. Stay at home. Su Ming refused in a stern manner. Wang Yusin started to act like a spoiled child, hugging Su Ming's arm and shaking him. Please, Brother Su Ming. Su Ming sighed and said helplessly, "Okay, I'll take you to the street tomorrow, but definitely not to the pub." Okay. I want to watch a movie, buy new clothes, and eat barbecue and crayfish." Wang Yusin's eyes lit up with excitement. "Stop, stop, stop. I only said I would take you out to play. I don't have money for anything else." Su Ming waved his hands quickly. Wang Yusin curled her lips. "How stingy. Didn't you just receive a red envelope? That money can be used for other purposes." Su Ming smiled helplessly. "Forget it. I have my own money." Wang Yusin raised her chin proudly, indicating that she didn't need to rely on him. Su Ming put his arm around her shoulders and asked slyly, "Then show me how much money you have." "What do you want to do?" "I'll keep it for you," Su Ming said seriously. Before Wang Yusin could reply, Zhang Hong came over and grabbed Su Ming's ear. "You actually want to cheat your cousin's money? Do you have any shame?" "Mom, it hurts." Su Ming begged for mercy quickly, lamenting in his heart that his mother was too strict. After returning from the bar in the evening, Su Ming took a shower and lay on the bed to look at the stock market. The 5,000 yuan given by his mother and the money Chen Qingqing spent on buying songs had all been invested in the stock account. Now the total was 18,000 yuan, which was not a small amount for a prospective college student, but it was still far from Su Ming's goal of 1 million. As he was thinking, he suddenly thought of Chen Qingqing again. He sighed silently in his heart, then opened WeChat and sent her a message. "Are you asleep?" Chen Qingqing quickly replied, "Not yet." Su Ming continued to ask, "Why don't I look for you? You never take the initiative to look for me?" Chen Qingqing calmly replied, "Why should I look for you? Aren't we friends? Do friends have to chat every day?" Chen Qingqing replied confidently, "Of course, friends can talk about hobbies and life dreams." After a few seconds of silence, Chen Qingqing suddenly sent a message. "I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow." "Why would you invite me to dinner for no reason?" "Because you eat like a pig." Chen Qingqing joked seriously. Su Ming was speechless. "I'm taking my cousin out tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Chen Qingqing hesitated for a moment. "I don't like crowds." Su Ming smiled and said, "She's just a child." Finally, Chen Qingqing agreed. "Okay. Wait for my news tomorrow. Good night." "Good night." The next morning, Wang Yusin's voice echoed in Su Ming's ears like an alarm clock. "Brother Su Ming, get up." Su Ming opened his eyes in a daze, looked at his cousin standing by the bed, and said helplessly, "It's still early. Don't make noise. Please let me sleep a little longer." Half an hour later, Wang Yusin's singing rang out in the living room. The legendary magic castle guards every smile. Su Ming was on the verge of collapse, and he secretly swore in his heart, when he took this little devil out shopping, he would never let her sing again. Chapter 32. Boys all want to save face. At 2:15 in the afternoon, under the heather tree at the entrance of the community, Su Ming was a little irritated by the sun. Wang Yusin kept nagging in his ear. Su Ming finally couldn't bear it anymore and covered her mouth with his hand. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I will leave you alone at home." Wang Yusin was blocked from speaking and stammered in protest, staring at Su Ming with her big eyes, her face full of grievance. Seeing her tearful face, Su Ming softened and let go of her hand. As a result, Wang Yusin immediately raised her little fist and rushed towards Su Ming. "Bad brother! Bad brother!" Wang Yusin's fist rained down on Su Ming, posing no threat at all. Su Ming easily pressed her forehead with one hand and dodged her attack with a smile. This scene happened to be seen by Chen Qingqing from the car window. The car stopped beside the two of them, and Su Ming quickly shouted, "The car is coming. Stop making trouble." Wang Yusin immediately stopped what she was doing and looked up at the car. When she saw Chen Qingqing's pretty face, her eyes lit up instantly. "Brother Su Ming, this sister is so beautiful." Chen Qingqing felt a little uncomfortable, as it was rare for someone to praise her like that in person. Su Ming pretended to be helpless as he opened the car door and introduced her. "This is my cousin, Wang Yusin." Wang Yusin did not forget to refute. "Sixth grade is not elementary school." Chen Qingqing smiled and nodded. "Get in the car." The air conditioning in the car was cool. Su Ming was about to get in the car, but Chen Qingqing said calmly, "You sit in the passenger seat." Su Ming tried to argue. "Let my cousin sit in the front. She gets carsick." Wang Yusin immediately interrupted. "I don't get carsick." Chen Qingqing insisted. "You sit in the passenger seat, and she sits with me." Wang Yusin immediately jumped into the car happily, and Chen Qingqing also made room for her. Su Ming watched this scene and cursed in his heart. "I will be a dog if you bring her out again next time." After getting in the car, Wang Yusin started talking. Sister, you are so white. Sister, are you 1.7 meters tall? Chen Qingqing kept a faint smile, and at first she didn't know how to respond to Wang Yusin's enthusiasm. When Wang Yusin's barrage of questions gave Su Ming a headache, Chen Qingqing finally smiled. I don't mind her asking. Wang Rushua drove silently, but she kept this interaction in mind. She knew that she would report everything to Jiang Malin tonight. When the car reached the pedestrian street, Su Ming suggested, I'll go get a haircut first, you guys go shopping. Wang Yusin immediately took Chen Qingqing's hand and said with a smile, Let's go shopping first, brother Su Ming. You can take your time to get your hair cut. Su Ming watched the two people leave and sighed inwardly. It seemed that he had really become a light bulb. In the barber shop, Su Ming specifically asked for a microcut. The barber was confused. What is that? Su Ming described it in detail, but the barber still didn't quite understand. In the end, Su Ming took charge of the entire haircut himself, took care of his hair himself, and looked at himself in the mirror with a satisfied smile. When he walked out of the barber shop, he saw Wang Yusin holding a newly bought piece of clothing with a smug smile on her face. Chen Qingqing was watching from the side and seemed to be surprised by her bargaining ability. Boss, I bought the clothes that were originally priced at 100 yuan for 50 yuan, Wang Yusin said proudly, and then leaned close to Chen Qingqing's ear and whispered, Sister, I want to save some money for brother Su Ming to buy clothes. He is so stingy that he even tore a hole in his underwear. Chen Qingqing couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect Wang Yusin to be so sensible at such a young age. She looked at the little girl and suddenly felt that today's shopping trip was much more interesting than expected. Chapter 33, Come here and give me a kiss. There's a hole in the underwear? Wang Yusin's words instantly made Chen Qingqing's mind emerge with a shameful picture, and her cheeks immediately turned red. The two had just walked out of the women's clothing store, and Su Ming found them just after cutting their hair. Chen Qingqing was particularly eye-catching in the crowd. She was 1.71 meters tall, and her fair skin made her look like a piece of dazzling jade in the sun. Brother Su Ming, you look more handsome after cutting your hair, Wang Yusin said with bright eyes. I am very handsome. Su Ming smiled proudly. Chen Qingqing looked at Su Ming. His hairstyle indeed made him look a lot fresher. She herself did not notice that her gaze stayed on Su Ming's face for a long time. I know I'm handsome, but you don't have to keep staring at me like this, right? Su Ming joked. Chen Qingqing immediately looked away and argued. Who is looking at you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Wang Yusin was watching the fun from the side and didn't mind making trouble. Sister Qingqing, your ears are red. It's a bit hot. Chen Qingqing took out the sunscreen spray and began to spray it on her face, neck, and arms. When she bent down to spray her legs, she noticed Su Ming staring at her legs and immediately sprayed the sunscreen spray at him, as if it were a pepper spray. What are you doing? Su Ming quickly blocked the spray. Who told you to look around? Well, looking at it for a few seconds caused me to lose a piece of flesh? Su Ming muttered disapprovingly. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Wang Yusin immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. Sister Qingqing, I also want to spray sunscreen. Can you spray some for me? Chen Qingqing was amused by her and handed her the spray with a smile, successfully defusing the tense atmosphere. After walking around for a while, Wang Yusin suddenly took them into a men's clothing store. Su Ming looked puzzled and said, You must have gone to the wrong place. This is a men's clothing store. No, your jeans have been washed white. Don't you want to buy a new pair? Wang Yusin looked innocent. I have no money, Su Ming said frankly. I do. Wang Yusin smiled sweetly. You want to buy clothes for me? Su Ming looked at her in surprise. Su Ming pretended to wipe his eyes and said with emotion. From today on, you are my real sister. Let me kiss you. Get out of here. Wang Yusin rolled her eyes, too lazy to pay attention to him, and started picking up clothes on her own. Su Ming coldly, Stop pretending. You are smiling so hard. Su Ming shrugged helplessly and followed them into the store. He was really touched when he saw Wang Yusin carefully selecting clothes. Thinking back to college, he and Wang Yusin had always had a good relationship. It was not until after marriage that Gu Mingyao became jealous of her cousin, and Su Ming had to distance himself from her. Brother Su Ming, how about this shirt? Wang Yusin held up a white t-shirt. As long as it's not too fancy, I'm fine with it. Then try this one first. Su Ming smiled as he tried on clothes. After putting on a simple white t-shirt and black trousers, his whole temperament was different. Wang Yusin looked at him and nodded with satisfaction. Sister Qingqing, what do you think? Not bad. Chen Qingqing nodded slightly. but her eyes were a little evasive. Next, the bargaining session began. Su-ming cut the price by half without hesitation, and finally bought 2 t-shirts and a pair of pants for less than 300 yuan. After putting on new clothes, Su-ming looked brand new. Wang Yusin nodded with satisfaction. Let's go eat something delicious. She handed her cell phone and new clothes to Su-ming. Hold them for me. Chun Qingqing also handed over a bag. You take it too. What do you think of me as servant? Su-ming asked helplessly. Chun Qingqing smiled. I'll treat you tonight. Su-ming immediately put on a flattering expression. Miss Chun, if you have any instructions, just let me know. I'll be on call 12 hours a day. Why not 24 hours? Chun Qingqing raised her eyebrows. That'll cost extra. If you want to sleep with me, the price is different. Su-ming smiled slyly. Su-ming. Women are born to love shopping, and this was proven by Wang Yusin. Su-ming originally thought that Chun Qingqing would be an exception, but he didn't expect that she and Wang Yusin actually spent the entire afternoon shopping. Although Chun Qingqing didn't buy any clothes, she felt particularly happy today. Su-ming was like a little follower throughout the whole process, following behind them, and felt that it was more tiring than working a summer job. Let me ask you a question, he said helplessly. Do you know why women in ancient times bound their feet? Why? They both asked in unison. I'm afraid they'll go shopping. Su-ming answered angrily. The two turned around and ignored him. Slow down. I can't walk anymore. Wang Yusin turned back and forcibly pulled him up, and the three of them continued to move forward. Passers-by who saw this scene couldn't help but smile and sigh at this warm scene. Chapter 34 Rogue. In the evening, Chun Qingqing treated Su-ming and Wang Yusin to a high-end restaurant where the average cost per person was 299. As soon as the dishes were served, Su-ming and Wang Yusin stared at the delicious food on the table, licking their lips from time to time. Chun Qingqing smiled and said, You guys eat. Wang Yusin said politely like an adult, Sister Qingqing, I'm so sorry. However, before she finished speaking, Su-ming had already started eating, wolfing down the food. Chun Qingqing smiled helplessly. Look at your brother. Does he look embarrassed at all? Wang Yusin turned her head to look at Su-ming's side and then picked up her chopsticks to join the battle. The two of them ate very quickly and even fought over a piece of sweet and sour spare ribs. Chun Qingqing laughed out loud. Su-ming, can you please have some shame? As she laughed, a middle-aged man at another table took a photo of them. The woman next to her asked curiously, What are you taking photos of? The middle-aged man smiled and said, This is the daughter of our bank president. Last time, the president heard that she was close to this boy, and he was very dissatisfied. Now they are having dinner together. I have to tell the president about this. The woman looked back and said to herself, They look quite compatible. They are not young anymore. You don't understand. The bank president only has this precious daughter. How could he possibly like this boy? He quickly sent the photo to Chen Han-song, who was having dinner with a client at the time. The moment he saw the photo, his expression became a little complicated, and he quickly made an excuse to leave the box and called Jiang Meilin. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Meilin picked up the phone impatiently. Chen Han-song, what's the matter? Look at the photo I just sent you. Qingqing is still with that boy. Jiang Meilin said calmly. Is there any problem with this? They all ate together, and you think that's okay? Jiang Meilin replied calmly. Can't you see? Qingqing is smiling so happily, and there is a little girl next to her. Is it a premature love? Chen Han-song was speechless for a moment. Chun Qingqing in the photo was smiling happily, a smile he had never seen before. Jiang Meilin continued, It's not a bad thing that Qingqing can become cheerful. Chen Han-song slowed down his tone. But I'm worried that she will be deceived. Su-ming is not the kind of person you think. He is more mature than many of his peers. On the contrary, with him by my side, I feel more at ease about Qingqing studying in the Magic City. Chen Han-song was silent for a moment and hung up the phone helplessly. After dinner, it was getting dark. Su-ming and Chun Qingqing first sent Wang Yusin home, and then parked the car in front of the pub. Su-ming took out his cell phone and sent his phone number to Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing looked at him in confusion. What does this mean? This is my phone number. Su-ming smiled and was about to get off the car when he suddenly turned around and said, If you can't sleep at night, you can call me. After that, Su-ming smiled and turned away. Chun Qingqing was stunned. She held the phone and muttered in a low voice, Rogue. After returning home, Wang Rushue sent Jiang Meilin a detailed account of what happened today. After reading it, Jiang Meilin asked in the evening, Rushue, how do you think Qingqing is doing recently? Wang Rushue replied, She is in good condition and very happy today. So what do you think of Su Ming? Wang Rushua hesitated for a moment. He is not bad. Sometimes he seems like a rogue, but he knows his limits. Jiang Meilin pondered for a moment and nodded. In the following days, Su Ming and Chun Qingqing kept in touch. Su Ming was busy accompanying Qin Jiwei in driving practice and working, so his schedule was full and their chats were sporadic. On the 7th, Su Ming and Qin Jiwei took the second test. Su Ming passed easily, while Qin Jiwei failed the first time, but fortunately passed the second time. How was it? Did you feel relieved after passing the exam? Su Ming asked with a smile. It's even more painful than the college entrance examination. Qin Jiwei complained. I plan to finish the third subject within a week and try to get my driver's license in July. Su Ming is full of confidence. Why are you in such a hurry? There's no car. Just buy a car when you go to college. Su Ming had a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of ambition. As soon as I got home, Wang Yusin ran over excitedly. Brother Su Ming, Sister Qingqing invited us to her house tomorrow. What? Su Ming was stunned, and suddenly a sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. Chapter 35, She's Still a Child. It was Sister Qingqing who took the initiative to invite me. Wang Yusin looked proud. Su Ming frowned. Chun Qingqing had always been a very defensive person, and he had never expected that she would take the initiative to invite someone to her home. When they had met before, she was so nervous that her palms were sweating even when they held hands. Not to mention that when he called her Qingqing for the first time, she was so excited that she stepped on her foot. She hadn't completely let down her guard yet, so why was she? Brother Su Ming, Brother Su Ming. Wang Yusin's voice interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. What? Do you like Sister Qingqing? Wang Yusin asked with a gossipy smile. Su Ming felt guilty for a moment and pushed her away. Children should not interfere in adult affairs. Tisk. Su Ming poured a glass of water and was about to drink it when he suddenly turned around and asked, Have you been chatting with her these days? Yeah, there's no one at home, and I'm bored. Let me see what you talked about. Su Ming stretched out his hand half-jokingly. No. Wang Yusin smiled and dodged. Give it to me. Su Ming pretended to grab it seriously. No. The two of them started chasing each other. Wang Yusin quickly lay down on the sofa and pressed the phone on her body. Did you say something bad about me? Su Ming asked suspiciously. No. Wang Yusin protested loudly. When the two were arguing, the security door was opened. As soon as Lao Su and Zhang Hong entered the door, they saw Su Ming holding Wang Yusin, who was twisting and turning like a loach. This scene stunned the two. Wang Yusin immediately complained. Aunt, Brother Su Ming stole my phone. You little brat. Your cousin has finally come to stay with you for a few days. How dare you bully her? Zhang Hong picked up the broom at the door. Mom, let's talk it over. Don't use violence. That night, Su Ming couldn't help but send a message to Chun Qingqing. Do you really want me and Wang Yusin to go to your house? Chun Qingqing replied calmly. I just invited Wang Yusin. She said she is at your house, and someone must accompany her when she goes out. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, knowing that this was an excuse Wang Yusin made up so that he could go along. I don't have time to go. I work during the day and have to learn to drive at night. I'm very busy. Su Ming followed up. Then you can get off halfway. I'll ask Aunt Wang to send Yusin back to your house in the evening. Chun Qingqing's tone was still cold. Get off halfway? Where should I go? Su Ming continued to tease with a smile. I don't care where you go. Can you be a little nicer to your only friend? Su Ming pretended to be aggrieved. You are no longer my only friend. Chun Qingqing's reply was so fast that he was stunned. Wang Yusin too. Chun Qingqing added. Su Ming smiled and joked. She is still a child. Do you like children? Chun Qingqing seemed to be tickled and replied after a while. Yes, I like children. Then we can have one child later. Su Ming sent a very provocative message. 1 minute passed, and Chun Qingqing didn't respond. 5 minutes passed, and there was still no news. Su Ming was a little anxious. I was just kidding. 20 minutes later, Chun Qingqing still hadn't responded. Forget it, let's go to bed. Good night. Su Ming put down his phone helplessly. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. When Su Ming woke up, the first thing he did was to take out his phone to see if Chun Qingqing had replied. Fortunately, she replied in the early morning. If you do this again, I will ignore you. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh when he saw the message. Was this a reproach? Or a bit of a spoiled child? He smiled as he got up, washed up, and prepared to greet the new day. Unexpectedly, in the living room, Wang Yusin was writing her summer homework seriously. Brother Su Ming, are you awake? Wang Yusin looked up and smiled sweetly. Yeah, good morning. I don't know how to solve a math problem. Can you teach me? Wang Yusin asked for help. I can't, Su Ming said bluntly. This is a sixth grade question. Wang Yusin complained helplessly. Su Ming waved his hand. You can search on Baidu yourself. You're just too lazy to teach me. Wang Yusin curled her lips. Su Ming smiled and said, No, I get a headache when I see math problems. I can teach you something else, such as the principles of being a person and doing things. Tisk. The two continued to bicker, and the days passed by peacefully and warmly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Wang Yusin suddenly pulled Su Ming, who was dozing off, from the sofa and said, Sister Qingqing sent Aunt Wang to pick us up. Su Ming woke up instantly and hurriedly prepared to go out. The car drove to Hongye Villa. The luxurious community made Wang Yusin's eyes widen. Wow, this place is so beautiful. Su Ming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's great to have money. When the car stopped in front of Chun Qingqing's house, Su Ming looked at Chun Qingqing standing at the door, and his heart moved slightly. Come in, Chun Qingqing said softly. Su Ming walked into the living room and realized that from this moment on, their relationship was no longer just that of ordinary friends. Chapter 36, Is Our Boss Lady Married? The living room is even more luxurious. Imported leather sofas, pure wool carpets, and a six-figure crystal chandelier hanging from the high ceiling of the living room. Wang Yusin's family background is actually quite good, but at this moment she still looks around like a country girl who has come to the city. Su Ming was relatively calm. He sat down on the sofa in the living room after entering. Chun Qingqing walked to the refrigerator and asked, What kind of ice cream do you want? Little pudding. Old popsicle. Su Ming and Wang Yusin responded quickly at the same time. Chun Qingqing was in a dilemma. She opened the freezer and said to the brother and sister, I don't have what you said. I only have Magnum and Haagen-Dazs at home. Whatever. Chun Qingqing took out 2 Magnum crispy ice creams and walked up to them and handed them. Wang Yusin asked curiously, Sister Qingqing, are all the people in this building yours? This is too big. Your room must be very big, right? Chun Qingqing said, Not bad. In fact, the entire second floor belongs to Chun Qingqing's living area. She has her own dressing room and a very large bathroom. The space occupied by the bathtub alone is larger than the entire bathroom of an ordinary family. Wang Yusin was very envious after hearing this. The two chatted happily, and after a long time, Wang Yusin finally called Su Ming. Brother Su Ming, why don't you say anything? You guys chat about your own things and don't worry about what I do. Wang Yusin glared at him in dismay, then turned around and said with a smile, Sister Qingqing, can I go to your room to take a look? Okay. Chun Qingqing did not refuse. She led Wang Yusin upstairs. Su Ming was still sitting on the sofa. Wang Yusin is a girl, so there is no problem for her to go to Chun Qingqing's room, but Su Ming can't. On the one hand, he is a boy, and on the other hand, this is his first time to come to Chun Qingqing's house. There are some boundaries that Su Ming has never dared to cross. But what he didn't know was, at this time, the camera hanging upside down from the ceiling in the corner of the living room was facing him. And at this moment, Jiang Meilin was also watching the situation in the living room with her mobile phone. Seeing that Su Ming was just sitting on the sofa, Jiang Meilin felt relieved, but was also very curious about what Su Ming was thinking at this time. The first 2 times they met, Su Ming gave her the impression of being a good talker. But today, after Su Ming came home, he seemed to have said few words. Jiang Meilin wondered if Su Ming had developed an inferiority complex because he had seen the situation in her family and realized the gap between him and her daughter. Chun Qingqing is not good at dealing with people and certainly would not notice this. Jiang Meilin hesitated whether to remind her daughter, but after thinking about it, she decided not to do so. Now that Su Ming has come home, this matter cannot be undone. Let's just let nature take its course in terms of how things develop next. At the same time, upstairs, after Chun Qingqing brought Wang Yusin into the room, she regretted it because the doryman that Su Ming gave her was still on her bed. However, Wang Yusin did not focus her attention on doryman, but walked directly into Chun Qingqing's cloakroom, looking at the dazzling array of clothes and shoes in the closet with envy. Chun Qingqing also realized that Wang Yusin didn't know that the doryman on the bed was a gift from Su Ming, and she felt relieved. Sister Qingqing, you are so lucky to have your own dressing room. Seeing the smile on Wang Yusin's face, Chun Qingqing was suddenly stunned. Does having a room specifically for clothes mean happiness? My brother Su Ming's room is probably not as big as your cloakroom, but my brother is actually quite good. He's just a little silly, a little stupid, and a little thick-skinned. Don't you think so? And a little stupid. Yes, indeed. The two stayed upstairs for more than 10 minutes and then came down together. Then, the three of them sat on the sofa and watched a comedy movie together. It was an old movie by Stephen Chow, but watching it on a 100-inch big screen and watching it on a mobile phone were two completely different feelings. When it was almost 5 o'clock, Su Ming finally stood up and said, "It's getting late. Yusin and I will go back first. I'll ask Aunt Wang to take you there." "Thank you." Wang Yusin also stood up and said with a smile, "Sister Qingqing, can I come to your house to play when I have time in the future?" "Of course." Chun Qingqing nodded with a smile. It was 5 o'clock and the sun hadn't set yet. Wang Yusin started mumbling again while sitting in the car, and her words were full of envy. Su Ming smiled, reached out and patted her head and said, "Don't be so useless. Go to a good university and work hard to make money, and you will be able to buy such a nice house." Wang Yusin suddenly asked, "Brother Su Ming, you didn't say a few words to Sister Qingqing this afternoon. Do you feel that there is a big gap between you and Sister Qingqing?" When Wang Rushua heard this, she was also curious about how Su Ming would answer. "No, I just feel that the goal I set before was a bit small, so I have to set it higher now." "What's the goal?" Su Ming reached out and gently tapped Wang Yusin's forehead, saying with a smile, "Little girl, you're still controlling me. Get out of here." Loyalu Wang Yusin stuck out her tongue, rolled down the car window, and admired the scenery outside. Su Ming arrived at the store in the evening. Zhang Xiaowan handed last month's salary to Su Ming. As soon as Su Ming stretched out his hand, he knew that the money must be more. He frowned and said, "I didn't work for a full month last month, and I even took a day off. Did they overpay me?" Zhang Xiaowan smiled and said, "The lady boss has already told me that part of this is your singing fee, and there is also a 200 yuan bonus, a total of 3,300 yuan, you count it." "What's so hard about counting? I don't trust you." Su Ming put the money in his pocket, looked around and asked, "By the way, where's the boss lady?" "She's busy." "What's up?" "Yeah." Zhang Xiaowan took out a wet tissue and wiped the cash register screen while saying, "I don't think it will come tonight." Su Ming then asked, "Sister Xiaowan, you have been with the boss's wife the longest. Is our boss's wife married?" "Yes and no." "Ah." Zhang Xiaowan looked up at Su Ming, and when she saw that there was no one else in the store, she lowered her voice and said, "You must swear not to tell anyone first." Su Ming quickly raised his hand. "I swear, Sister Xiaowan, don't worry, I have always kept my mouth shut." The boss's wife had a fiancé whom she had been dating for 7 years. They were already engaged, but when they were about to get married, the boss's fiancé had a car accident and could not be saved. Su Ming felt only regretful. No wonder the proprietress always ran to the door alone to look at the stars and the moon late at night. It turned out that such a story had happened to her. Today is the anniversary of the death of the boss lady's fiancé, so the boss lady probably won't come tonight. I see. Chapter 37, 2014 World Cup. Since the end of last month, the pub's business has been much better than when Su Ming first arrived. The same is true today. Starting at 8 o'clock, groups of customers came to the store one after another. Su Ming and Zhou Ying were very busy. Fortunately, after 10:30, the number of customers in the store basically stabilized. Just when Su Ming wanted to take a break, Qin Jiwei walked in from outside. "Wei Ge, why the hell are you here?" Qin Jiwei said speechlessly. "I came here to spend money. Is that not okay? Give me a bottle of cold beer first." Su Ming said, "It's in the freezer. Go get it yourself. You are the waiter and I am the customer. Do you understand what it means that the customer is God?" Su Ming stretched out his arms to hug Qin Jiwei, and then used force to clamp Qin Jiwei under his armpits. Scream, bark again. When Zhou saw them like this, she knew that they were classmates. While they were playing, she went to the freezer, got a bottle of cold beer, and handed it to Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei said, "Thank you," shyly. As soon as Zhou Ying left, Qin Jiwei immediately lowered his voice and asked, "Which one is your boss's wife?" Su Ming came to look for a job. He told Qin Jiwei that the boss's wife was very beautiful, and Qin Jiwei always kept this in mind. He had wanted to come and see for a long time whether what Su Ming said about big breasts, thin waist, perky but beautiful voice, sweet legs was true. Su Ming smiled and said, "The boss lady was here the whole time, but she didn't come today. This means you don't have the pleasure of seeing her. Is this true or false?" "I lied to you, my grandson." Qin Jiwei lost interest instantly. He found a seat and sat down. Su Ming saw that the store was not busy, so he got 2 cups and sat down to drink with Qin Jiwei. You're still out so late. Doesn't your mother care about you? My mom went back to my grandma's house, and my dad has to stay up all night tonight. Overnight? Qin Jiwei said. There is a football match in the early morning. You know, my dad doesn't have any hobbies, he just likes watching football. Su Ming smiled and said, the store has been a bit busy these past few days. I'll probably be off work around 11. Do you want to wait for me to leave together? That's fine. My mom's not here anyway, so no one's going to take care of me. Qin Jiwei took out his phone from his pocket and said with a smile, I just joined our school's freshman group. Someone posted a photo of our school's beauty in the group. I'd like to give you a thumbs up. Qin Jiwei opened the photo gallery and handed the photo of their school beauty to Su Ming. Su Ming took it and looked at it. That's it? What do you mean that's it? Isn't this pretty? It's just average, not comparable to my girlfriend. Forget it. Su Ming didn't care. He changed the subject and asked, when did you change your phone? What brand is it? Vivo. Just released in May. Snapdragon 801 flagship processor. Isn't it awesome? Improvise. Have you changed your phone? No. Qin Jiwei was puzzled and asked, you did so well in the exam, but your parents didn't give you money to buy a new phone? I gave it to you, I just didn't buy it. If the phone works, I'll just use it. In my opinion, all the phones nowadays are garbage. What the hell? You're just bragging now? What good phone have you ever used? A 120Hz high refresh screen, a battery that can be fully charged in 15 minutes, plus a 5G signal of hundreds of megabits per second. If you have used this kind of phone, and then used a phone that is 14 years old, what else could it be but garbage? Su Ming just smiled and didn't respond. The two of them were bragging about their dreams of college life and drinking, and time passed quickly without them noticing. When it was almost 11 o'clock, the last two customers in the store got up and prepared to leave. Su Ming was just about to clean up the table, but when he heard the conversation between the last two customers, he was stunned. Germany is playing against Brazil today. Which team do you think will win? It must be Brazil. Brazil is so strong this year and has the home advantage. How will Germany play? Who knows? Germany is also very strong this year. They even beat France in the quarterfinals. Germany and Brazil. 2014. The 2014 World Cup. How the hell did I forget about this opportunity to make a fortune? Su Ming suddenly remembered the semifinal between the German team and the host Brazil team in the 2014 World Cup, which ended with a score of 7-1. Before the game, almost no one would have expected this result. After all, the Brazilian team is very strong and has the advantage of being the host country. Even if Germany would win, no one would have expected the score to be so disparate. Therefore, in the whole of Europe, there was only one Dutchman who got drunk and spent €200 to buy this score. In the end, based on the odds of 6,500, he won 11 million renminbi. This incident was on the news that year. How the hell did I forget about this? Su Ming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Qin Jiwei and asked, how did you get here? I came here on an electric bike. Give me the car keys. What are you going to do? I'm going to go out for a while. Give it to me quickly. Qin Jiwei had no idea why Su Ming was so excited, but he still gave him the car keys. Su Ming immediately said to Zhang Xianwan and Zhou Ying, Sister Xianwan, Sister Zhou Ying, I'm going out for a while, and we'll be back soon. Oh! Su Ming ran out in a hurry and rode his electric bike straight to the sports lottery sales point. Fortunately, because of the World Cup, the lottery shop closed at midnight. As soon as Su Ming got off the car, he ran directly into the sports lottery shop. Boss, can I still buy the World Cup match between Germany and Brazil? The boss responded slowly. Okay. Where's the score? Can I buy the score? Okay. The odds for betting on the score are higher. What score do you want to bet on? 7:1. Young man, you've never bought it before, have you? For sports lottery, if the score of one side exceeds 5, you can only buy other. It's different in China and abroad, unless you buy the peripherals, but those football betting peripherals are illegal. Ah! Su Ming didn't understand any of this. Do you want to buy something else? The other odds are pretty high too. Purchase. Brazil wins. Germany. You want to bet on Germany to beat Brazil? Right. Are you sure? For Germany to beat Brazil, they have to score more than 5 goals, which is basically impossible. Su Ming nodded firmly and said, just buy it. What are the odds? 150 times. It's only 150. Oh shit. If you could take out all the money, you would be rich. But all the previous cash had already been moved by Su Ming into the stock market, and he only had the 3,300 yuan salary that Zhang Xianwan gave him in the evening. If he wanted to transfer it out of the stock market now and get his card to withdraw the money, he would definitely not have enough time. Su Ming took out all his money, handed it to the boss, and said, "Here is 3,300. Please help me bet on Germany to beat Brazil, and the score on each side must be greater than 5. 3,003? Young man, have you thought it through? Don't be impulsive just because you had a little drink." The boss had already smelled the alcohol on Su Ming, and he thought Su Ming was drunk. "I've thought about it. Then I bought it, and this money is non-refundable." "Well, buy it." The boss still followed Su Ming's request, printed out a lottery ticket, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming made sure that he had not bought the wrong ticket. He carefully put away the lottery ticket and quickly left the lottery shop. As soon as he left, the boss shook his head and muttered to himself. How could he be so impulsive after drinking a little wine, betting on Germany to score more than 5 goals to beat Brazil? This is pure mental illness. Chapter 38, WeChat chat pinned. Damn it, I actually forgot about the football game. Su Ming was extremely upset. Of course, this cannot be blamed on him. He is not a football fan and has never watched football matches. If this game had not been on the hot search headlines in 2014, he would definitely not have remembered it. 150 times, the prize money is less than 500,000, and after deducting 20% tax, the net profit is only 400,000. Su Ming was sitting on his electric bike when he saw the owner of the lottery shop on the roadside had half closed the shutter. He sighed and said, "Forget it, be content. At least I made it in time. If I throw 400,000 yuan into the stock market, with good luck, I can make 10 or even 100 times the money in this bull market." Su Ming comforted himself and rode his electric bike back. In the pub, Zhang Xianwan and Zhou Ying had already cleaned the store. When Qin Jiwei saw Su Ming coming back, he hurried over and asked, "Where have you been?" "Secret." "You uncle." Su Ming would not tell Qin Jiwei that he had been to the sports lottery shop. This matter had to be kept secret. When the results of the game came out tomorrow, he couldn't tell him that he had the ability to predict the future. Thinking about it this way, it is quite reasonable for me to spend 3,003 to buy this lottery ticket. If I really spent 10 or 20,000 to buy this lottery ticket, if I won the prize tomorrow, I would probably become famous all over the country. "Sister Zhou, I'll take care of the cleaning tomorrow night. I'll trouble you today." Zhou waved her hands and smiled. "Don't worry, it's getting late. You and your classmates should go back first. I'll take Sister Xiao and Wan's car back later." "Okay, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Su Ming returned home. The first thing he did was to put the lottery ticket in a book. Then he took a shower and lay on the bed. He felt excited when he thought that his savings would soar from 20,000 to more than 400,000 tomorrow. That night, Su Ming fell asleep with an uneasy heart. The next morning, as soon as Su Ming woke up, he heard his cell phone ringing, so he took it out and looked at it. Autistic patient. Fuck. Su Ming. This morning, the match between Germany and Brazil ended in a score of 7-1. Autistic person. Do you know what this concept is? Autistic person. It's like the LOL wildcard team beat the Korean team and shaved their heads. Autistic patient. I heard from my dad that things are very chaotic in Brazil, and the underworld forces there have already said they want to hunt down those Brazilian players. Autistic person. Forget it. Why should I tell you so much? You don't understand. Autistic patient. Are we going to practice subject 3 today? Su Ming quickly replied, "No, you go practice first. I have something to do today." Autistic person. Okay. Su Ming quickly got up from the bed, opened the book, took a look at the lottery ticket, and ran to the bathroom to wash up. Wang Yusin looked curious. "Brother Su Ming, why did you get up so early today?" Su Ming poked his head out of the bathroom and said, "Yusin, I have something to do this morning. You stay at home by yourself. I may not be back until noon. Can you wash the rice?" Meeting. Then at 11 o'clock, you can wash the rice yourself. The spoon inside is enough to get a spoonful of rice. Don't put too much water, just enough to cover the joints of your fingers. Wang Yusin said, obediently. Su Ming brushed his teeth and washed his face quickly, took the lottery ticket and related documents, put on a mask and shoes, and quickly went to the lottery center. If the single winning amount is more than 500,000, you need to go to the provincial sports lottery center. Su Ming spent 3,003 yesterday, and the multiplier of 150 times is exactly 495,000. So he only needs to go to the municipal sports lottery center to claim the prize. Su Ming took a taxi to the sports lottery center. As soon as he entered the door, a staff member guided him. He thought that when he redeemed the prize, he would attract a lot of onlookers and attention, but he didn't expect the staff who redeemed the prize to be very calm. Sign your name, phone number, and ID number on the back. Write a statement on a copy of your ID card in this format. Fill out this form. Wait a moment. Check the bank text message. The money should have arrived. Su-ming took out his cell phone and saw a text message coming. Su-ming confirmed the number, then nodded and smiled. I received the text message. Thank you. It was almost 11 o'clock when I came out of the sports lottery center. Su-ming stretched out his body. At this moment, he felt full of energy and was full of expectations for the future. These days are becoming more and more hopeful. On the way home, Su-ming went to Ziyin Baiwei Chicken and bought a boiled chicken as a reward for himself. Wang Yusin saw Su-ming coming back with a plate of boiled chicken. She asked in surprise, "Brother, have you made a fortune? Buy a boiled chicken, and you can tell I'm rich? You are so stingy. How could you buy this if you are not rich?" Su-ming was speechless. "Go, clean up the table, wash your hands, and get ready to eat." Okay. In the afternoon, Su-ming did not go anywhere but stayed at home. He transferred all the 400,000 yuan into his securities account. Then, based on his intuition, he selected several stocks with potential and bought them all. At this time, A shares have shown signs of rising. If you pay more attention to the stock market, you will find that it started to rise rapidly from the third quarter of 2014 and then continued to soar for 4 consecutive quarters. Su-ming, getting these 400,000 at this point in time is like timely help, a boat to a desperate harvest, a lamp in a dark room, and sweet dew after a long drought. Red Leaf Villa. Chun Qingqing was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a comic book board. Normally, she didn't feel bored when she was alone at home, but now, after reading for a while, she found this comic book extremely boring. Chun Qingqing simply closed the comic book, took out her cell phone, and opened WeChat. She only had a few people on WeChat. After thinking about it, she opened the chat interface with Wang Yusin and sent a message. "Are you home?" Wang Yusin replied quickly, "Yes." Chun Qingqing, "Are you alone?" Wang Yusin, "Brother Su-ming is here too." Chun Qingqing, "What is he doing?" Wang Yusin, "I don't know. He went out in the morning. After he came back for lunch, he kept looking at his phone and grinning. I suspect he picked up some money on the road." Wang Yusin, picture. Wang Yusin, "Sister Qingqing, do you think he looks like a fool?" Chun Qingqing clicked on the photo of Su-ming that Wang Yusin had secretly taken and saw Su-ming sitting on the sofa, grinning like a fool. She also smiled unconsciously. Chun Qingqing, "Yes." Wang Yusin, "Sister Qingqing, my brother is going to Shanghai to attend university at the end of August. Where are you going to attend university?" Chun Qingqing was a little embarrassed to answer, but she felt it would be bad not to reply. So she replied nervously, "I want to go to the Magic City too." Wang Yusin was surprised and asked, "You all are going to Shanghai to attend university?" Wang Yusin, "This is great." Chun Qingqing, "Actually, I'm afraid of going to college." Wang Yusin, "Why?" Chun Qingqing, "When you go to university, you have to interact with a lot of people, and I saw on the internet that the relationships in university dormitories are very complicated." Wang Yusin, "Don't be afraid. If you encounter any problems, just look for my brother. He is a very reliable person." Wang Yusin, "And I want to tell you a secret." Chun Qingqing, "What secret?" Wang Yusin, "My brother pinned your WeChat chat to the top, just like his special concern in QQ." Chun Qingqing's heart began to beat fast. Chapter 39, Mom. We are just friends now. The sports lottery incident was just a small episode. Su-ming began his repetitive life day after day. More than half a month passed, and Su-ming finished the third subject test. During this period, he took Wang Yusin to Chun Qingqing's house twice. Both times she was alone at home. At the end of July, Zhanglan returned from an exchange and study trip to another hospital, and Wang Yusin naturally had to return to her home. But this girl was quite righteous. Before leaving, she said to Su-ming earnestly, "Sister Qingqing is a girl who lacks a sense of security. Brother Su-ming, you must protect her well when you are in college." Su-ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He stretched out his hand and pinched Wang Yusin's little face and said with a smile, "Little girl, do you still know what a sense of security is? I'm so annoyed." Wang Yusin pushed Su-ming away, groaned, and said with her hands on her hips, "Can you please stop pinching my face all the time?" All right, I don't need you to teach me. Go back with your mother quickly. It will be dark soon." Su-ming and Zhang Hong sent Zhang Lan and Wang Yusin downstairs. After watching them get in the car, Zhang Hong asked with a strange look on her face, "Who is the Sister Qingqing that Yusin mentioned?" Su-ming was stunned and quickly explained, "I am a friend. Didn't you like a girl named Gu Mingyao in high school?" Huh. Su-ming was shocked. You know all this? Zhang Hong snorted proudly. What else can you hide from me? Mom, I have nothing to do with that Gu Mingyao anymore. Zhang Hong said sarcastically. Oh, when I was in high school, I bought breakfast for him every now and then and gave him a box of heart-shaped chocolates worth dozens of yuan. Now you say it's okay, so it's okay. Su Ming really didn't know that Zhang Hong knew about what happened between him and Gu Mingyao. He explained with some shame. It really doesn't matter, Mom. You have to believe me. Did they reject you? Bullshit. I've seen through her. Now even 10 Gu Mingios combined are not good enough for me. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely find you a reliable daughter-in-law this time. What do you mean this time? Well, don't worry about it. I know everything. When can you ask your friend to come over to your house to play? Which friend of mine? The sister Ching Ching that Yusin just mentioned. Mom, we're just friends now. Ha Chiao. Chun Ching Ching suddenly laughed. Jiang Meilin, who was sitting on the sofa, also asked with concern. Ching Ching, have you received the admission letter? Received. What date do you report to school? 27. Jiang Meilin hesitated for a moment, but still said, Mom will try to squeeze out time to go to the Magic City with you when the time comes. Chun Ching Ching didn't say anything, because most of the time Jiang Meilin says something, but doesn't do it. She got up and went upstairs, sat on the bed, and played a few familiar songs on the guitar, then suddenly remembered a song she had released some time ago, and she was curious whether anyone had heard this song. So, Chun Ching Ching put down her guitar, sat in front of the computer, and turned on the computer, which she rarely turned on. Log into the NetEase Cloud Creator backend. As soon as she entered, Chun Ching Ching saw a red dot of 99 plus on the notification bar. She was a little surprised and quickly clicked the mouse to open the comment interface of the song. Fox is not too confused. This song is very nice. Sister is great. My name is Xiao Ranran. A friend recommended this song to me. After listening to it, all I can think about is getting rich. Mao Mao. I feel like you have a hatred of the rich. Haha, but this song is very nice. Honey, all evil people no longer have the right to speak. This line is so well written. This song is so well written. Chun Ching Ching kept flipping through the pages, but she could never finish. When he saw the platform's prompt and discovered that the song had been included in NetEase Cloud's new song chart, Chun Ching Ching's mind went blank. When she uploaded the song, she never thought it would achieve such success. The most important thing is that copyright law stipulates that all streaming music platforms must pay royalties to the recording copyright holders, and different platforms also have different welfare rules. So far, this song has actually brought Chun Ching Ching more than 2,000 yuan in revenue. Chun Ching Ching sat in front of the computer in a daze for a long time. When she came to her senses, she immediately sent a message to Su Ming on WeChat. Chun Ching Ching, are you there? Su Ming, yes. Chun Ching Ching, your song seems to be very popular. Su Ming, huh? Chun Ching Ching, if I become rich one day, is now ranked 21st on the NetEase Cloud New Songs chart. Su Ming, is this true? Chun Ching Ching, really? Su Ming, I'll go take a look. 5 minutes later. Su Ming, Chen Zijin, you released a song under this name? Chun Ching Ching, yeah. Su Ming, what do you think now? Chun Ching Ching, I don't know. Su Ming, do you want to be a singer? Chun Ching Ching, Su Ming, I was thinking, I am such a genius. If I can help you write a few more songs, maybe I can make you the second Fei Wong. Chun Ching Ching, don't dream. I don't want to enter the entertainment industry. Su Ming, aren't you an art student? Don't art students all want to be stars? Chun Ching Ching, I don't want to. Su Ming thought about it, and it was true. Chun Ching Ching was such a socially anxious person. It was simply impossible for her to show up in public. He quickly changed the subject and said, Yusin has already returned home. Chun Ching Ching, I know. Su Ming, if Wang Yusin wasn't here, would you still let me go to your house? Chun Ching Ching, you can come now. Su Ming was about to get excited, but Chun Ching Ching quickly poured cold water on him. My mother is at home now. Su Ming, are you kidding me? I'm ready to ask for leave from my boss's wife. Chun Ching Ching burst out laughing. She quickly replied, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. Su Ming, then let's start the video. Chun Ching Ching, Su Ming, just kidding, I'm busy too. Chun Ching Ching threw her phone on the bed and cursed. Asshole. Su Ming never expected that the song, If I Become Rich One Day, would become popular, but he also never thought about entering the entertainment industry. He can sing a lot of songs, but none of them are complete. Because of the emergence of TikTok, he only sings the climax parts of most songs. After 14 years, he probably remembers no more than 20 songs in full. This alone is not enough to support his fame in the entertainment industry, and there will always be a day when he will run out of ideas. Now that this song is popular, he feels sorry for Mao Bai, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After all, Mao Bai's real popular songs are Xiaoqiu, Yu, Northeast folk song. If he wants to make money, he has better ways. The bull market in 2014 and 2015. The trend in 2016 is live streaming. The hot spot in 2017 is the sharing economy. The trend in 2018 is short videos. There are also games, 020, artificial intelligence, new energy, Al. You have grasped the trends of the next 10 years. And how else can you make money better than investing? Chapter 40 Xiao Su. Time goes by faster in August. It is worth mentioning that during this month, two of the stocks purchased by Su Ming hit the daily limit for a week in a row. By mid-August, the assets in Su Ming's securities account had reached 570,000 yuan, and his plan to become a millionaire had been completed by more than half. The time for college freshmen to report is usually at the end of August because all freshmen have to undergo military training, which also means that Su Ming's summer job is about to end. The evening of the 24th. After finishing a day's work, Pei Yue asked Zhou to close the shop door. After the four of them sat down at a table, Pei Yue handed the last month's salary to Su Ming in the form of a red envelope. Madam Boss, is this too much? Su Ming weighed it and knew that the amount might exceed his salary. Pei Yue smiled and said, part of this is my personal red envelope for you. You're going to college soon, and you can use this money to buy some cool clothes. Madam Boss, I am so sorry. Zhang Xianwan rolled her eyes and said, come on, you are so thick-skinned, there is nothing to be embarrassed about. Sister Xianwan, what you said is really hurtful. Yes, I was wrong, okay? Su Ming went to get a bottle of beer and 4 cups. After pouring a cup for each person, Su Ming raised his glass and said, thank you, Lady Boss and the 2 sisters, for taking care of me over the past 2 months. I will definitely come to the store to visit you when I have time. You have a conscience. The 4 of them clinked their glasses together and lamented how fast time passed. Whether it was Pei Yue, Zhang Xianwan, or Zhou Ying, none of them wanted Su Ming to leave. After all, the atmosphere in the store was much better with him around. But all good things must come to an end, and Su Ming left to go to college. It was after 12 o'clock. Pei Yue finally waved her hand and said, okay, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today. Su Ming also stood up, opened his arms, and said to Zhou Ying, Sister Zhou Ying, give me a hug. Zhou Ying didn't act pretentiously. She walked up to Su Ming and hugged him. Little Sister Nguyen. Zhang Xianwan smiled and went forward to hug Su Ming. And my favorite lady boss, Ba, the most loving lady boss. Su Ming and Pei Yue finally hugged each other. Seeing Su Ming hugging her for a long time without letting go, Zhou Ying pouted and said, why do I feel like he hugged us just to hug the boss lady? Zhang Xianwan smiled and said, you don't have to doubt it, he definitely thinks so. Pei Yue was a little sad at first, but Su Ming held her for a long time and refused to let go. Pei Yue rolled her eyes and said, are you planning to hold on to me all night? Su Ming then let go and said with a chuckle, I just can't bear to leave you. Pei Yue rolled her eyes at him and waved her hand, saying, all right, go away now. Don't make it seem like you won't see me again after you leave this time. Su Ming smiled, took one last look at the tavern, then waved and left. Zhang Xianwan and Zhou Ying also left together. Pei Yue sat down, supporting her cheek with one hand and looking at the night view outside with the other. Her eyes gradually filled with loneliness. When you are in your 30s, you hate separation the most. I went home and had a good sleep all night. As soon as he woke up the next morning, Su Ming called Chen Qingqing. Chen Qingqing was about to move around, her cell phone resting on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Meilin heard the phone ringing and picked up the phone to take a look. Caller ID, a stupid pig. When Jiang Meilin saw these 4 words, she immediately thought of Su Ming. She was a little hesitant to answer. After hearing the footsteps, Jiang Meilin quickly put the phone back to its place. Chen Qingqing walked up and picked up the phone. Seeing that it was Su Ming calling, she took the phone and went upstairs. Why don't you call me if I don't allow you to send messages? Su Ming made an excuse. My home internet connection is not working. Chen Qingqing, if you have something to say, please tell me now. Su Ming, the work at the pub is over. Shall we go to the mall together this afternoon? Chen Qingqing, buying things? Su Ming. Well, there's not even a suitcase at home. Aren't you going to Shanghai soon? You should also prepare some things in advance, right? Chen Qingqing took a look at the piles of daily necessities in the room. These were all bought for her by Wang Rushua 2 days ago. Basically, she had everything she needed. Chen Qingqing was silent for a moment, but still replied, "Yeah, see you this afternoon? Good." Beep beep. The phone was disconnected. After Chen Qingqing went downstairs, Jiang Meilin asked tentatively, "Who is it?" Chen Qingqing answered frankly, "Su Ming." If she hadn't met Su Ming, her cell phone might not ring once every 10 days or half a month. If she said it was someone else, Jiang Meilin wouldn't believe it. "He asked you out?" Qingqing, I want to tell you something." Jiang Meilin held Chen Qingqing's hand and said with a smile, "Aren't you going to Shanghai to attend college the day after tomorrow? Mom will leave early tomorrow morning, but I have called your father and he promised to send you to Shanghai on the 27th. Chen Qingqing said with a cold expression, "I don't want him to send me off." Jiang Meilin quickly said, "It's rare for your dad to agree to this, so just let him take you there." "Don't want?" Chen Qingqing pulled her hand away, took her cell phone, and went upstairs. Jiang Meilin sighed, took out her phone, and sent a message to Chen Hansong. "Jiang Meilin, your daughter doesn't want you to send her to the Magic City." Chen Hansong, "When she goes to college for the first time, if you don't send her off and I don't send her off, how can she go?" Jiang Meilin, "She has a very tough attitude." Chen Hansong, "I'll go over there tonight. You can prepare food for one more person." Jiang Meilin hesitated for a moment, but still replied with a hmm. In the afternoon, Su Ming took a taxi directly to the entrance of Hongye Villa Community. However, he was not the owner of the house, and just as he was about to go in, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. Su Ming had no choice but to send 2 messages to Chen Qingqing. After seeing the news, Chen Qingqing immediately came out of her house, walked to the gate of the community, and brought Su Ming in. "Why did you come here directly?" Chen Qingqing asked. Su Ming shrugged and said, "I feel a little embarrassed to bother Aunt Wang to pick me up every time." Chen Qingqing snorted coldly. "Are you still embarrassed?" "Su Ming, that's for sure." Chen Qingqing said, "Just to remind you, my mother is at home." Su Ming smiled and said, "I'm not afraid. Your mother won't chase me away with a broom, right?" As they were talking, the two of them had already walked into the yard. As soon as Su Ming walked to the door, Jiang Meilin came out to greet him and said with a smile, "Xiao Su is here?" Su Ming was flattered and quickly replied, "Hello, Aunt Jiang. Come in quickly." Chen Qingqing didn't know what was wrong with her mother. Why did she suddenly become so friendly towards Su Ming? Didn't you just call him Su Ming before? Why are you calling him Xiao Su now? Su Ming changed his shoes and went in. Jiang Meilin smiled and said, "Sit down first. Do you want some water?" "He doesn't need it." Chen Qingqing replied on behalf of Su Ming, "We are going out soon." Jiang Meilin asked again, "Do you want me to call Ru Shue and ask her to take you there?" Chen Qingqing was about to speak, but Su Ming responded first. "Annie, if you believe me, I can drive." "You?" "Yes. I have already completed the driver's license test during the summer vacation." Jiang Meilin frowned and said, "Aren't you working during the summer vacation? Do you still have time to get a driver's license?" Su Ming smiled and said, "There is always time to squeeze in. I passed the second and third test subjects in one try. The driving school instructor praised me for my good driving skills." After hearing this, Jiang Meilin's impression of Su Ming changed a little. Take your driver's license test during the day. Evening summer job. It's rare to find such ambitious college students. Chen Qingqing trusted Su Ming very much. She handed the car keys to Su Ming directly and went to change her shoes. Seeing that Jiang Meilin was still a little worried, Su Ming smiled and said, "Aunt Jiang, don't worry, I won't do anything I'm not sure of." Jiang Meilin nodded. When the two were about to leave, she stopped Su Ming and said, "Xiao Su, can you send Qingqing back before 6 o'clock in the evening? Our family wants to have a meal together. After all, Qingqing will go to the Magic City to attend university in 2 days." "No problem." Chapter 41, There's a Thief in the House. Have you noticed that your mother's attitude towards me has improved a lot? No. Chen Qingqing flatly denied it. Su Ming smiled and said, "She called me by my name the first 2 times, but when I was at your house just now, she called me Xiao Su." Chen Qingqing didn't want to talk about this topic, so she interrupted. "This doesn't mean anything, just drive carefully." "Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver." Su Ming drove straight to the mall. First went to the luggage store to buy a suitcase, and then went to the supermarket to buy some necessary daily necessities. This took less than half an hour. After leaving the supermarket, Su Ming smiled and said, I originally called you out today because I wanted to treat you to a meal, but your mother asked me to send you back in the evening, which is a bit embarrassing. Of course, Chun Qingqing wouldn't believe him. In her mind, Su Ming has always been an image of a stupid, stingy, and hooligan. He invited me to dinner? No one would believe it. Su Ming dragged his suitcase and followed Chun Qingqing and said, Don't disbelieve me. I made a little money in the past 2 months, and I'm not a pauper now. There's a Starbucks on the first floor. Please. No problem. Su Ming to be so cheerful. After 5 o'clock, Chen Hansong left the bank and drove to Hongye Villa. Once upon a time, he was also the owner of this villa, but now he doesn't even have a key to the house and can only stand at the door and press the doorbell. Jiang Meilin opened the door and saw Chen Hansong coming, so she turned around and sat back on the sofa. Chen Hansong took a pair of slippers himself, glanced around the living room, raised his eyebrows and asked, Qingqing is upstairs? Out! You are at home. Why do you let Rushua take her out? You don't have much time to spend with her. Jiang Meilin said simply and clearly. He went out with Su Ming. What? Chen Hansong's eyes widened, and he stepped forward quickly. You agree? Jiang Meilin, are you crazy? Have you ever thought about what will happen if the two of them continue like this? Seeing Chen Hansong's frustrated look, Jiang Meilin felt better. She said frankly, I just want Qingqing to be happy. You. Chen Hansong pointed at Jiang Meilin and said angrily, You are simply unreasonable. Jiang Meilin sneered and ignored him. The atmosphere in the living room was very depressing. The two were silent for a long time. Chen Hansong couldn't help but looked at his watch and asked, When will Qingqing come back? Soon. Rushua didn't come. How did they get out? Su Ming was driving the car. He can drive? Didn't he just graduate from high school? He has already passed the driving test. Chen Hansong's scalp tingled. You just got your driver's license, and you dare to let him drive your daughter out? I think you are really crazy. As soon as the words fell, the sound of car horns was heard in the yard. Chen Hansong ran to the door as soon as possible and opened it. Chun Qingqing and Su Ming got out of the car at the same time. If you have time, I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Then let's go eat seafood tomorrow. King crabs and big lobsters. A meal like that will cost thousands of dollars. No, you really want to eat me out of money. TSK, I knew you couldn't bear to leave. Give me some more time. When I become a millionaire, I will get you some panda meat if you wanna. Haha, forget it. Chen Qingqing was just about to go home when she looked up and saw Chen Hansong standing at the door of the living room. The smile on her face disappeared completely within 2 seconds. Su Ming also saw him at this time. But perhaps because of what happened last time, Su Ming still held a grudge in his heart, so he didn't even call him Uncle Chen. Su Ming even said to Chun Qingqing provocatively, Then I'll go back first, and we'll talk again in the evening. Chun Qingqing nodded slightly. Su Ming returned the car keys to her and was about to leave when Jiang Meilin walked to the door. She pushed Chen Hansong aside and said with a smile on her face, Xiao Su, how about staying and having dinner together? Su Ming. Ken Henzong. Chun Qingqing. 3 pairs of eyes fell on Jiang Meilin at the same time, and there was some surprise in their eyes. Su Ming scratched his head and said with a smile, This is embarrassing, right? Chun Qingqing glanced at Chen Hansong, turned her head and said, Stop pretending. Are you still embarrassed? After saying that, Chun Qingqing stepped in. Su Ming was embarrassed for a while, then followed him in. He just brushed past Chen Hansong, leaving Chen Hansong standing at the door like a piece of wood. The food is ready. I'll go get the soup. You guys take a seat first. Su Ming came forward and asked quietly, Where is the bathroom? I want to wash my hands. Chun Qingqing also whispered, Follow me. The two of them went into the bathroom together. When the old father Chen Hansong saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out and his heart was bleeding. How come there's a thief breaking into my house just after one summer vacation? In the bathroom, your father looked at me with murderous eyes. Are you scared? What should I be afraid of? It's enough that your mother likes me. Stop talking later. Yeah, stupid pig. After washing their hands, they came out and sat down at the dining table. Jiang Meilin brought the last dish of pork rib soup, and Chun Qingqing also went to the kitchen to get bowls and chopsticks. She picked up the bowl and prepared to serve the rice. Seeing this, Chen Hansong stood up and said, I'll come by myself. Chun Qingqing ignored him completely. She filled her bowl with rice and handed it directly to Su Ming in front of Chen Hansong. Su Ming was also a little surprised, but he still said thank you and took it. Chen Hansong was so heartbroken. Of course, Chun Qingqing did it on purpose. If Chen Han-song was not here tonight, she would definitely not help Su Mingxing prepare dinner. When Chun Qingqing saw the gloomy expression on Chun Han-song's face out of the corner of her eye, she felt a little happy in her heart, but her expression was still cold. Chun Han-song suppressed his emotions and took the initiative to say, Qingqing, your mother and I have already discussed it. I will send you to school the day after tomorrow. I've already arranged the time. We will go there the day after tomorrow morning. We should be able to complete the formalities in the morning. In the afternoon, we will visit the school environment. If you feel uncomfortable with the crowded dormitory, Dad will ask someone to find a house for you near the school. Chun Qingqing remained silent. Seeing this, Jiang Meilin finally smoothed things over by saying, Qingqing, just say whatever you think. If you really don't want your dad to send you to the Magic City, I can ask for leave, or I can let Rushua take you there. Chun Qingqing said angrily. No need. I can go by myself. Chen Han-song immediately said, which freshman goes to register by himself? Qingqing, stop making trouble. Just listen to Daddy on this matter, okay? Seeing that Chun Qingqing still didn't speak, Chen Han-song became extremely anxious, and Jiang Meilin was helpless. Su Ming said weakly, Chun Qingqing, why don't you come with me to the Magic City? I can't. Su Ming hadn't finished speaking yet. Chun Qingqing interrupted and said, okay. Chen Han-song covered his chest and felt a little difficult to breathe. Chapter 42. Such a poisonous oath. This? Su Ming smiled and said, I originally planned to go to Shanghai on the 28th, but it's no problem to go a day earlier. I'm going with a close friend of mine who also goes to college in Shanghai. Jiang Meilin asked, aren't your parents going with you? I told them not to go. It's just a sign up. There's no need to make such a big fuss. After all, Jiangzhou is not close to the Magic City. Su Ming seemed to see Jiang Meilin's worry, and he added, don't worry, Aunt Jiang. I will send Chun Qingqing to her school first, and then I will go to my own school after she is settled in the dormitory. Bang! Chen Han-song put the bowl heavily on the table, ran to the sofa, and sat down without saying a word. In the bank, everyone has to respectfully address him as President Chen Han-song, but at this moment, he felt so aggrieved that he couldn't utter a word. Su Ming quickly finished his meal and stood up and said, Aunt Jiang, it's getting late. I'll go back first. Jiang Meilin stood up and said, I'll take you there. No, I can go back by myself. Jiang Meilin said, I want to talk to you again. Su Ming. Okay then. Su Ming soon left the villa together. Soon, only the father and daughter were left in the living room. Chen Han-song couldn't wait to ask, Qingqing, tell me, are you doing this to deliberately anger me? Or are you really in love with Su Ming? Chun Qingqing froze and remained silent. At the same time, there was another atmosphere in the car. Xiao Su, how about you drive? Okay. Looking at your movements, you don't look like you just got your driver's license. Su Ming smiled and said, maybe I have a talent for this. Jiang Meilin followed the topic and continued to ask, why don't you take a driver's license test in college? Wouldn't it be tiring to work a summer job and take a driver's license test? Fortunately, I have my own plans in college, and I think it would be better to solve things in advance if they can be solved in advance. Jiang Meilin smiled and said, you have already planned what you want to do in college. It seems that you are indeed much more mature than your peers. Su Ming didn't know how to respond, so he just smiled. All that was said before was just a prelude. Seeing that the time was right, Jiang Meilin took the initiative to ask, Xiao Su, Annie wants to know how far you and my daughter have progressed? We were friends before, and maybe we are good friends now. What's the next step? Su Ming said, I know what you want to say, but I still want to say, it's not impossible. Jiang Meilin smiled. You are very honest. Su Ming smiled bitterly and said, I think if I say something else, you won't believe it, Annie. You should know that Qingqing has had few friends since she was a child. Your appearance actually has both advantages and disadvantages for me. The advantage is that at least Qingqing has a friend, but the disadvantage is... Su Ming responded quickly. The downside is that you don't know why I contacted your daughter, right? Jiang Meilin was stunned for a moment, then nodded slowly. Annie, don't worry. I'm a man of my words. Even if I go to the Magic City, my previous promise will still be valid. I will not do anything that I shouldn't do at my age. Su Ming paused for a moment and continued. In fact, before I went to your house, I had never felt inferior. But after I went to your house last time, I realized that the gap between your daughter and I was so big. But I want to say that I am still young, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. I will wait until I have the ability, confidence, and confidence to date your daughter before I do so. Before that, your daughter and I will only be good friends. Annie, Can you rest assured after hearing this? Jiang Meilin was surprised that Su Ming would say so much. She had been working in the workplace for so many years and had seen all kinds of people. Most of the time, she could tell what was true and what was false. Su Ming's words were sincere and convincing. Jiang Meilin's heart not seemed to be untied all of a sudden. She smiled and said, Xiao Su, when that day comes, I will support you. Maybe this day will come soon. Su Ming turned his head and glanced at Jiang Meilin, with that unruly smile on his face again. Jiang Meilin raised the corner of her mouth. She seemed to know why Su Ming could be friends with her daughter. That night, Su Ming asked Chun Qingqing to send him her ID number so that he could buy tickets in advance. Chun Qingqing handed the ID card to Su Ming. She asked curiously, What did you talk about with my mother last night? We didn't talk about anything. Your mother just asked me to take good care of you in the Magic City. You made it up again. Why are you making this up? There's still a lot of high-speed rail tickets. We should be able to buy them together. We'll meet at 8:30 the day after tomorrow morning. And one will take you there then, right? After a brief chat, Su Ming called Qin Jiwei. As soon as the phone was connected, Su Ming said, Brother Wei, the plan has changed. We will go to Shanghai on the 27th. Qin Jiwei, didn't we agree on the 28th? Su Ming, my girlfriend will go to Shanghai with us on the 27th. Qin Jiwei, bullshit, I don't believe it. Su Ming, really? I swear, if it's fake, I will never watch porn again from now on. Qin Jiwei, you bastard, you swore such a vicious oath. Su Ming, send me your ID number, I'll buy the ticket later, and you can meet at my house before 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. Qin Jiwei, how do we get to the station? Su Ming, don't worry, I will definitely make good arrangements. Qin Jiwei. The next day, Su Ming, Lao Su, and Zhang Hong went back to the countryside to visit their grandparents and their great-grandparents. I should have come a long time ago, but because I didn't have time before, I kept putting it off until now. After learning that Su Ming was going to Shanghai tomorrow, his grandmother and his maternal grandmother prepared a red envelope for Su Ming. Su Ming felt embarrassed to take the money from his aunt, but he was definitely embarrassed to take the money from his grandmother and his maternal grandmother. But the two old people were very stubborn and insisted on forcing the red envelope on Su Ming. Finally, Zhang Hong couldn't stand it anymore and accepted the red envelope on behalf of her son, shouting, When you work and make money in the future, remember to honor your grandparents and your grandparents. That's for sure. Su Ming got home in the evening. She started packing her suitcase. Zhang Hong was worried and helped her check it several times. Son, do you want your dad to drive you to the station tomorrow? No, I have already booked a car. Clothes that you change out of on the same day should be washed on the same day. The weather is so hot now that clothes will start to smell bad after a day. I know. You were a day student in high school. I don't know if you're not used to studying in college. You'll get used to it. When you get to school, remember to let me know you're safe. I don't know if the food there will suit your taste. The school cafeteria has everything to eat. If you don't have enough money, remember to come to me. Good. Tomorrow. Mom, that's enough. If you keep nagging me, I won't be able to sleep today. Don't worry about it. I'm not a 3-year-old child. You think I'm being long-winded again, don't you? Su Ming pushed Zhang Hong out of the room, held her face and kissed her on the forehead. Good night, Mom. I love you. You little brat. Chapter 43, but he has no money. A mother worries when her son is away from home. Zhang Hong is feeling this way now. She didn't sleep well all night, but she still got up early the next day and made a hearty breakfast for Su Ming. At 8 o'clock, Qin Jiwei arrived on time. He was dragging a large black suitcase and carrying a large school bag on his back. Su Ming glanced at the time and said to Lao Su and Zhang Hong, Dad, Mom, you guys go to work. Don't wait for me. I'll just lock the door later. Don't forget your stuff. Don't worry, I've got them all. I'll check them again before I leave. Remember to send me a message when you get to the Magic City. No. Seeing Zhang Hong reluctant to leave, Lao Su said with a smile, Your son is already 18 years old. Why do you still care so much? Let's go. Qin Jiwei put his school bag on the sofa. Seeing Lao Su and Zhang Hong leaving, he quickly asked, Su Ming, where's your girlfriend? Just wait a moment, we'll be there soon. Qin Jiwei's parents were originally going to accompany Qin Jiwei to the Magic City, but after Qin Jiwei heard that Su Ming was going to the Magic City alone, he also chose to report to the school alone. On the one hand, he wanted to show that he is an adult now, and on the other hand, he also wanted to avoid losing to Su Ming. After hearing Su Ming say this, Qin Jiwei was also very curious about who Su Ming's girlfriend was. We were together in high school for 3 years. Even if Su Ming farted, he knew what Su Ming had eaten last meal. Qin Jiwei felt that if she was a high school classmate or alumnus, then he must know Su Ming's girlfriend. 8:25. Su Ming's phone rang. Su Ming took out his phone and looked at the message. He quickly said, "She's here. Let's go down." Su Ming packed his things, checked his cell phone, wallet, ID card, and admission letter, then followed Qin Jiwei downstairs. At the entrance of the community, Qin Jiwei stretched his neck, looked left and right, and asked in confusion, "Where is it?" "Stop talking nonsense and get in the car." Wang Rushu saw Su Ming and Qin Jiwei coming over with suitcases, so she got out of the car to help open the trunk. Seeing Su Ming walking towards the car, Qin Jiwei hurriedly followed. The trunk of the business car is quite large, more than enough to hold the luggage of 3 people. "Wei Gu, you sit in the passenger seat." "Oh." Su Ming opened the door and got into the business car. Chun Qingqing was wearing a light blue baseball cap. When she saw Su Ming and Qin Jiwei get in the car together, she lowered her head habitually. Although Qin Jiwei was Su Ming's good friend, to her, he was just a stranger. But Su Ming still introduced her. "Chun Qingqing, let me introduce you. The silly guy in front is my best friend. We can't be said to have grown up together wearing open crotch pants, but we have been classmates from elementary school to junior high school, and we have a very good relationship." Qin Jiwei then turned around and glanced at Chun Qingqing. Before he could even see her face clearly, he was already cursing in his heart. "Damn Su Ming. How lucky is he to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Damn it." Chun Qingqing just nodded slightly as a greeting. Qin Jiwei was too embarrassed to say it in person, so he took out his phone and sent a message to Su Ming. "Are you human?" "Su Ming." "Qin Jiwei. Tell me the truth. How did you two get together?" "Su Ming. None of your business." Qin Jiwei was still typing away, but Su Ming had already turned off his phone. He turned to Qin Qingqing and said, "It'll take 5 hours by high-speed train, so we won't arrive until about 2 in the afternoon." Chun Qingqing yawned, patted her mouth with her hand, and slowly closed her eyes. After a while, the business car stopped in front of the train station. Su Ming didn't bring as much luggage as Qin Jiwei. He only had 1 suitcase and a crossbody bag. The suitcase was filled with clothes and daily necessities, and the more important things were in the crossbody bag. After the 3 people got off the car, Qin Jiwei discovered that Chun Qingqing was actually 1.7 meters tall, not much shorter than him, and her figure, appearance, and dressing style all scored perfect marks. Qin Jiwei really wanted to ask Chun Qingqing, "Beauty, what are you trying to achieve by dating Su Ming? Picture him being 1.78 meters tall? Picture him handsome? Are you trying to make him funny? But he has no money." In addition to her shoulder bag, Chun Qingqing also had 2 suitcases, one large and one small. One was full of clothes, and the other was filled with some daily necessities. After Su Ming took down his own suitcase, he took Chun Qingqing's 2 suitcases off the car one after another. He naturally took the 2 suitcases and said, "I'll help you with the big one. You can just take the small one." Chun Qingqing didn't hesitate at all. She picked up the small suitcase and walked towards the train station. Universities always start classes at this time, so there are quite a lot of people in the train station. Although it is not the first time for Chun Qingqing to travel far away, it is the first time without an adult accompanying her. Qin Jiwei has never left the province since he was a child. If it weren't for Su Ming, he wouldn't even be able to walk. Su Ming was very familiar with the situation and quickly took the 2 of them to the ticket machine at the train station. "Give me your ID cards. I'll get the tickets first. You guys stay here and watch over the luggage." Su Ming lined up alone. In 2014, you need to pick up paper train tickets from the machine in advance when taking a train, but in a few years, electronic tickets will be implemented, and people who buy tickets will only need to swipe their ID cards to enter the station. Su Ming's turn next. But behind Su Ming, there were 2 middle-aged men talking noisily. "Why are there so many people today? University is about to start, and these are college students. What's so great about being a college student? My nephew dropped out of school after graduating from middle school. Now he works for me on a project and easily makes 200,000 or 300,000 yuan a year. There are so many college students nowadays, and how many of them earn more than 300,000 yuan a year? That's 2 different things. What's the point of studying? Maybe after graduation you'll have to work for someone like me who has never been to school." Su Ming expressionlessly took out 3 tickets from the machine with 3 ID cards. Hearing the conversation behind him, He silently clicked on the settings and changed the language of the ticket machine to English. Let's go, the tickets are ready. Su Ming quickly took Chen Qingqing and Qin Jiwei into the station. At the ticket machine, is this machine broken? I can't understand it. That seems to be English. Do you understand? How can I understand it? I have never read a book. Hey, can someone come and help me out? A group of prospective college students around pretended not to hear them and watched with glee as they lined up again at the ticket machine nearby. Chapter 44, Brothers are such proud people. The time is just right. Let's go and line up for ticket inspection. As soon as they walked into the waiting hall, they saw on the big screen that the high-speed train they were taking was checking tickets. The three of them walked into the team, and Su Ming said to them, "The three of us will be sitting together. Wei Ge, you will sit outside, and I will sit in the middle." Qin Jiwei looked aggrieved. "Why should I sit in the aisle seat? It is well known that the most popular seats on the train are by the window, and the least popular seats are near the aisle." Su Ming glared at him and scolded, "If you don't sit in the aisle, who will?" There is only one girl among the three people, and Chen Qingqing must sit by the window. If she sits by the window, then Su Ming, as her boyfriend, can only sit in the middle. Qin Jiwei can only swallow his grievance. The line moved forward one after another, and three people checked their tickets and entered the station one by one. Su Ming was very familiar with the route and quickly got the two of them on the high-speed train. After the suitcases were placed on the shelf and the three of them sat in a row, Su Ming instructed like an older brother, "Send a message to your parents and tell them that we are already in the car." Qin Jiwei obediently took out his mobile phone, took a photo, and sent it to his parents. Su Ming also took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lao Su. "Lao Su, I'm on the train." Mr. Su was drinking his morning tea leisurely at work. When he saw the message from his son, he quickly replied, "Okay, got it." Su Ming added, "Dad, I always hear you coughing at home. When I'm not at home, you should take care of your health and smoke less." When Lao Su saw these words, he felt warm in his heart and his eyes turned red with emotion. With tears in his eyes, old Su typed, "My son is grown up. Dad is very pleased." "Don't worry," Su Ming replied. "I took the 3 Farong Kings away from home so that you won't lose control of yourself." Lao Su, 60s. Su Ming saw the 60-second voice message sent by Lao Su. He didn't dare to click on it. Then, he sent 2 more messages to his mother Zhang Hong. Seeing that Zhang Hong did not reply immediately, Su Ming also turned his attention to Chen Qingqing. "Why didn't you send a message?" "Chen Qingqing, I don't want to post it," Su Ming said helplessly. "Then I will help you send it." Su Ming raised his phone again and pointed the camera at himself and Chen Qingqing. When Chen Qingqing saw that Su Ming was going to take a photo, she deliberately turned her head towards the car window. "Can you cooperate with me for a moment?" "Cannot. If you don't cooperate, I will stand up and shout Chen Qingqing is my girlfriend," Chen Qingqing said coldly. "If you dare to do this, you will be dead. Come on, 3, 2, 1, look at the camera." Su Ming, who was thicker than a city wall, would really do this. Chen Qingqing finally took a look at the camera of her mobile phone. After taking the photo, Su Ming sent it to Jiang Meilin. "Annie, we are already in the car." Jiang Meilin replied in seconds. "Okay." Su Ming, "I will report to you after we get off the car." Jiang Meilin, "Thank you." Jiang Meilin smiled and exited the chat. Seeing that Chun Han Song had sent many messages asking her questions early in the morning, she hesitated for a moment and sent the screenshot of her conversation with Su Ming to Chun Han Song. After the high-speed rail started, Chen Qingqing closed her eyes and rested. Qin Jiwei was very excited because it was his first time to go on a long trip. Of course, he couldn't sleep. Seeing Su Ming staring at his phone, he leaned forward to take a look and asked, "Su Ming, what are you looking at?" "You don't understand stock market information. You bastard. You only know how to show off in front of me." Qin Jiwei lowered his voice and asked, "Tell me quickly, how did you two meet?" The journey was long, and it was boring to just sit there, so Su Ming started to make up a lie. "This is a long story. Do you remember the day when we had our class reunion?" "Well, you left early that day." "That's right. After I left the KTV that day, I didn't go home right away. I wanted to get rid of the alcohol before going back. It was a dark and windy night. I was walking home along the sidewalk when suddenly, I heard a pleasant guitar sound. The scene was just like what was written in Peepa Xing, I can't get drunk and I'm about to say goodbye. When we say goodbye, the vast river is immersed in the moonlight, and suddenly I hear the sound of a guitar on the water." Qin Jiwei rolled his eyes. "Can you please get to the point?" Su Ming said. "Later, I followed the guitar to the lakeside. She was playing guitar by herself by the lake, and I sat next to her and listened. I was drunk and dizzy at the time. I didn't pay much attention to what she looked like at first. Later, after a breeze, my head was a little clearer, and I found that she was pretty. But I'm a man with a lot of face, so I definitely couldn't take the initiative to chat with her. When I ran to the trash can to vomit after getting drunk, she took the initiative to hand me a tissue. Later, I guess she thought I was a little handsome, so she asked me for my WeChat. Chun Ching was sitting nearby, and when she heard these words, she wanted to step on Su Ming again. This bastard is actually talking nonsense. Her pretty face was flushed beneath the baseball cap. Fortunately, Qin Jiwei looked unconvinced after hearing this. Just brag. You even asked me for my WeChat ID. Are you dreaming? If you don't believe it, forget it. Qin Jiwei. I believe you. I am an idiot. Su Ming quickly said. She has several good-looking girlfriends. Do you want me to ask her to send their WeChat accounts to you? Qin Jiwei widened his eyes and said, Fuck. Dad, do you mean what you said? It depends on your performance. Qin Jiwei stood up happily and said, I'm going to the toilet and see if there's a place selling drinks in front. Su Ming saw Qin Jiwei walking away foolishly and was about to laugh, but suddenly, a sharp pain came from his waist. Chun Qingqing reached out and pinched a piece of flesh on Su Ming's waist and twisted it hard. Ah! Su Ming endured the pain, looked at the instigator and asked, What are you doing? Chun Qingqing raised her head slightly, stared at Su Ming, and said fiercely, If you keep talking nonsense, you're dead. Su Ming rubbed the place where he was pinched and said, Can't you just pretend you didn't hear it? Cannot. Chun Qingqing pressed on. Also, where did my bestie come from? I was just teasing him. Chun Qingqing saw from afar that Qin Jiwei seemed to have come back, so she quickly put on her hat and continued to pretend to sleep. Qin Jiwei came over holding 3 bottles of Nutri-Express. After handing 2 bottles to Su Ming, he asked with a smile, When are you going to introduce her bestie to me? You can't rush this. You have to create an opportunity to meet by chance first. School hasn't started yet. Why are you rushing? 2. Su Ming, I forgot to ask you. The train beginning with K means express train. The train beginning with G means high-speed train. So what does the train beginning with T mean? Express. What about the one that starts with Z? Very fast. Damn it, you lied to me again. Chapter 45, 3 Rules. Just as Su Ming expected. It was already past 2 in the afternoon when the high-speed train arrived at the station. When people got off the train, they were crowded everywhere. Qin Jiwei sighed. Why do I feel like, except for the fact that there are more people, everything else is no different from our Jiangzhou? Yang Chaoe once said that the magic city you arrived at by long-distance bus carrying large bags and small bags is not the same magic city as the magic city you arrived at from the international terminal carrying a small suitcase. The high-speed rail station is just the tip of the iceberg of Magic City. Su Ming put his knee on Qin Jiwei's butt and scolded him with a smile. Don't just stand there. Let's get out of the station first. The 3 followed the crowd out of the high-speed rail station. Looking at the tall buildings outside and the busy asphalt road, Su Ming felt a little excited. He had completely different ideas from Qin Jiwei and Chun Qingqing. Qin Jiwei is now full of confusion as he has just arrived in a big city. Chun Qingqing was worried that she would not be able to integrate into the upcoming university life. But Su Ming was not confused at all, nor was he worried that he would not be able to integrate into university life. In fact, he had been waiting for this day for a long time. Away from parents, starting from scratch. In the 2 months after the college entrance examination, Su Ming has been fantasizing about making a name for himself in this beautiful land. This day has finally come. Chun Qingqing and Qin Jiwei schools are both in Suwei District, which only takes half an hour by subway, while Su Ming's school is in Pudong. Whether it is to go to Chun Qingqing's school or Qin Jiwei's school, it takes about an hour by subway, but if you take a car, it only takes about 40 minutes. My school doesn't start registration until tomorrow. I'll take you there first, Wei Ge. Transfer to line 12 later and get off at Gillen Park Station. When you exit the subway station, your school is right next to it. I won't take care of you anymore. If you have any questions, just call me directly. Okay, let's go take the subway. The subway in Shanghai is always crowded with people. It happened to be the day when the new students started school, and there were many prospective college students on the subway. After Su Ming took them on the train, he chose a corner to stand. Seeing Chun Qingqing huddled in the corner and swaying, Su Ming patted his arm and said, Hold on here. As soon as he finished speaking, the subway shook again, and Chun Qingqing almost bumped into Su Ming. She looked up at Su Ming, pulled her baseball cap down, and put her hand on Su Ming's arm. After strolling along the way until they arrived at the station, Su Ming took Chun Qingqing straight to the Magic City Conservatory of Music. Chun Qingqing is a person with poor direction. If she were to come alone, she might not even be able to tell the directions. So she followed Su Ming wherever he went. After exiting the subway station and walking for about 10 minutes, they finally stood at the gate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Art schools generally have small numbers of students. The number of students at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music is only about 3,000, which is less than the number of high school students, so the campus is not very large. On the left side of the main entrance is the Magic Sound Opera House, and on the right are the Hainabaquan Building, the Administrative Building, the Rehearsal Hall, etc. After walking a few dozen steps inside, you can see an 18-story teaching building, which is also one of the characteristic buildings of Manhwa. Further ahead are the Old Dean's Building, the Doctoral Building, and the Expert Building. The campus is not big, but the scenery is beautiful. At the innermost part are the student dormitories, cafeteria, and playground. Su Ming walked into the campus quickly with Chun Qingqing, as if he had been here before. Along the way, you can see many banners welcoming new students. There were many volunteers on the road welcoming the freshmen. They were all seniors in the school. The group saw Su Ming and Chun Qingqing from afar. If Chun Qingqing came alone, there would definitely be several seniors who would surround her, enthusiastically help her carry her luggage, and take her to pay the fees. But when Su Ming and Chun Qingqing were walking together, no one came forward. This is also one of the reasons why Su Ming took the initiative to bring Chun Qingqing to the school to report. He wanted to tell these people that Chun Qingqing is already taken and they should stop harassing her. How could Chun Qingqing understand Su Ming's little thoughts? She was already a little socially anxious, and when she saw many passers-by looking at her, she quickly quickened her pace to catch up with Su Ming. The two of them walked side by side, looking more like a couple than a couple. Su Ming took Chun Qingqing to pay the fees first, and then went to get daily necessities such as quilts, pillows, and military training uniforms. After all the formalities were completed, Su Ming finally brought Chun Qingqing to the downstairs of the girls' dormitory. At this time, the dormitory manager hasn't come to work yet. This means that if Su Ming wants to go up, he will not encounter any obstacles. But Su Ming did not go in directly. He looked down at Chun Qingqing and asked in a low voice, "Do you need me to go up with you?" Before Chun Qingqing could reply, Su Ming added, "If I go up with you, your roommate will definitely think I'm your boyfriend, and no matter how you explain, it will seem pale and powerless. However, this is also good for you. That is, in school, there may be no other boys chasing you or harassing you." It wasn't because the weather was too hot or something. Chun Qingqing's face was flushed. She paused for a moment before saying to Su Ming, "But we have to make 3 rules. You say, first, you're only allowed to be my boyfriend today. No, you are allowed to pretend to be my boyfriend. Secondly, you are not allowed to talk nonsense later. Don't say anything you shouldn't say. Third, if I send you a message, you must reply immediately. And on weekends, you must be available at any time." Su Ming smiled and said, "I have no problem with the first 2. Replying to messages immediately is fine, but being on call at any time on weekends, isn't that too much?" Chun Qingqing only has Su Ming as her friend. Now she only feels safe when she is with Su Ming, so she hopes that after going to college, she can keep in touch with Su Ming like before and meet him every once in a while. "You told my mother that you would take good care of me." Chun Qingqing tilted her head back and mustered up the courage to say this. Her rosy face seemed like water could be squeezed out of it. Su Ming hurriedly said, "I'll try my best, okay?" Chun Qingqing pursed her lips and prepared to carry the suitcase upstairs, but there were 2 steps in front of her. She was carrying it very hard. When Su Ming saw it, he quickly stepped forward and said, "Leave it to me. You can just carry the woven bag issued by the school." Chun Qingqing decisively let go. Su Ming put his suitcase in the lobby on the first floor, then took Chun Qingqing's 2 suitcases and followed her to the second floor like Chun Qingqing's little follower. Chun Qingqing stood at the door and didn't knock for a long time, because she had heard voices from inside, and there was more than one, which meant that her roommates were most likely all there, and she was the last one. Chun Qingqing's heart started beating like a rattle at the thought of meeting 3 unfamiliar roommates. Su Ming walked straight forward and knocked on the door twice. In the room, a girl with short hair quickly stood up and said, "It should be our last roommate who has arrived. I'll go open the door." The short-haired girl opened the door and saw Su Ming and Chun Qingqing standing at the door. She was stunned for a moment, looked at Su Ming and asked, "Who are you?" Su Ming showed a gentle smile on his face, and at the same time reached out and held Chun Qingqing's hand and said with a smile, I am sending my girlfriend to the school to register. Beautiful girl. Is it convenient for me to come in? Chun Qingqing looked up in surprise, her heart pounding. Chapter 46, My Boyfriend's Guide to College Dating. Roe, Cindy, come on, a handsome guy is coming. You guys should clean up quickly. The girl with short hair quickly closed the door and said to the other two girls in the room. Only 10 seconds passed. The dormitory door opened again. The short-haired girl made a gesture for someone to come in and said with a smile, Handsome guy, please come in. There are more girls than boys in the music conservatory. Boys are already popular in music academies, and handsome guys are even more popular among the popular ones. Unfortunately, Su Ming is a handsome guy. As soon as the door opened, Su Ming smelled a faint fragrance, which should be the scent of some kind of osmanthus incense. It smelled pleasant and not pungent. In the dormitory, besides the girl with short hair, there were two other girls who were sitting together at the moment, and their eyes were all on Su Ming. The three people in the dormitory are all good-looking. People who go to art schools generally come from well-off families, so they dress very fashionably. Hello, three beauties. Su Ming greeted them generously, then pulled Chun Qingqing to his side and said, This is my girlfriend, Chun Qingqing. She is quite introverted, so I'll ask you to take good care of her in the future. The girl with short hair took the lead in introducing herself. Hello, my name is Jiang Yu. The girl sitting on the left side of the bed is wearing very bold clothes, a beige camisole that shows off her cleavage and small waist, paired with a black short skirt, giving people a sexy and bold feeling. My name is Zhang Ruowei, and I'm a local in Shanghai. Sitting next to Zhang Ruowei was a quiet-looking little girl, thin and small, probably just over 1.6 meters tall. She smiled sweetly and said, My name is Shun Sini. Su Ming has been working in society for so many years and has a good vision. He was able to roughly infer the personalities of Chun Qingqing's three roommates just by observing their micro-expressions in their conversations. Jiang Yu. She is lively and outgoing. From the accent, she sounds like she is from northeast China. She should be one of the more enthusiastic girls. Shun Sini. She looks like a beautiful girl from a small family. She should come from a good family. She speaks in a soft Wu dialect and is most likely from Suzhou or Hangzhou. Zhang Ruowei. IPX Holy Body. Overall, Chun Qingqing's three roommates are all pretty good. Su Ming pulled his luggage under the only empty bed and said with a smile, My name is Su Ming. I also go to college in Shanghai. Maybe I'll come to your school often in the future. Zhang Ruowei smiled and said, Handsome guy, I've seen parents send their children to college, and I've also seen grandparents send their children to college, but this is the first time I've seen a boy send his girlfriend to college. You two must have been dating for a long time, right? Su Ming started to make up a lie. You found out about this. You are so beautiful, so you must have talked about it a lot, right? Zhang Ruowei was not to be outdone and said, Yes, I've talked to him a lot, but I haven't talked to anyone as handsome as you. You are joking. Jiang Yu and Shin Sini both chuckled when they heard the tit-for-tat conversation between the two. Chun Qingqing stood beside Su Ming and secretly tugged at the corner of Su Ming's clothes. Su Ming looked up at the empty bed and then shifted his attention and asked, Can you make the bed? Chun Qingqing shook her head. Su Ming quickly opened the woven bag and took out the mattress, quilt, and three-piece suit distributed by the school, then went over to help Chun Qingqing make the bed. Then he continued his good deed by helping Chun Qingqing clean the table, chairs, and cabinets below. Chun Qingqing felt a little embarrassed to just stand there, so she opened her suitcase, hung the clothes she had brought with her in the closet, and took out all her daily necessities one by one. Why did you bring it with you? Su Ming looked down and saw the doryman he gave to Chun Qingqing in the suitcase, and asked in surprise. Chun Qingqing immediately argued, My mother must have put it in accidentally. Chun Qingqing quickly closed her suitcase and cut off the topic. After more than half an hour of hard work, everything was finally done. The three roommates watched from beginning to end without saying a word, but there was a hint of envy in their eyes. In their opinion, Su Ming was too thoughtful and doted on Chun Qingqing like his own daughter. He arranged everything very well. Chun Qingqing spoke softly, and every time she spoke, Su Ming would subconsciously lower his head and move forward to listen. This looked so loving. At this time, Su Ming's stomach was already rumbling. He took out his phone and took a photo of the dormitory, then said to Chun Qingqing's three roommates, We haven't had lunch yet. We're going out to eat something now. Do you want to join us? We've already eaten. See you next time. Bye, three beauties. Bye, handsome. Su Ming led Chun Qingqing out of the dormitory. As soon as they left, Jiang Yu's voice came from the dormitory. God, Please give me such a caring boyfriend. I love him so much. Jiang Yu, be more reserved. People outside can hear it. Su Ming was in a good mood and happily took Chun Qingqing downstairs. After leaving the dormitory, Chun Qingqing stopped and said, "How long do you plan to hold hands?" Su Ming then realized that he had been holding Chun Qingqing's hand. He let go of her hand and said with an awkward smile, "You have to act more realistically." Chun Qingqing, I find that you seem to be familiar with everyone naturally. No, not yet. You and my roommate were having such a great time just now. You've been silent the whole time. If I don't speak, wouldn't the atmosphere be awkward? Speaking of reason, this meal should be yours, right? Su Ming ran in front of Chun Qingqing, facing her with his back and said, "Look, my back is all sweaty." Chun Qingqing pushed Su Ming away. "It's my treat." The two of them came to a restaurant on campus. After the boss brought the menu, Su Ming started ordering dishes without hesitation. After Su Ming picked out 3 dishes and a soup with a pen, he handed it to the boss and said, "Boss, please hurry up. I'm starving." This made the lady boss of the store laugh. She quickly brought a small plate of peanuts and a small plate of smashed cucumbers and said, "Here, eat some of this to fill your stomach first. It's a gift." "Boss lady, you are so nice, thank you." Chun Qingqing actually envied Su Ming, a thick-skinned man who could chat and laugh with strangers even though they were meeting each other for the first time. But she couldn't do that. Although Su Ming had taken the first step for her, she was still worried that she wouldn't be able to get along well with the 3 roommates. Su Ming ate a few pieces of smashed cucumber, then took out his cell phone, took another photo, and sent it to Jiang Mailin together with the photo he had just taken in the dormitory. "Annie, I've sent Qingqing to school, and I'm having dinner now." Jiang Mailin had been waiting for this news. After seeing it, she breathed a sigh of relief and sent a voice message directly. "Xiao Su, thank you for your hard work." Su Ming typed, "It's not hard. I keep my word." Jiang Mailin, "Is this Qingqing's bed? Did you make it for her?" Su Ming, "Yes." Jiang Mailin, "How does Qingqing get along with her roommate?" Su Ming, "This is the first time we've met, so we can be considered as acquaintances. I will teach her how to get along with her roommates. Don't worry, Annie." Jiang Mailin, "Then please help Annie take good care of Qingqing." Su Ming, "Okay, no problem." Seeing Su Ming put away his phone, Chun Qingqing asked, "What were you talking about with my mom?" "We didn't talk about anything, just a brief report." Su Ming smiled and said, "Do you want to integrate with your 3 roommates as soon as possible?" Chun Qingqing hesitated for a moment and nodded. The following is a college dating guide specially customized for you by your boyfriend. Listen carefully. Chapter 47. Either Aquaman or Scumbag. Generally speaking, the first 2 days of school are when you and your roommates become closer the fastest. I just met your 3 roommates. First of all, Zhang Ruowei is the most mature one among the 4 of you. She is very good at dealing with people, regardless of gender, but she also has very high standards. If she doesn't like someone, she will think it's a waste of time to say anything. The next one is Jiang Yu. She is also very outgoing and a big sister type. She probably has no dating experience, but she is looking forward to having a relationship in college. If you get along well with her, she will take better care of you in the future. The last one is Shun Sinny, a typical beautiful girl from a small family. She must have been brought up very strictly, so she is well-behaved and quiet. She is most like you, and you may have the best relationship with her in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, someone in your dormitory should suggest having a dinner party tonight. This is the first dinner party for your dormitory. No matter what your reason is, you must go. After tonight, you will change from strangers to roommates. If they ask you questions, you can say less, but you can't say nothing. I suggest you tell them openly about your parents' divorce. This way you can find an excuse for being quiet and introverted. When they know this, they won't think you are a loner by nature, but rather that it's caused by your upbringing. This will make them more tolerant of you. The first time you have a meal together, you must go Dutch. You don't have to pay. You can also add her on WeChat. But later on, it's inevitable that someone will bring someone else a meal or a cup of milk tea. You don't need to calculate the bills very clearly. You just need to remember to reciprocate. You don't need to pay every time. This won't make your relationship more harmonious. Roommates are the people you interact with most in college. As long as you get along well with them, you will most likely not run into any trouble. As for other classmates, you can do whatever you want. But if a male classmate approaches you, you must refuse immediately. Chun Qingqing finally interrupted and asked, "Why?" Su Ming said seriously, "Because apart from me, no other man is good, let alone men who are into art." Every one of them is either a sea king or a scumbag. Chun Qingqing was speechless. Su Ming quickly added, "Besides, you already have a boyfriend. Why do you want other male classmates to get close to you?" "Shut up." Su Ming smiled awkwardly and began to eat voraciously. When he had filled his stomach, he saw that Chun Qingqing had almost finished eating, so he asked again, "Do you know how to get back?" "I know." The restaurant and the dormitory building were very close. Even if Chun Qingqing was a directionally challenged person, it was impossible for her to forget how to get back to the dormitory. She said, "You have to remember our agreement." "Don't worry, I won't forget." After the two came out of the restaurant, Chun Qingqing walked towards the girls' dormitory alone. She was still a little nervous because from now on, she would be alone. She walked to the bottom of the girls' dormitory anxiously, then turned around with some curiosity. When she found that Su Ming was standing just 100 meters behind her, Chun Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and a faint sweet smile immediately appeared on her delicate little face. Seeing Su Ming waving at her, Chun Qingqing slowly raised her little hand, waved it twice in the air, and then stepped into the dormitory building. When she returned to the dormitory, her three roommates were already chatting about their high school experiences. Seeing Chun Qingqing coming back, the short-haired Jiang Yu immediately stood up and pulled Chun Qingqing to sit on a chair and asked, "Chun Qingqing, we will call you Qingqing from now on. Is that okay?" Chun Qingqing seemed to have never met such an enthusiastic person before. She nodded shyly at this moment. "Qingqing, tell us quickly, how did you and your boyfriend meet? How long have you been dating? Why did he send you to college today?" Chun Qingqing was a little at a loss, but suddenly thought of the story that Su Ming told Qin Jiwei on the train. She quickly told the story to her three roommates, but the parts about handing over tissues and actively adding WeChat were naturally different from Su Ming's version. The lake, a girl playing guitar, a drunk handsome guy. After listening to this, the three roommates imagined an entire episode of an idol romance drama in their minds. Zhang Ruowei also asked, "Then why did he send you to college?" Chun Qingqing blurted out, "He told my mother about it." Zhang Ruowei, Shinsini, Jiang Yu, have you agreed with your mom? You've already met the parents. Chun Qingqing was about to explain, but didn't know how. Seeing the envious expressions on her three roommates' faces, she simply gave up explaining. In a sense, Su Ming has indeed met his parents. "Oh my God, your parents are too open-minded. If I dared to fall in love when I was in high school, my parents would definitely break my legs," Jiang Yu said with emotion. Shinsini next to her kept nodding her head to show her agreement. Although there is only 1 year difference between senior year of high school and freshman year of college, dating in the senior year of high school is considered premature love, while dating in the freshman year of college is normal. With this beginning, Chun Qingqing was not so nervous anymore. After that, the four of them chatted in the dormitory. Their topics were very diverse. Sometimes they talked about their favorite singers, and sometimes they talked about interesting things that happened to them. When they talked about their families, Jiang Yu saw that Chun Qingqing had been silent, so she took the initiative to ask, "Qingqing, what do your parents do?" "My father works in a bank, and my mother works for a foreign company." Su Ming had told her during dinner, and she added, "They divorced when I was in junior high school." "Really?" After saying this, the expressions of the three roommates changed slightly. They originally thought that Chun Qingqing was aloof, but now they all felt a little sympathy for her. Jiang Yu even whispered sorry. Chun Qingqing quickly said, "It's okay, I'm used to it." The topic was quickly dropped. The four of them looked forward to the upcoming college life. They talked about the history of the school, a teacher scandal, and the ghost story in the school building. As they talked, it got dark. Zhang Ruowei glanced at the time and took the initiative to suggest, "Let's go out for dinner together tonight. I know a place with delicious barbecue." Okay. This proposal was quickly approved by Jiang Yu and Shinsini. "Qingqing, what about you?" Chun Qingqing was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'm fine." She was just wondering how Su Ming had predicted all this. The personalities of the three roommates were exactly as he had analyzed, and someone actually suggested having dinner together in the evening. They had only met once and hadn't said a few words to each other. So how did he guess that? Could it be that he could predict the future? Chapter 48, Dormitory 201. Su Ming's school will not start registering new students until tomorrow. After sending Chun Qingqing to school, Su Ming took the subway and found a hotel near his school to stay in, then called Lao Su and Zhang Hong to report that he was safe. In the evening, Wang Yusen also sent a message to Su Ming asking him whether he had safely sent Sister Qingqing to school. Su Ming then chatted with her, for a while. Qin Jue didn't send any messages, so I guess he is still having dinner with his new roommate at this time. Generally speaking, the relationships in the boys' dormitory are much simpler than those in the girls' dormitory. There won't be a situation like in the girls' dormitory where there are 3 or 4 WeChat groups in one dormitory. Su Ming took a shower and lay on the bed, looking at the stock market boredly. The shares have started to rise, and Su Ming's stock assets are getting higher day by day. If this continues after this bull market is over, it will not be a problem for his assets to increase by 100 or 200 times. However, Su Ming did not pin his hopes of getting rich entirely on the stock market. After the bull market in 2014 to 2015, A shares have not improved and have always hovered around 3,000 points. This means that if he wants to have sustained returns, he must do other business. It is too early to invest at the moment, and there is not enough money. Therefore, Su Ming wanted to do some small business that was sure to make a profit during his freshman year. On the one hand, to accumulate funds, and on the other hand, to train himself and gain experience. At around 9 to 10 in the evening, Chun Qingqing finally sent a message to Su Ming. Chun Qingqing, are you asleep? Su Ming, no, I'm waiting for you. Su Ming, is the dinner over? Chun Qingqing, yeah, I just returned to the dormitory. Su Ming, is it going well? Chun Qingqing, it went better than I expected. Su Ming, that's good. Military training will start soon. You should prepare in advance and eat and sleep on time. Chun Qingqing, why are you talking more and more like my mother now? Su Ming, I am concerned about you. Chun Qingqing, stupid pig. Chun Qingqing, I'm going to take a shower. I don't want to chat with you anymore. Su Ming, okay. Half an hour later. Chun Qingqing, good night. Su Ming, good night. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Su Ming had a quick breakfast downstairs in the hotel and then headed straight to school with his suitcase. The sun was already high in the sky. Su Ming dragged his suitcase into the school. He immediately felt the warm, youthful atmosphere. There were too many people, and many of the senior students were dressed very maturely, in small suspenders and miniskirts. Some of them wore white t-shirts, and under the sunlight, you could clearly see the color of the bra underneath. This was definitely a scene you would never see on a high school campus. Su Ming first paid the tuition and accommodation fees at the payment office, and then went to the registration office. School of Finance, finance majors please register here. At the entrance of the teaching building, there is a long row of tables. Sitting behind the tables are basically the counselors of each class. Next to them is a little assistant. Most of these little assistants are freshmen this year. The reason why they are helping here in the scorching sun is simply to get the position of university class monitor in their own hands. Classmate, are you a finance major? Right. A boy wearing glasses pushed up his frameless glasses and nodded. This is our counselor, Su Tong. You and I are classmates. My name is Zhang Yang. Hello. Hello. Class monitors in universities are generally elected by voting. Zhang Yang volunteered to be the counselor's assistant, simply to establish good relationships with his classmates in advance. He said enthusiastically, fill out the form first, then give me your admission letter and file, and I'll take you to get your blanket and military training uniform. Su Ming knew very well what Zhang Yang was thinking. He had no interest in the position of squad leader, so after cooperating with him and completing the formalities, he followed Zhang Yang to get his things. Everything is here. Let's add each other as friends. I will announce the military training time in the group later. Good. Go straight ahead of the dormitory building, turn right at the first intersection, and then go straight ahead. Your dormitory is next to the sports field. Thank you. You're welcome. As he watched Su Ming walk away, seeing another queue at the registration office, he trotted over and once again put on a warm smile. Mobile campus card, 2G data per month. Monthly rent is only $28. Don't miss it if you pass by. China Telecom broadband, with a phone card, only $198 per semester. Chidian electronic reading room, top up 300 and get 300. A canteen is looking for part-timers. The street dance club is recruiting new members. We welcome students who like dancing to join us. Su Ming finally reached the dormitory building dragging his suitcase. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, picked up the suitcase, walked up 3 flights of stairs, and went straight to the second floor. His dormitory is also on the second floor and is the first room on the left, 201. The dormitory door was open. Su Ming walked to the door and found that there was no one inside. Based on the principle of first come, first served, he chose a bed, cleaned it, and packed up his daily necessities. After he had made arrangements for the upper and lower bunks, Su-ming saw that no roommate had come yet, so he simply cleaned the dormitory. As a result, before he finished cleaning, Su-ming found several treasures left by seniors from the previous class under the table and in the drawer. Piles of cigarette boxes and old books. A poster of Louis Fei. I also found an unopened BYT in the drawer. Su-ming cleaned the place and left the dormitory, carrying a big bag of garbage. It was still early, and his roommates had not arrived yet. After Su-ming walked out of the dormitory, he walked around the school. There were 3 cafeterias in the school. The first cafeteria was next to the first and second teaching buildings, and the second and third cafeterias were next to the dormitory. At noon, Su-ming had a meal of bibimbap in a cafeteria, which tasted pretty good. When Su-ming finished eating and returned to the dormitory, his 3 roommates had already arrived. Su-ming walked to the door and took a look. He walked into the dormitory and smiled. "My name is Su-ming, and I'm from Jiangzhou, Gan Province. Where are you guys from?" The first person to speak was the boy in a short-sleeved shirt, whose bed was next to Su-ming's. "My name is Yang Fei, a native of Shanghai." Su-ming's bed spoke. He stopped what he was doing and said, "Zhang Xinzhou, I'm from Pingcheng." Finally, the 3 of them fixed their eyes on the thinnest-looking boy in the dormitory. He was about 1.72 meters tall, but probably weighed less than 100 kilograms. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as skinny. He smiled shyly and said, "My name is Li Tungwen, and I'm from Yuzhou. We'll be roommates from now on. We should all be about the same age, but we still have to choose a leader based on age. I'm April, what about you?" "My July 1. My September 1. Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, "I was born in December, but I should be 1 year older than you." "Fuck, I thought I was the boss." After listening to this, Yang Fei quickly smiled and said, "Then Zhang Xinzhou is the eldest, Su-ming, you are the second, I am the third, and Li Tungwen is the fourth. Does Lao Air sound good? From now on, call me second brother. Especially you, Yang Fei. If you want to call me Lao Air, I will call you Xiao San, and we will die together." Ha ha ha. While people in other dormitories were still in the awkward period of just getting to know each other, everyone in dormitory 201 was already laughing. Chapter 49, Lovely Roommate. Su-ming quickly obtained their respective keywords from the conversation with them. The eldest brother, Zhang Xinzhou, carefree, generous, and magnanimous. The third brother, Yang Fei. He is a reserved, talkative person who claims to have had sex with countless women, but in fact he is a single man who has been single for 18 years. The fourth child, Li Tungwen. Introvert, gentle, and honest. Su-ming chatted with the 3 of them for an entire afternoon, and their relationship quickly became harmonious. It was 6 in the evening, and the sun was setting. Su-ming looked at the time, stood up, and said, "Shall we go out for dinner together tonight?" "Okay. You have to eat something good for the first meal of the school year, right?" "That's a must." Li Tungwen hesitated when he heard this. In fact, when Su-ming greeted him at noon, he had already noticed that Li Tungwen's family was not well off. On the first day of college, most people were wearing new clothes, but Li Tungwen was wearing a t-shirt with the collar rolled up. Moreover, when he was tidying up his closet, Su-ming saw that he had brought his high school uniform with him. Based on this point alone, we can infer that Li Tungwen's family background is very ordinary, or even somewhat poor. Su-ming was about to say that he would treat everyone. Zhang Xinzhou took the lead and said, "It's a party, but let's make it clear first that I will pay for the bill tonight, and none of you 3 are allowed to compete with me." "Boss, are you a rich second generation?" Yang Fei stepped forward and put his arm around Zhang Xinzhou's shoulders, asking curiously. Zhang Xinzhou shrugged nonchalantly. "Not really a second-generation rich guy, but a second-generation demolition guy." "Do you have many houses?" These days, real estate is at its peak of development. Owning a house in a first-tier city already accounts for more than 80% of the population in the country. Zhang Xinzhou nodded and held up 3 fingers. Yang Fei smiled and said, 3 apartments, just one more than my house." Zhang Xinzhou quickly corrected him. "It's the 3rd building." "Huh." Yang Fei's eyes widened and he said, 3 buildings? What the hell? Big brother. Bah. Godfather. Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, "My old man has long said that he doesn't expect me to learn anything in 4 years of college. It's enough for me to eat well and have fun in school. Anyway, I will go home to collect rent after graduation. I have a deal. From now on, I will pay for the electricity and water bills of the dormitory, but I will not be responsible for the hygiene of the dormitory." Su-ming was also a little surprised. He guessed that Zhang Xinzhou's family was well off, but he didn't expect it to be so wealthy. 3 buildings in Pingcheng? The rent collected this year is probably more than the annual profit of a listed company. I'm responsible for the sanitation of the dormitory. Leave it to me. Su Ming couldn't bear it any longer. He stretched out his hand to pull Yang Fei away and said with a smile, "Did you work in the palace in your previous life? Can you stop being so flattering?" Yang Fei chuckled and continued to ask, "Su Ming, your family is not also engaged in big business, right? My dad works in a company, and my mom is an accountant. What big business can she do? Let's go eat." Li Tungwen, why are you still standing there? The big boss is treating you, why don't you go? After saying that, without waiting for Li Tungwen to answer, Su Ming pulled him out of the dormitory. The first day of freshman registration. There are still a lot of people on campus. Yang Fei held his head backwards, looked at the passersby, and asked proudly, "Do you know what the ratio of boys to girls is in our school?" "How many?" 3:7. On average, 2 out of 3 people are girls. Zhang Xinzhou cooperated and asked, "What does this have to do with you?" Yang Fei said, "I plan to find a girlfriend in my freshman year. Anyway, my family has only one son for 2 generations, and now they are waiting for me to inherit the family line. My parents support me to find a girlfriend in school." "Then you do your best." "Zhang Xinzhou, your family is so rich. You must have had a relationship in high school, right?" Zhang Xinzhou shook his head. "No, my old man keeps a close eye on me. If I fall in love too early, he will break my legs." "Li Tungwen, you definitely haven't talked about it, right?" Li Tungwen quickly shook his head. "What about you, Su Ming?" Su Ming shook his head decisively. "Neither do I." Su Ming was telling the truth. He had pursued Gu Mingyao in high school, but Gu Mingyao did not agree. He and Chun Qingqing also met after the college entrance examination. When Yang Fei heard that none of his 3 roommates had dated, he immediately became a little inflated. He said proudly, "It seems that I am the only one who had dated in high school. Let me tell you, there are methods to dating. I can teach you slowly in the future." He had just finished speaking. Zhang Xinzhou's iPhone started ringing. He answered the phone and put it to his ear. "Hello, everything is done." "Yes, let's go to dinner now." There were too many passersby, and the call was not clear, so Zhang Xinzhou turned on the speakerphone again, and a girl's voice soon came from the other end. "So, when does your school have military training?" "I don't know yet. It will probably be either tomorrow afternoon or the morning of the day after tomorrow." "Okay, then you eat first and we'll talk in the evening." "Okay." Zhang Xinzhou hung up the phone. Soon after, Li Tongwen's cell phone rang. He turned on the speakerphone. There was also a girl on the other end, but she spoke her hometown dialect, which none of his 3 roommates could understand. Li Tongwen also hung up after saying a few words. Yang Fei was about to speak when Su Ming's phone rang the next second. He glanced at the caller ID, then at Yang Fei, and after answering the call, he decisively turned on the speakerphone. "Su Ming, hello." "Chun Qingqing. Stupid pig. Have you eaten?" "Su Ming. Not yet. I'm on the way now. Have you eaten yet?" "Chun Qingqing. Yeah." "Su Ming. How does the school cafeteria taste?" "Chun Qingqing. It's okay." "Chun Qingqing. Our school will have a military training meeting tomorrow. I'm a little worried." "Su Ming. It's okay. Your school's military training should be easy." "Chun Qingqing. But the military training will last for 2 weeks, and I'm afraid I can't hold on." "Su Ming. Come on, if you feel tired, just report that you want to rest. You are so pretty, the instructor will definitely agree." "Chun Qingqing. They all called their families after returning to the dormitory last night. I was so bored alone." "Su Ming. Then I'll call you after the dinner party tonight." "Chun Qingqing. Oh." "Su Ming. That's it for now, we'll talk later in the evening." "Chun Qingqing. Okay." I saw Su Ming put down his phone. Yang Fei's eyes almost popped out of his head. He pointed at Zhang Xinzhou, Li Tungwen, and Su Ming in frustration and said, Didn't you all say that you all have never been in a relationship?" "Zhang Xinzhou, she and I have always been brothers." "Li Tungwen, the person who called just now was my sister." "Su Ming, we are just good friends now." Bah! Yang Fei was so embarrassed that his face turned red. He yelled, "You guys are really going too far by calling me stupid pig, and we're just good friends." Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou smiled at each other, then stepped forward at the same time, put their arms around Yang Fei's shoulders and said, "Yang Fei, don't be discouraged. Think about it the other way around. If Zhang Xinzhou and I both have girlfriends, then you will have 2 fewer competitors. You are not as rich as Zhang Xinzhou, nor as handsome as me, so you will have 2 fewer strong rivals. With your ability to pick up girls, you might even be able to win over the beauty queen of our school." Yang Fei said very firmly. My conditions are not bad, okay? Not bad indeed. Great, great. Su Ming turned around and said with a smile. Li Tungwen, what are you standing there for? Come on, let's have a good meal with this second-generation demolition tycoon tonight. Li Tungwen nodded and smiled, then quickly followed. The four of them lined up in a row and walked out of the school gate in an orderly manner. Chapter 50 Great Minds Think Alike. From the school, it takes 20 minutes to walk to Baolong Plaza. This is a super large integrated shopping mall, which houses various brand stores and chain restaurants. This was the first time that Li Tungwen came to such a place. There was no such complex in his small county town. The farthest place he had been to was the city. He went to the city only because his mother was sick and hospitalized in the city hospital, and he went there just to take care of her. The mall is colorful and brightly lit, and various decorations create a fashionable and vibrant atmosphere. The bustling crowds, the hustle and bustle, and the dazzling array of goods are dazzling. Li Tungwen looked around and found everything new to him, but after the novelty, a sense of inferiority arose spontaneously. Zhang Xinzhou, Yang Fei, and Su Ming were discussing what to eat in the evening. He was standing beside them with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking about. How about this one? They serve barbecue and hot pot together. Su Ming, what about you? I can do anything. Zhang Xinzhou finally decided. Then let's go to this one. The four of them walked towards the escalator. Li Tungwen saw that his three roommates had gotten on the escalator, so he stepped up carefully. However, because it was his first time using this kind of escalator, his upper body swayed, and he almost fell. Li Tungwen was afraid that others would discover his miserable appearance. So he pretended to be calm, took 2 steps, and followed Su Ming. Su Ming put his arm around his shoulders and said with a smile, Li Tungwen, we should eat more meat and less vegetables later. We should avoid drinking beverages if possible. We should eat as much as we can. If we miss this opportunity, we will never have it again. Zhang Xinzhou turned around and smiled when he heard this. Su Ming, if you say so, then next time you come out, I will treat you to a buffet. Fuck you. The four of them quickly found the barbecue and hot pot restaurant listed on the flyer. It was the start of the school year, and there were quite a lot of people there. After Zhang Xinzhou led the three of them in, they found a seat and sat down first. The waiter quickly brought the menu and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming didn't hesitate at all. He picked up a pencil and started ticking the items on the menu. Come on, take a look. What else do you want to add? Yang Fei waved his hand. Just take care of it. I'm not picky. Li Tungwen quickly added. I'm not picky either. If you say so, then I'll cook according to my own taste. Su Ming quickly made a lot of ticks on the menu and handed it to the waiter. The four of them soon started chatting again. Li Tungwen was unable to respond and just agreed with a few words occasionally. He saw a piece of paper on the barbecue plate. Having never eaten barbecue before, he reached out and took the paper out, ready to throw it into the trash can. The waiter just happened to come over with a cart, saw this scene, and quickly asked, What are you doing? Li Tungwen's hands froze in the air. From the waiter's eyes, he seemed to realize that he was doing too much. Su Ming took a look and quickly smiled. My roommate is very clean. This piece of oil paper has been there for so long. We want to get a new one. The waiter then said, Okay. Su Ming gave Li Tungwen a look that said it's okay, and Li Tungwen naturally threw the peeled-off oil paper into the trash can. To Su Ming, this was just a trivial matter. But what he didn't know was that Li Tungwen would still remember this incident many years later. He will always remember that when he just started his freshman year, he had a roommate named Su Ming who protected his self-esteem. Come on, don't just stand there, start eating. The barbecue was put on, and the hot pot was cooking. Su Ming picked up the cup of drink and said in a frivolous way, Thank you, Boss Zhang, for treating me. I hope Boss Zhang will keep up the good work and be so generous every time in the future. Yang Fei and Li Tungwen also quickly picked up the cups. Zhang Xinzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That's enough. The money for treating people to a meal was nothing to Zhang Xinzhou. He had never lacked money since he was a child. Although the old man in his family was strict, he was never vague about living conditions. Before he came to Shanghai to study, the old man had repeatedly warned him that it was okay to be generous in treating brothers and friends to dinner and drinks, but he should never spend money on women. The old man set 3 house rules early on. First, no starting a business. Second, you are not allowed to hook up with questionable women. Third, never touch gambling and drugs. Yang Fei took the initiative to bring up the topic and asked, Have you ever joined a freshman group before school started? All 3 of them shook their heads. Yang Fei said angrily, Why don't you even join the freshman group? Don't you know nothing about our school? It looks like you know a lot about it. Why don't you tell us about it? Yang Fei instantly became interested and asked with a beaming expression, Do you know who is the school beauty of our school? Who is it? Zhang Wei, a sophomore majoring in economic law at the law school. She's 1.66 meters tall, unknown weight, measurements, 89/61/88. She's good at singing and dancing, and I heard she's practiced taekwondo. She's pretty. Su Ming. No picture, no words? Yang Fei became anxious and quickly took out his mobile phone and showed the photo of Jiang Wei that he had saved in the freshman group. Zhang Xinzhou took it, glanced at it, and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming took it, glanced at it, and commented directly. Appearance 9.3 points, figure 9.5 points, outfit 9.6 points. No, she's wearing black stockings, so I have to add another point. Zhang Xinzhou gave a thumbs up. Great minds think alike. Su Ming handed the phone to Li Tengwen, but Li Tengwen was not interested. He knew that he and the school belle had nothing in common. Yang Fei said, The appearance score is 9.3, which is a bit low. Su Ming shrugged and said, The makeup is good, and the photo was taken from above, which makes the proportions look more harmonious. Maybe the real person would have to reduce a point or two. You're still so tricky. Yang Fei took back his phone and saw a new message pop up in the group. He clicked it and said immediately, Gather in classroom 402 of the 5th teaching building at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Shit, military training won't start tomorrow, right? Won't. Su Ming shook his head and said, If we have military training tomorrow morning, we will be asked to wear camouflage uniforms. The whole class will probably meet up for a while. The counselors and class teachers will come over to meet us, and then we will introduce ourselves one by one. That makes sense. Military training will start either tomorrow afternoon or the day after tomorrow morning. It's only 2 weeks anyway, and it will be over in the blink of an eye. Yang Fei said with a smile, Li Tengwen, with your small body, can you withstand the military training? Li Tengwen said somewhat embarrassedly, I'll try my best. I think you all know Zhang Yang. I heard he's from the same class as us. How come he's working as an assistant to the counselor on the first day of school? You can't figure this out? What do you mean? If you want to be the monitor, then being an assistant to the counselor will leave an impression on each of us. After the military training, the first thing to do is to run for monitor, league secretary, and student committee member. At this stage, of course, whoever has the highest presence among classmates is most likely to be the monitor. I see. You're awesome, Su Ming. It seems like you know everything. If you admire me, just call me Dad. Dry. Chapter 51 Dad, send her WeChat to me. After just 10 minutes, more and more people came into the store. There are 3 universities nearby, and it was the beginning of the new semester, so the mall was mostly populated by college students. While Su Ming and his 3 roommates were bragging and chatting, 4 girls also walked into this barbecue and hot pot restaurant from outside. Judging from their attire, they should be freshmen. The leading girl with round-frame glasses attracted a lot of attention. She had 2 high ponytails that swayed as she walked, which looked quite cute. When Yang Fei saw this, he patted Zhang Xinzhou next to him, then whistled at Su Ming. Su Ming also looked back and found that the 4 girls had just chosen to sit down at the table next to him. Su Ming retracted his gaze and said with a smile, Why do I feel a little embarrassed to go out with Yang Fei? Zhang Xinzhou agreed. I think so too. Yang Fei curled his lips and wanted to curse a few words, but he was afraid that the 4 girls at the next table would hear him, so he had to give up in disappointment. Zhang Xinzhou and Su Ming were chatting back and forth. Li Tengwen ate in silence. From time to time, Yang Fei would steal a glance at the cute girl with twin ponytails and a short skirt sitting at the next table. The 4 people have clear division of labor. At the next table, the 4 girls who had just arrived started chatting animatedly after ordering their food. They first complained about the dormitory environment and then talked about some things about military training. While waiting for the waiter to serve the food, their conversation had already extended to zodiac signs and idols. Just when Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were chatting enthusiastically, someone suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. Su Ming turned his head and saw that the person who patted his shoulder was the ponytail girl at the next table. He frowned and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Handsome guy, we've run out of tissues on the table. Can you give me some? Su Ming quickly handed her the tissue. The girl with the ponytail smiled and said, Thank you, handsome guy. Yang Fei was almost going crazy. How did I choose the seat just now? If I had known, I should have sat in Su Ming's seat. Su Ming continued chatting with Zhang Xinzhou calmly. Ponytail girls are cute. School beauty Jiang Wei is indeed pretty. But it can't be compared with Chun Qingqing. How could a pig that has eaten fine bran be interested in coarse bran? While Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were chatting about the romance of the Three Kingdoms and the domestic economic situation, the four girls at the next table were already playing Truth or Dare. I'm going to the restroom. Su Ming stood up and walked to the restroom. When he came back, the girl with the ponytail at the next table suddenly stood up and blocked Su Ming's way. She was wearing high-heeled dad shoes, but she still had to look up at Su Ming. Su Ming looked at her in confusion, not understanding what she meant. The girl with the ponytail smiled and said, "Handsome guy, I lost the dare. Can I add you on WeChat?" "Add me." Su Ming was caught off guard. "Yes." "Okay." Su Ming took out his mobile phone and exchanged WeChat with her. The girl with ponytail also left a note. Her name was Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu took the initiative to ask, "Handsome guy, what's your name?" Su Ming. "Okay, I'll remember that." Wang Xiyu then moved aside and sat back in her seat. Her two roommates quickly leaned towards her with a smile on their faces and started whispering to her. Su Ming didn't take it seriously and sat down next to Li Tengwen. Yang Fei's teeth were almost broken. He cursed in a low voice with a wronged look on his face. "Su Ming, you really deserve to die." Su Ming asked blankly. "Why should I die?" Zhang Xinzhou explained for him. "You just stole my love." Su Ming reacted and said hurriedly, "You bastard, I was just thinking about pushing WeChat to you in the evening. And now you're cursing me, right?" "Dad, I was wrong." Yang Fei's attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. Zhang Xinzhou, who was standing next to him, was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. "Okay, if you're all full, let's go back." Li Tengwen looked at the some things left on the table and felt it was a pity. However, he had a limited appetite and could not eat anymore. He thought it would be better if he could pack it up. However, Li Tengwen was afraid of making a fool of himself again, so he finally got up and left with his three roommates. Zhang Xinzhou paid the bill. As soon as he left the restaurant, Yang Fei couldn't wait to take out his phone and said, "Dad, send her WeChat to me." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "No, I really like this one." The moment she appeared, I even thought of a name for the child. "Get lost. I just don't know if she is from our school." Yang Fei began to daydream. Su Ming hugged Yang Fei and said earnestly, "As someone who has been through this, I don't recommend you add her on WeChat." "Why?" "They just talked about zodiac signs for a long time. It's best not to chase girls who believe in zodiac signs." Zhang Xinzhou quickly added, "It's best not to chase girls who say they are slow to warm up." Su Ming, "It's best not to chase girls who have younger brothers at home." Zhang Xinzhou, "It's best not to chase after girls who are crazy about idols." Su Ming, "After graduation, don't touch beautiful women in the system." "Why?" "If she's pretty, you don't know who her godfather is. Don't touch the ugly one either." "Why is this?" "You're so ugly, you don't know who her real father is." How could Yang Fei understand this? He rolled his eyes and said, "Don't team up with the two of you to deceive me. I have read no less than 10 romance novels this summer. Send her WeChat to me, and I promise to win her over within a month." Su Ming stopped there and didn't say anything more. Love is sacred and beautiful to Yang Fei. Now he simply cannot listen to these advices, and Su Ming is too lazy to waste words with him. Walk back to school. The four of them took a shower in turn. After Su Ming came out of the bathroom, he went straight to bed. He was used to sleeping on a big, soft bed at home, so he was a little uncomfortable sleeping on such a narrow and hard upper bunk. Thinking that Chun Qingqing might be even more uncomfortable, Su Ming called her directly. Chun Qingqing answered immediately. "Su Ming, did you sleep well last night? You must be not used to sleeping in the bed in the dormitory." Chun Qingqing, "Yeah, I went to bed very late." Su Ming, "I'm lying down too, and I'm not feeling well." Chun Qingqing, "How is your roommate?" Su Ming, "It's pretty good. A very rich second-generation demolition tycoon, a quiet and refined man, and a good-looking son." Chun Qingqing, "Ah." Su Ming, "He's just a funny guy. Let's not talk about him anymore. What did you do today?" Chun Qingqing, "I walked around the school in the morning, and in the afternoon they said that we had to wear breathable underwear during military training, so I..." Su Ming, "I will probably start military training tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I don't know if I can play with my phone during breaks. If I didn't reply to your message, then I must be in military training." Chun Qingqing, "Oh." Chun Qingqing, "Did you also have military training for half a month?" Su Ming, 14 days. Su Ming, "I will come to see you the weekend after the military training ends." Su Ming. Shit. My phone is out of battery again. Chun Ching Ching. Can't you just change your phone? Su Ming. Change. I'll replace this broken phone in a few days. Chun Ching Ching. My mother called. Su Ming. Then you answer it. I'm gonna hang up first. We'll chat on WeChat later. Chun Ching Ching. Okay. Jiang Meilin. Ching Ching. Has the military training started? Chun Ching Ching. Not yet. Jiang Meilin. Are you used to living in the dormitory? Do you want your dad to find you a house near the school? Chun Ching Ching. No need. Jiang Meilin. How are you getting along with your roommates? Chun Ching Ching. Not bad. Jiang Meilin was silent. Faced with her daughter's two-word answer, she didn't know what to say. But soon, Chun Ching Ching took the initiative to say, Mom, I want to change my phone. Jiang Meilin quickly smiled and said, Change. It just so happens that Apple is about to release a new model. As soon as it comes out, Mom will place an order. Chun Ching Ching. Can I buy two? Jiang Meilin paused for a moment, then replied, Sure, I'll send both to you or to Sue. Before Jiang Meilin finished speaking, Chun Ching Ching interrupted and said, Just send it to me. Jiang Meilin. Okay, I understand. Chapter 52, Su Ming's Self-Introduction. 9 o'clock the next morning. The four people in the dormitory got up from their beds one after another, went to the cafeteria to have breakfast, and then went to classroom 402 of the 5th teaching building together. There are a total of 45 people in the entire finance class, including 25 girls and 20 boys. The gender ratio is relatively balanced. However, in the School of Accounting, School of Law, School of Foreign Languages, etc., the gender ratio may be exaggerated to 1 to 9. Su Ming, Zhang Xinzhou, and the other three arrived not too early, but not too late either. Since Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were both 1.80 meters tall with shoes on, they naturally found a seat in the back rows of the classroom and sat down. Seeing this, Yang Fei thought that people in the same dormitory should sit together, so he sat down next to Su Ming. However, Li Tungwen found a seat in the front row and sat down. Yang Fei wondered, why doesn't Li Tungwen sit with us? Zhang Xinzhou. He is not tall, and he can't see the blackboard and display screen clearly when sitting in the back. Besides, he is different from us. The three of us are just messing around in college, but he is serious about studying. Yang Fei immediately yelled, Who is slacking off? I am a 3 good student. Forget it. Su Ming glanced at Li Tungwen and sighed softly. He shouldn't have come to this university. Zhang Xinzhou was puzzled and asked, Why? It's hard for ordinary people without a background to make a name for themselves in finance. You can probably tell that Li Tungwen comes from an ordinary family. His purpose of going to college should be to find a good job in the future. Our major is not suitable for him. After listening to this, Zhang Xinzhou also fell silent. According to Su Ming, Li Tungwen really shouldn't have applied for this major. In fact, many people in this class shouldn't have applied for this major. It's just that there was still information gap in 2014, and there was no one like Zhang Xiefeng to help the confused senior high school students to guide the way. So many people came here in a daze. As the time got closer to 10 o'clock, more and more people came into the classroom. The last person to enter the classroom was none other than Zhang Yang, who had been with the counselor on the day of registration. He looked like the monitor of Finance Class 1. After entering the classroom, he stepped directly onto the podium and said loudly, Everyone be quiet. Our class teacher and counselor will be here soon. Everyone should go up to the stage to introduce themselves. You can prepare in advance. After listening to this, Zhang Xinzhou turned around and joked, Su Ming, have you ever thought about becoming the monitor of our class? No. Su Ming wondered, Why are you asking this? Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, You have such a high EQ, being a squad leader is easy for you. Besides, I'm actually a little unhappy with Zhang Yang. Yang Fei quickly added, I have some feelings too. He is obviously a classmate of ours, and we are all sitting there quietly. Why is he pretending to be so arrogant on the podium? If Su Ming was admitted to Peking University, Tsinghua University, or other famous universities, he would certainly be willing to compete for the class monitor position. However, Shanghai Finance College is only a non-key undergraduate university. Being a class monitor in a university of this level is actually of no help in the future. Moreover, the class monitor is mostly running errands and passing messages for the counselor, so Su Ming never considered becoming a class monitor. Su Ming said, I am not interested. If you are unhappy, go compete with him. I will definitely support you. Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, I'm used to being lazy. Yang Fei also said with self-awareness, I was not even a group leader in elementary school, let alone a class monitor. In fact, there were more than just Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei who were unhappy with Zhang Yiyang sitting below. We are all at the age of full vigor and vitality. There is nothing wrong with you wanting to be a class monitor, and there is nothing wrong with you being a flatterer to the counselor. But why were you so friendly when you registered, but today when you come here, you act like a big shot? Su Ming suddenly thought of his high school class monitor Li Nan. He seemed to be such a person in high school. 10 o'clock sharp. The class teacher walked into the classroom. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s. As soon as he came on stage, he introduced himself. His surname was Gong, and his name was Gong Ming. The class teacher and the counselor have different divisions of labor. The class teacher is mainly responsible for guiding students' academic direction and undertaking the teaching and guidance of some subjects. The counselor is more like a life committee member who has to take care of everything and worry about everything. The class teacher may only be seen a few times in a semester, but the counselor needs to meet often. After Gong Ming said a few simple words on the stage, he handed the podium to the counselor Su Tong. Dear students, my name is Su Tong. You should all know me. Time is a bit tight, so I will say a few things first. Please listen carefully. The first thing is that we will start military training this afternoon. Everyone should gather at the school playground before 2 p.m. Remember to wear your military training uniforms. If you experience symptoms such as exhaustion, anemia, or heat stroke during the military training, you must report it immediately. The second thing is that each dormitory must spontaneously elect a dormitory head and make a note in the group. If I need to check the dormitories, I will notify the dormitory heads in advance. The third thing is to prevent fraud. Every year, the beginning of the school year is the peak season for fraud. If you receive a text message link from an unknown source, don't click on it. If you receive a strange phone call, don't believe it easily. Counselor Su Tong spoke these things in an orderly manner, as if she had prepared in advance. At about 10:30, Su Tong finally finished her speech and said with a smile, "The rest of the time is up to you. Start from the first row, go from left to right, and then from right to left. Everyone come up and introduce yourself." Okay, let's get started now. After Su Tong came down from the podium, she stood at the door of the classroom. The girl on the far left of the first row also mustered up the courage to leave her seat and stand on the podium. "Hello everyone, my name is Guo Saixia from." Since most of the students didn't know each other, they were shy when introducing themselves. Most of them just said their name, home address, interests, and hobbies, and then hurried down from the podium. Until Zhang Yiyang walked to the podium and said passionately, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Yiyang, and I'm a native of Shanghai. I have a cheerful personality, I am calm, and I can take the overall situation into consideration. I've been the class monitor for 3 years in high school. During the military training, all my classmates can ask me for help if they have any problems. As for hobbies, I love reading, socializing, and watching movies. That's my self-introduction. Thank you." There was a burst of sparse applause from below the podium. Yang Fei said, "What AF asterisk king pretense." Zhang Xinzhou also felt a little speechless. After Zhang Yang came down, other students continued to introduce themselves according to a similar template. After Zhang Xinzhou came down from the stage, Su Ming stepped up. His self-introduction is concise. "My name is Su Ming. I'm from Jiangzhou. I love making money. I may become the richest man in China in the future. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 53, First Experience of Military Training. "Ha ha ha." Su Ming said this in a joking tone. The classmates also took this sentence as a joke. So as soon as Su Ming finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. The counselor at the door kept his eyes on Su Ming for several seconds, with a slight smile on his lips. Zhang Yang keenly noticed the smile on Su Tong's face. What made him unhappy was that when he was speaking just now, the applause from the audience was not so enthusiastic. But after Su Ming finished speaking just a few words, the classmates were so supportive. Sense of crisis. Zhang Yang felt a sense of crisis for the first time. The self-introductions continued. After the students in the class had gone on stage one by one, the counselor Su Tong stepped forward again and said, "Everyone, remember not to be late this afternoon. If there is anything, report it to me immediately. Okay, everyone can now go to the cafeteria to eat." After Su Tong finished speaking, the classmates left one after another. Zhang Xinzhou, Su Ming, and Yang Fei also stepped forward and called Li Tungwen, preparing to go to the cafeteria together, but at this moment, Su Tong suddenly called Su Ming. Su Ming asked openly, "Coach, you called me?" Su Tong smiled and said, "Add me on WeChat." I may need help from you later. Okay. There was no reason for Su Ming to refuse. So he added Su Tong's WeChat and went to the cafeteria with his 3 roommates. There will be military training in the afternoon, and people from other departments have all gathered this morning. So there were a lot of people in the cafeteria at noon today. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of people. Yang Fei said with rich experience. I have already inquired. The stone pot bibimbap, shin ramyun, and beef kelp soup in the first canteen are all good. The egg stone pot, spicy hot pot, and steak and chicken set meal on the 3rd floor are all good. The beef hot pot and big plate chicken in the 3rd canteen are also first class. What do you want to eat? Su Ming said. I had stone pot bibimbap yesterday. I'll go try something else. Zhang Xinzhou also said, I'll go take a look too. Su Ming nodded and pointed to a few empty seats and said, then let's go get our meals and then gather here. Okay. Su Ming queued up and ordered a pork chop rice. After he returned to his seat, Yang Fei and Zhang Xinzhou also came back one after another. Zhang Xinzhou had a small bowl of vegetables, Yang Fei ordered chicken chop rice, and Li Tongwen came over last. His bowl contained the simplest dishes, just 1 meat and 1 vegetable. Su Ming tasted a piece of pork ribs. He pushed the bowl of pork rib soup to the middle of the 4 people and said, why do I feel that these pork ribs are different from what I eat at home? Can you help me taste it? Yang Fei didn't understand what Su Ming meant, so he picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. No difference. Really? Li Tongwen, help me taste a piece. Li Tongwen nodded, picked up a small piece of ribs, and tasted it. He said, this should be frozen ribs, but it's not fresh. Oh, then I'll go to another restaurant tomorrow. Su Ming started eating with big mouthfuls. After eating, the 4 of them returned to the dormitory. They had military training in the afternoon, and it was very sunny outside. As soon as the 4 of them returned to the dormitory, they turned on the air conditioner and went to bed for a nap. Su Ming opened WeChat and sent a message to Chen Qingqing. Are you tired from the military training? Chen Qingqing, tired. Su Ming, I will also have military training in the afternoon. Chen Qingqing, but we have a break every half an hour, and our instructor is a girl. Su Ming, it's so relaxing to be able to take a break in half an hour. Su Ming, by the way, how many boys are there in your class? Chen Qingqing, I don't know. Chen Qingqing, just 5 or 6. Su Ming, are you as handsome as me? Chen Qingqing, they are all more handsome than you. Su Ming, you must be joking. There are few people in the whole country who are more handsome than me. Chen Qingqing, I think there are few people in the whole country who are thicker skinned than you. Su Ming, do you plan to take a nap at noon? Chen Qingqing, yeah. Su Ming, then together? Chen Qingqing, get lost. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All 45 students from Class 1, Finance, Grade 14, have gathered on the sports field. Before the instructor arrived, Zhang Yang had already volunteered to arrange the team according to height. There were 5 rows in total. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou stood in the last row, Yang Fei stood in the 4th row, and Li Tongwen stood in the 3rd row. In September, the sun is shining brightly. After standing on the plastic track for just a short while, many people were already sweating profusely. Zhang Xinzhou whispered, if I had known earlier, I would have asked my father to go to the hospital and give me a fake diagnosis so that I wouldn't have to participate in military training. Su Ming smiled and said, military training does have credits. If we can't even get credits without taking an exam, how can we graduate as a senior? Zhang Xinzhou said helplessly, I hope the instructor will be nice to me. As the 2 were chatting, a neat team of teachers came towards them from the entrance of the stadium in orderly steps. Seeing this scene, the team that was noisy just now immediately quieted down. There was also a chief instructor among the instructors. After the instructor team arrived at the sports field, the chief instructor emphasized several points of attention to them. After the instructor team disbanded, one by one, the instructors found the classes they were responsible for. What Zhang Xinzhou could not accept the most was that the instructor in charge of the Finance Class 1 was a burly and tough guy who looked like someone who was not someone to be trifled with. My name is Chung Yong. I will be in charge of your military training for the next half month. There are some rules that I need to tell you in advance. Right from the start, Chung Yong gave the students in the Finance Class 1 a warning. Why are you moving? Did I ask you to move? Wipe your sweat? Report to me even if you wipe your sweat. From now on, you must report to me everything you do in the company. Do you understand? I heard it clearly. Didn't you have lunch? I heard it clearly. Everyone, stand at attention. At ease. Look to the left. I won't teach you anything this afternoon. Your task is to learn how to stand at attention, remember what I just said, and report any problems you have. What followed was extremely boring. More than 40 people stood in military posture on the plastic track under the scorching sun, and they sweated more in one afternoon than they had in the entire summer vacation. Fortunately, Chung Yong didn't go so far as to not allow people to rest. Basically, he would let them rest for 10 minutes every hour. Has your class chosen a monitor? Not yet. Two taller people from the last row go to the first floor of the activity center and carry 2 buckets of mineral water. Just as Zhang Yang was about to stand up, Chung Yong yelled, "You're the one in the last row, you?" "I said you. What are you laughing at?" "You too. Go get some water." Zhang Xinzhou couldn't help laughing when he saw Zhang Yang getting humiliated by the instructor and ended up being called out by the instructor and even forced Su Ming to take the blame for him. "Zhang Xinzhou, damn you. Stop talking. I'll treat you to some juice tonight." "Su Ming, walk faster. If we walk slowly, they will have more time to rest. Why are you so anxious? Aren't you afraid of being scolded by the instructor?" Fear of hair. 10 minutes later, Zhang Xinzhou and Su Ming slowly carried the water over. Chung Yong immediately stepped forward and questioned, "I say, dare you two be any slower? Those who went earlier than you have already returned." Su Ming hurriedly explained, "Instructor, I just sprained my ankle on the road. How about you take a look?" Su Ming finished speaking. He prepared to take off his shoes and smelly socks. Chung Yong quickly stepped back, waved his hands, and said with a look of disdain, all right, you two are responsible for getting them water, women first. Come on, this disposable cup can only be used once a day, so everyone should keep it after drinking it." "You bastard. The instructor just said that women are given priority. Can you please behave like a gentleman?" "Zhang Xinzhou, remember to save some for us. I couldn't pee just now, and I'm seriously dehydrated. It's so hot. Why don't they add some ice to the water? Whoever can let me eat some iced watermelon now, I will recognize him as my father." Chapter 54 Chat History. Military training life is boring and uninteresting. The only thing that can provide a little comfort in this boring life is chatting with Chun Qingqing during the rest time every day. September 1st. Su Ming. Our instructor is an idiot. Yesterday, he asked me to carry water, and today he asked me to be the company leader. There was obviously a fool who wanted to be the company leader, so why did he let me be the company leader? Chun Qingqing. Maybe in his eyes, you are better. Su Ming. What about in your eyes? Chun Qingqing. You are just a stupid pig. September 2nd. Su Ming. Today we started marching, but I couldn't control the strength well and always kicked the butt of the person in front of me. Chun Qingqing. Then the person in front of you must hate you very much. Su Ming. It's okay, he is my good son. Chun Qingqing. Do you need military training at night? Su Ming. To show your talents and play games, you guys should do the same, right? Chun Qingqing. Yeah. Chun Qingqing. Fortunately, they are all good at performing, so I can be a spectator. Su Ming. You are afraid of performing in front of an audience, so why did you learn music? Chun Qingqing. I don't know. Su Ming. It's okay. You can sing for me alone in the future, and I will be your audience. September 3rd. Chun Qingqing. Running is so tiring. Su Ming. Drink more water. Chun Qingqing. I really want to sleep now. Su Ming. I wanted to. Chun Qingqing. Don't talk about it together again. Su Ming. September 4th. Su Ming. We have to go for training on the 12th, and the training will end on the morning of the 13th. The 14th is the weekend, so I will come to see you. Chun Qingqing. Yeah. Su Ming. What are we going to do? Chun Qingqing. All is fine. Su Ming. Do you want to ask your roommate to come along? Chun Qingqing. What do you think? Su Ming. Then don't shout. It's hard to be alone together. I don't want too many light bulbs around me. Chun Qingqing. Shut up. September 5th. Su Ming. I just realized that I have become darker. Chun Qingqing. Apply sunscreen. Su Ming. If I use this in the boys' dormitory, I will be laughed at by my roommates. Chun Qingqing. Then you deserve it. Su Ming. If I become an African woman, you won't dislike me, right? Chun Qingqing. I really dislike you now. September 6th. Su Ming. Huixiang Jingqi water is really hard to drink. Chun Qingqing. What's that smell? Su Ming. It's like being poisoned. Chun Qingqing. Su Ming. The doctor said that we need to have sex to detoxify. Come on, have sex with me. Chun Qingqing. The other party refused to receive your message. September 7th. Su Ming. Today I had a delicious spicy hot pot restaurant. The free sour plum soup they gave away was also very delicious. I'll bring you over to eat sometime. Chun Ching Ching. Okay. September 8th. Chun Ching Ching. I really want to eat ice cream. Su Ming. Ice cream.jpg. Su Ming. Eat quickly. Chun Ching Ching. I want to delete you. Su Ming. Can you bear it? Chun Ching Ching. But I will add you back. September 9th. Chun Ching Ching. I heard someone singing if I become very rich one day at school today. Su Ming. Didn't you tell him this was your song? Chun Ching Ching. I don't dare. Su Ming. Why not? Su Ming. I have a bold idea now. Chun Ching Ching. What's your idea? Su Ming. I want to write a love song, and we can sing it as a duet. Chun Ching Ching. Ugly rejection. September 10th. Su Ming. It's only been 10 days since school started. How come someone adds me on WeChat every day? Su Ming. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? Su Ming. But don't worry, I rejected them all with the excuse that I already have a girlfriend. Chun Ching Ching. Someone wants to add me too. Su Ming. Do you agree? Chun Ching Ching. No. September 11th. Chun Ching Ching. Stupid pig. Look at this leaf. It's so beautiful. Chun Ching Ching. The clouds are so white today. Chun Ching Ching. This stone is heart-shaped. Su Ming. I miss you too. September 12th. During military training, we had to walk 10 kilometers and circle the school. After more than 10 days of military training, every girl has lost a little weight, and the boys have all turned into charcoal. It is not very obvious when they are wearing clothes, but when they take off their clothes, it is obvious that the skin color of their faces and bodies has become different. The company began to assemble early in the morning. Since Su Ming was directly appointed as the company captain by Chung Yong, he was also responsible for organizing the team. After more than 10 days of getting along, the students in the finance class have become familiar with each other. Now Su Ming can call out every classmate's name. His carefree personality makes him very popular among the girls. Zhang Yang saw all of this. He was very angry and upset, but there was nothing he could do. Oh my God, Yang Fei, are you crazy? You think we're going on a picnic? Why bring so much food? It's 10 kilometers. If you get hungry later, this will fill your stomach. Aren't you afraid of getting tired carrying such a heavy bag? I've brought it all. What can I do now? Give me half. If you want to eat anything, just tell me. Li Tungwen, come and get some things too. It's 10 kilometers away, and you might not be able to get back by noon. Seeing Chung Yong approaching from a distance, Su Ming also walked to the front of the company. Everyone, look to the left. Look forward. Stand at attention. Report to the instructor. The finance class 1 should have 45 people present, and the actual number is 45. Please give instructions. You return to the team first. Yes. Chung Yong also liked Su Ming very much. This guy was smiling all day long and seemed to get along well with everyone. Everyone listened to him, and he was always very satisfied with the team. Chung Yong walked to the front of the company and reiterated the issue of discipline. After other companies were ready, the freshmen of the School of Finance left the school in a mighty procession and began a 10-kilometer hiking training. 1-2-1, 1-2-1. Listen, the horn of a new journey is sounding. Get ready to sing. Listen, the horn of a new journey is blowing. The goal of strengthening the army is calling us ahead. If the country wants to be strong, we must take responsibility, and the battle flag is filled with iron-blooded glory. The loud singing echoed for a long time. In order not to affect the traffic, the training routes were all small roads with beautiful scenery. But when the sun came up, things got worse. Su Ming finished chewing a piece of earth frame. He touched his forehead and found that his palm was full of sweat. We started at 9 in the morning and walked for 3 hours at 10, 11, and 12 o'clock, but we still haven't returned to school. Even the weak ones can hardly walk now. Just when they were 1 mile away from the school, a scream suddenly came from the front of the team. Yang Fei was also shocked. Li Tungwen fainted. The team stopped immediately, and Chung Yong ran over. What's wrong? Someone fainted. Quickly feed him the Huaxiang Jingqi water. Su Ming pushed his way through the crowd and walked over. After squeezing the Huaxiang Jingqi water into Li Tungwen's mouth, he saw that Li Tungwen looked pale. So he said, Instructor, Li Tungwen only ate 2 steamed buns and a cup of soy milk this morning. He may not only have heat stroke, but he may also have anemia. Chung Yong didn't expect that someone would faint at this critical moment, and he was a little troubled. Just when Chung Yong didn't know whether to let the team stop to rest or call a car to send people back to the school medical room. Su Ming shouted, Zhang Xinzhou Yang Fei, come over and give me a hand. Su Ming squatted on the ground. Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei quickly stepped forward and put Li Tungwen on Su Ming's back. After Su Ming stood up with difficulty, he quickly ran towards the school. Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei looked at each other and quickly followed. Cheng Yong hesitated to speak. In the end, they acquiesced to Su Ming's presumptuous behavior. Everyone else followed the troops in front. 121, 121. Chapter 55, I'll wait for you. In the school infirmary, the nurse also quickly diagnosed Li Tungwen's symptoms, which were basically the same as Su Ming's inference. Li Tungwen fainted because of heat stroke plus anemia plus hypoglycemia. He was already thin and had been suffering from long-term malnutrition. He walked such a long way today and was exposed to the sun, so he fainted due to exhaustion. It's no big deal. Let him rest for a while. He will probably wake up soon. Thank you, doctor. Su Ming asked. Can he still attend the military training in the afternoon? The guard said, it's better not to. I can write him a certificate and you can take it to the instructor. Then he won't have to attend the military training this afternoon. That's troublesome. The soil guard wrote the certificate and handed it to Su Ming. Zhang Xinzhou came forward and asked, what should we do now? Su Ming said, go to the cafeteria and buy Li Tungwen a lunch. Yang Fei, you stay and look after him. I will go and give this certificate to the instructor. Good. At this time, all the students who had been training had returned to school. Cheng Yong was making his final summary. Su Ming walked up to him. After Cheng Yong finished speaking, he took the certificate written by the nurse and walked up to him. He whispered, Li Tungwen is too weak. The doctor said he is not recommended to participate in the military training this afternoon. Here is the certificate. Instructor, take a look. Cheng Yong took it and took a look, then nodded and said, okay, I understand. You did a good job on this matter, but in the future. Cheng Yong suddenly laughed halfway through his speech and said, there is no future. The military training will end tomorrow. At this point, Cheng Yong's attitude changed 180 degrees. He patted Su Ming on the shoulder and said with a smile, you have done very well during this period. The chief instructor also knows that you carried your classmates to the school infirmary this morning. Maybe you will be praised at the military training graduation ceremony tomorrow. I just did what I was supposed to do. You kid. Cheng Yongqi smiled and waved his hands. Go away, don't be late this afternoon. Okay. Su Ming ran back to the infirmary. Li Tungwen had woken up by then. When he heard Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei say that it was Su Ming who carried him all the way back to school, he was very grateful in his heart, but he couldn't say the word thank you. Su Ming walked up and said with a smile, okay, I know what you're going to say. You are welcome. We are all roommates. I've already given the certificate issued by the doctor to the instructor. After you finish the infusion, you can go back to the dormitory to rest in the afternoon. This is the meal Zhang Xinzhou bought for you. You can eat it quickly. I'll transfer the money to you. Seeing Li Tungwen was about to take out his phone, Zhang Xinzhou quickly stopped him and said, just eat quickly. Don't bother with the extra money. I'll treat you. Li Tungwen finally said the word thank you. Then we won't stay here with you. We're still hungry too. Good. Let's go and eat. Tomorrow we will present the training results at the end of the military training. So in the afternoon we reviewed the items we learned before one by one. It is worth mentioning that Cheng Yong, who was always strict before, was particularly easygoing this afternoon. During the break, we even found a shady place for them. Half a month is neither long nor short. But if it weren't for this military training, the students in the class would not have become familiar with each other so quickly. The time of military training will definitely be stored in the memory for a long time. The next morning, everyone's spirits were obviously much higher, because after the graduation ceremony that morning, the military training also ended. Everyone was extremely happy at the thought of enjoying a free and easy college life. After neatly organized teams gathered in the stadium, and after the school leaders and chief instructor sat on the podium one after another, the graduation ceremony officially began. Turn left, turn right, march in step, march in formation. The students in finance class 1 completed each project smoothly. After other companies finished their performances one after another, it was time for the leaders to give long speeches. Everyone's speech seemed to be copied from Baidu, and it was just the same 2 sentences. Su Ming's mind was empty, and he was already imagining the scene of meeting Chun Qingqing tomorrow. Until 11:20, the principal finally summarized his speech. I hope that students will take military training as a starting point, continue to consolidate and carry forward the spirit of collectivism, help each other in study, care for each other in life, cherish their college time, uphold the spirit of the school motto, and work hard to learn scientific and cultural knowledge. Now, please invite the students who have won the Outstanding Instructors and Outstanding Students Awards during this military training to come to the stage to receive their awards. The winners of the Outstanding Instructors are Li Dezhao, Xing Wenhao, Jiang Long, Cheng Yong. The winners of the Outstanding Students are Wang Jiechi from Company 1401, Ouyang Qing from Company 1403, and Su Ming from Company 1406. When Yang Fei heard Su Ming's name, he turned his head and said, "Fuck, you won the prize?" Su Ming was also surprised. The other students saw Su Ming standing still and urged him, "Su Ming, why are you still standing there? Come on stage." Su Ming ran towards the podium. Shake hands, receive awards, take photos. After Su Ming got off the stage in a daze, the principal finally shouted, "I declare, the 2014 Fall Military Training Graduation Ceremony of Magic City Finance College is officially over." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of screams from the audience. Camouflage caps were thrown into the sky and then fell down again. In the exciting and happy atmosphere, the freshmen who had been tired for half a month could finally take a good break. Zhang Xinzhou said happily, "I've finally made it through this. I'm going to have a good sleep this afternoon, and I'll treat you guys out for dinner tonight. Long live the boss." Su Ming, what are you thinking about? Su Ming smiled and said, "Nothing. You guys go to the cafeteria first. I have to call my friend. We agree to go shopping together tomorrow." When Zhang Xinzhou heard this, he quickly said, "I'm going to call my brother too. She's not far from our school. If you don't mind, I'll call her over to have dinner with us in the evening." "What's the problem? Just treat me." As they were talking, one of them called his good brother, and the other called his good friend. Yang Fei curled his lips, put his arm around Li Tongwen's shoulders and said, "Li Tongwen, don't envy them. Spending money on your girlfriend is nothing. The most amazing thing is to let your girlfriend spend money on you." Li Tongwen looked bewildered. "I'm not envious, and I don't want to fall in love. You're awesome." Su Ming ran to the side and called Chun Qingqing. Chun Qingqing, who had just sat down in the cafeteria to eat, saw Su Ming calling and hung up the call directly, then sent a message saying, "I'm in the cafeteria. It's too noisy here. I'll call you later." Su Ming typed, "I just want to tell you that my military training is over. I will go to your school to find you tomorrow morning." Chun Qingqing, "Okay. Chun Qingqing, I'll wait for you." Chapter 56, could it be that you won the lottery? Su Ming went back to the dormitory and took a shower. He threw his sweat-soaked military training uniform into the bucket, poured in some laundry detergent bought by Zhang Xinzhou, then rolled up his trouser legs and stomped barefoot in the bucket. This is the way most boys wash clothes. It is undeniable that washing in this way is indeed less labor-intensive than washing by hand. As for whether it is clean or not, that is another matter. After the clothes were hung up, the doors and windows were closed, and the air conditioner was turned on, the dormitory immediately became a paradise on earth. Su Ming, who was exhausted after half a month, had just laid down and started snoring regularly within 2 minutes. The other 3 roommates were also influenced by Su Ming, and they all lay down on their beds and fell asleep, sleeping for the entire afternoon. When Su Ming woke up, it was already dark outside. No classes, just showered, phone fully charged. No peeing, dormitory quiet and tidy. This may be the happiest time in life. If he wasn't a little hungry, Su Ming would even like to take another nap. Su Ming came down from the upper bunk and just put on his shoes. The boundless horizon is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the rolling green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of song is the most cheerful? Su Ming's pocket started ringing, and the passionate singing immediately woke up his 3 roommates. "Hey, Mom, no, I just finished my military training today and slept all afternoon. I'm going to get ready for dinner now." "Oh, I have enough money." Got it. As soon as Su Ming hung up the phone, Yang Fei started cursing from the upper bunk. "Su Ming, you uncle, it's 2014. Can you change to a normal song? The Phoenix Legends song is not normal? Shit, when I first woke up just now, I thought I fell asleep in the square." Su Ming smiled and said, "I used to listen to all kinds of pop music, but in fact, after listening to them, they only sang 2 things. The first thing is I love him, but he doesn't love me, so I'm so sad. And the second thing is I'm so sad, but I don't know why I'm sad. In the end, I still think that Phoenix Legends songs have the most positive energy. Listening to them makes me feel happy. Every time I listen to Phoenix Legends songs, I have the urge to run 3 kilometers on the playground." You have a lot of reasons. Zhang Xinzhou took out his phone and checked the time, then got down from the upper bunk. It's getting late, my brother should be here soon. Those of you who want to eat should get up quickly. Zhang Xinzhou changed his clothes and went to the balcony to make a phone call. Seeing Su Ming also changed his clothes, he asked, Su Ming, where are we going to eat later? During the military training, both Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei seemed to have become accustomed to asking Su Ming first when faced with multiple choice questions. Gradually, Su Ming also became the person who made the final decision. Let's find a restaurant to eat at on the snack street near the school tonight. I have to go out of school early tomorrow morning. Zhang Xinzhou nodded. That's fine. After dinner, I can take my brother around our school. After the four of them decided on a place to eat, they set off quickly. Zhang Xinzhou and his three roommates went around to the main entrance of the school and waited for about 5 or 6 minutes. Then a girl with short hair and sunglasses walked over from across the street. This way. Zhang Xinzhou waved hurriedly. The girl pulled her sunglasses down, revealing a pair of bright eyes. After seeing Zhang Xinzhou and his group at the school gate, she quickly trotted over there. She has short hair that reaches her ears and is dyed dark red. She has a light blush on her face. She wears a navel-bearing shirt on her upper body and denim shorts on her lower body. She has a branded bag slung across her shoulder, and her temperament is outstanding. Birds of a feather flock together. Those who can be brothers with Zhang Xinzhou, a second-generation rich man, must have a good family background. Yin Qing, let me introduce you to my three roommates, Su Ming, Yang Fei, and Li Tengwen. The girl Zhang Xinzhou called Yin Qing took off her sunglasses and smiled. Hello. Su Ming smiled and asked, Is your name Yin Qing, or is your surname Yin? Surname Yin. It's a nice name. Yin Qing laughed and said, Xinzhou, your roommate is quite sweet. Zhang Xinzhou shrugged and said, Let's go. Let's go eat first, and then I'll take you for a stroll later. What to eat? It's a food stall. 5 people came to the snack street at the south gate of the school together. The military training had just ended, and the street was full of people at night. Not only were the shops on both sides full of people, but even the roadside stalls beside the road were crowded with people. The aromas of hand-pulled pancakes, rujiamo, egg-filled pancakes, starch sausages, and fried skewers wafted into the air, and several people who originally didn't feel hungry began to swallow their saliva unconsciously. Crawfish, do you want to eat it? Let's go, let's go. Boys often make decisions in just a few seconds. The 5 of them soon arrived at a food stall. The proprietress handed Su Ming a menu, and Su Ming handed it to Yin Qing. Girls first. Yin Qing didn't hesitate and started ordering after taking the menu. Su Ming asked, Madam Boss, with so many people in the store, you can make a lot of money a month, right? The proprietress didn't expect Su Ming to talk to her. She smiled and said, It's okay. Business is better at the beginning of the school year. When the weather gets colder, business will be average. I heard that the rent in Shanghai is very expensive. A store this big must cost several thousand a month, right? Seeing that Su Ming was still a student, the lady boss didn't hide her money. A few thousand is not enough. My place is about 150 square meters, and it costs nearly 20,000 yuan a month. But if the area is smaller, it will be much cheaper. The bun shop next door only charges 7,500 yuan a month. So, expensive? To do business these days means working for the landlord. The proprietress sighed, I don't know how many stores close down on this street every year. Su Ming smiled and didn't say anything else. Su Ming could actually accept this price. After all, land in Shanghai is very expensive. According to the landlady, the unit price per square meter is only about 130 yuan. If he rents a shop of 50 to 60 square meters, the price would be between 7,000 and 8,000 yuan. Su Ming got the rental price from the boss's wife, but he had no idea what specific business to start. Milk tea shop is the simplest. However, it was no longer suitable to open a milk tea shop near the university in 2014. First of all, there were several stalls selling drinks in the school cafeteria. There were several milk tea shops on this street alone. The competition was too fierce. When Su Ming reported to the school on the first day, this idea had already been rejected. Su Ming, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Su Ming said, It's just, what is it? Sooner or later, this matter could not be concealed, so Su Ming said directly, I actually have the idea of starting a business. I was thinking about doing some small business in school. Huh. Yang Fei was stunned at first. He asked, Su Ming, you are not also a rich second generation, right? Didn't I tell you that my parents are just ordinary employees in the company? Then what do you use to run your business? Didn't you hear what the boss lady said just now? It costs 20,000 to rent a store. This kind of store must be rented for a year, and it costs hundreds of thousands to rent a year. Even if it's not such a big one, it must cost tens of thousands. Could it be? Did you win the lottery? Su Ming glared. How do you know? Chapter 57, I Want to Kill You. What? For pairs of eyes suddenly fell on Su Ming. Su Mingyin said calmly, I made a little money during the summer vacation, but it's not much. As I just said, I want to do small business. Zhang Xinzhou asked with great interest. So what do you want to do? I haven't decided yet. Su Ming smiled and said, let me think about it first. Let's eat first. Yen Qing propped up her cheek and said with a smile, Xinzhou, look at your roommate. He has been thinking about starting his own business since the beginning of college. What about you? Are you just planning to eat and wait for death in college? Zhang Xinzhou quickly said, you know my family situation. My father strictly forbids me to start a business. Then why did you study finance? Yen Qing hit the nail on the head. Although there is a family motto, Zhang Xinzhou, who seems to be a good boy, actually has a heart that wants to prove himself. The life of going home to collect rent can be seen at a glance. He doesn't want to be like the old man at home, doing nothing all day, either going fishing, playing mahjong, or playing golf. This kind of life is too boring. Zhang Xinzhou sighed and said helplessly, my dad said that if I dare to start a business, he will cut off my source of income. Yang Fei asked in confusion, Zhang Xinzhou, why didn't your father let you start a business? Su Ming explained with a smile, because if they live a life of eating, drinking, and having fun, their family property will not be squandered. But if their business fails, they may lose all their houses. Therefore, many rich people would rather their sons idle away all day than let them prove themselves. For example, if your family has 100 million in savings and the interest rate for large denomination certificates of deposit is 4%, you can make a net profit of 4 million if you keep the money in the bank for a year. What kind of business can you start to guarantee a net profit of 4 million every year? If you can't make any money, even if you break even, you're still losing money. Su Ming, you are so understanding. I read this from a novel called Top Star. Old book friends check-in post. Zhang Xinzhou said jokingly. But, Su Ming, if your entrepreneurial project is good, maybe I can partner with you. Aren't you afraid that your father won't give you living expenses? No. Zhang Xinzhou put his arm around Yen Qing's shoulders and said, my buddy can support me. Yen Qing rolled her eyes. She was not disgusted by Zhang Xinzhou's action. The two seemed to be like this often. She shook her shoulders and cursed with a smile. Get lost. After the crayfish were served, the 5 people started peeling the crayfish and chatting. Li Tengwen is not a talkative person, but Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou have a lot of common topics. With the support of Yang Fei and Yen Qing, the atmosphere is very harmonious. By the time the 5 people came out of the food stall, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Ming smiled and said, we won't be light bulbs. If you don't return to the dormitory before 11 o'clock, I will assume that you will not come back tonight. But remember to pay attention to safety. Su Ming emphasized the pronunciation of the 4 words, be careful. Su Ming, your uncle. Watching Su Ming, Yang Fei, and Li Tengwen walk away, Yen Qing smiled and said, this Su Ming seems to be very skilled in the ways of the world. I have high emotional intelligence. I discovered it on the first day of school. Zhang Xinzhou said, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find roommates with whom I could talk about common topics in college. Now it seems that I was overthinking. Where to go next? Let me call my old man first. What are you going to do? You need money. I just said that I would start a business with Su Ming. What excuse are you going to make this time? Just say you're pregnant, and I need money for an abortion. Yen Qing raised her leg and kicked Zhang Xinzhou on the buttocks, blushing and scolding. Zhang Xinzhou, get out of here. On the way back to the dormitory. Yang Fei, are you very envious of Zhang Xinzhou? Li Tengwen suddenly said. Yang Fei raised his eyebrows and asked in confusion. Why do you say that? Didn't you say at noon that spending money on your girlfriend is nothing? The most amazing thing is to let your girlfriend spend money on you? It seems that it was Zhang Xinzhou's girlfriend who paid the bill just now. Although Zhang Xinzhou said that Yen Qing was his brother and buddy, any discerning person could see that their relationship was clearly more like that of a couple. Yang Fei said stubbornly, then why did you tell me this specifically? Do you think Su Ming is not envious? What am I envious of? Su Ming said seriously, I am with my girlfriend, and she is the one who spends money on me. Make it up again. If you don't believe it, forget it. Yang Fei snorted. If that's the case, then your girlfriend must also be a ruhwa. Yang Fei, you can't say the grapes are sour just because you can't eat them. My girlfriend is both beautiful and rich. He. Yang Fei obviously didn't believe it, and Su Ming didn't explain, even though he had photos of him and Chun Qingqing in his phone, and more than one. After returning to the dormitory, Su Ming took out his cell phone and found that his best friend Qin Jiwei had sent him several messages. Qin Jiwei, I'm done with my military training, and you should be done with it too. Qin Jiwei, tomorrow is a day off. Do you want to come and play with me? Or I will come to you. Qin Jiwei, I want to check in at the Oriental Pearl Tower first. Su Ming, I'm busy. Su Ming, I have a date with my girlfriend. Su Ming, next time. Qin Jiwei, you are so naive that you forget your principles for the sake of beauty, aren't you? Su Ming, yes. Qin Jiwei, Su Ming, you really deserve to die. There are only 9 girls in our engineering class. If I had known, I would not have come to Shanghai. Su Ming, it's okay. There are many girls in my school. I'll introduce you to some girls when I get to know them better. Qin Jiwei, is it reliable? Su Ming, don't worry, it's absolutely reliable. Su Ming, what type do you like? Qin Jiwei, I'm not picky. I can accept someone who is a little worse than your girlfriend. Su Ming, then you will be single for the rest of your life. Qin Jiwei? Qin Jiwei. Su Ming, what the hell do you mean? Qin Jiwei. Fuck, I want to kill you with a knife. Magic City Conservatory of Music. In the girls' dormitory 205, Chun Qingqing saw the courier message on her phone and asked quietly, do you know where to pick up the courier? It's usually at the entrance of the library opposite the cafeteria. Are you going to pick up the package now? Chun Qingqing nodded and said, it should be the things my mother sent to me that have arrived. Shun Sini stood up and said, Qingqing, let me go with you. I also have a package arriving. Okay. The two left the dormitory and quickly arrived at the place where they picked up the express delivery. After Chun Qingqing signed for the package, she waited at the door for a while. After Shinsini next to her also received the express delivery, the two of them walked back together. What did your mother send you? Cell phone. What are these 2 couriers? Isn't there one for your boyfriend? His phone battery doesn't last long, and it keeps freezing, so I... Okay. Shinsini showed an expression that said, you don't have to explain. I understand everything. He is a loyal fan of Korean dramas. She had seen all those romantic love scenes on TV. Chun Qingqing looked at Shinsini, then looked down at the phone in her hand. She suddenly felt a little regretful. She didn't know how to give the phone to Su Ming tomorrow. But when Chun Qingqing thought about the cheesy, annoying smile Su Ming would show after receiving the phone, she felt like laughing. This half-month, why does time go by so slowly? Chapter 58. Your mom gave me a thumbs up. 7 o'clock the next morning. Su Ming quickly got out of bed, brushed his teeth and washed his face, then changed his clothes and went out amid the cursing of his 3 roommates. After buying 4 meat buns and a bottle of soy milk in the cafeteria and walking to the bus stop, Su Ming quickly got on the bus to the subway station. It is actually not easy to get there from here. You have to take the bus for 10 minutes, then take the subway and transfer in the middle of the subway. The whole process takes about 80 minutes. Su Ming set out from the dormitory at 7:15 in the morning and didn't arrive at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music until 8:40. Unlike other universities, the Shanghai Conservatory of Music has an open management system, so Su Ming walked into the campus easily. I have to say that art students are indeed a level better looking than ordinary college students. Almost all the girls are fair-skinned, beautiful, and have long legs. As Su Ming walked along, several bold senior schoolmates took the initiative to flirt with him, but Su Ming ruthlessly ignored them all. Arriving downstairs of the girls' dormitory where Chun Qingqing lived, Su Ming took out his cell phone and called Chun Qingqing. In the dormitory, when the cell phone rang, Chun Qingqing's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. She hung up the phone, put on a pair of pink and white Nike sneakers, picked up an unopened cell phone, and quickly left the dormitory. Jiang Yu smiled and said, it's rare to see Qingqing so anxious. Zhang Ruwei said confidently, that handsome guy must be downstairs in our dormitory right now. Do any of you want to make a bet with me? Shin Sini, who was brushing her teeth, walked to the window and took a look, then quickly said, no need to bet, I've already seen him. They came here right after the military training. Their relationship is a bit too good. Shin Sini, stop looking. Your drool is falling to the ground. Chun Qingqing ran to the first floor and realized that she seemed a little too excited. She calmed herself down, then deliberately waited for a while before walking out of the girls' dormitory at a leisurely pace. Su Ming was standing at the door, so of course she saw him at a glance, but she deliberately looked around and pretended not to see him. Su Ming knew that Chun Qingqing did this on purpose. He walked forward, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and said helplessly, "That's unnecessary. It's only been half a month, and you don't recognize me anymore? Who are you?" "Your boyfriend." Su Ming held his head high and chest puffed out, filled with righteous indignation. After hearing this, Chun Qingqing turned around and was about to go back, but Su Ming quickly grabbed her and said, "What are you doing? I took 2 buses to get here." Chun Qingqing stopped walking when she heard this, turned around and looked Su Ming up and down, then said with disdain, "You're as tanned as an African. My school has very strict military training, and I didn't wear sunscreen, so I'm still relatively fair-skinned. My 3 roommates are all darker than me. How long did it take you to get here?" 1 hour and 20 minutes. So long. It's okay. Time flies when I think about meeting you soon. Chun Qingqing pursed her lips, trying not to smile, and then handed him the unopened phone in her hand. "Here you go." "What?" "You'll know once you open it." Su Ming reached out to take it and quickly opened the outer paper box. As soon as the Apple box inside was revealed, Su Ming knew that this was the latest model of iPhone 6. He looked at Chun Qingqing in surprise and asked, "For me?" Chun Qingqing made an excuse and said, "I asked my mother to buy me a new phone. I don't know why, but she sent 2 of them. Maybe the merchant made a mistake, so I gave you a discount." Su Ming smiled and said, "Just say it was given to me. Who would believe such a lame excuse? Then give it back to me. You take back what you gave away." "I regret it." "No, it's mine now. Give me." Su Ming raised his cell phone high, and Chun Qingqing stood on tiptoe to try to get it back. But after trying twice and failing, she wanted to step on Su Ming's foot, but then she remembered that she had already injured Su Ming's foot before. So she reached out and pushed Su Ming away and walked forward on her own. Su Ming quickly chased after him. "Wait for me." The 2 walked out of the school, and Chun Qingqing stopped and asked, "Where are you going?" "Your school is very close to the Bund. Let's go to the Bund in the morning, then go to the movies in the afternoon, and check in next to the Oriental Pearl Tower. In the evening, I'll take you back to school, and then I'll go back. Lead the way." Chun Qingqing has a poor sense of direction, and during the military training, she hardly left the school, so once she left the school gate, she couldn't tell the directions. Su Ming led her to the subway station, and then took the subway and got off at Nanjing East Road. While on the subway, Su Ming couldn't wait to import the data from his old phone into his Apple phone. Although the iPhone 6 is not as good as the iPhone 16, it is at least much better than the crappy phone he is using now. In 2014, Apple phones were still able to outperform domestic phones. Su Ming was smiling foolishly all the way. He was smiling foolishly not only because he owned the phone, but also because he had a girlfriend who was willing to give him the phone. In my previous life, I also gave Gu Mingyao an Apple phone in college. However, she was only happy for a moment on the day she received the phone, and she continued to ignore me afterwards. However, I saved up for that phone after a whole semester of hard work. Think about the past, think about the present. Su Ming was filled with emotion. After exiting the subway station, he solemnly said to Chun Qingqing next to him, "Thank you. It's just a cell phone. What's there to thank for? When I have money, I will buy you whatever you want. Then let's talk about it when you have money." Chun Qingqing put her hands behind her back, turned her head to the side, and a smile played on her lips. Taking a walk along the Bund, you can enjoy the scenery on both sides of the Huangpu River, with the breeze blowing on your face and the rippling water. The Oriental Pearl Tower, Jinmao Tower, and Shanghai World Financial Center in the distance complement the cruise ships and ferries on the river, forming a magnificent city landscape painting. Chun Qingqing and Su Ming walked aimlessly. About half an hour later, Chun Qingqing sat down on a chair beside the sidewalk. She stretched out her hand, clenched her fist, and tapped her thigh lightly. "I'm tired." "Then take a break." Su Ming also sat down next to him. After the data was transferred, he took a photo of the Apple phone with his old phone and then posted a message on WeChat Moments with the Apple phone. He first uploaded a photo of his cell phone and then wrote, "The Apple phone my girlfriend gave me." In order to avoid nagging, he blocked Lao Su, his mother, and some relatives before posting the message, and then clicked publish. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just posted it on WeChat Moments to show off." Chun Qingqing said speechlessly, "No future." "Oh no." "What happened again?" "I forgot to block your mom." Chun Qingqing had a bad feeling and grabbed the phone to take a look. When she saw the content of Su Ming's circle of friends, Her face turned red. Su Ming, don't worry. I'll delete it right away. Your mother will definitely not see it. Su Ming took the phone and was about to delete it. A notification suddenly popped up in the moments. Su Ming refreshed the page and saw the words Aunt Jiang clearly displayed in the like column. Su Ming raised his head and looked at Chen Qingqing and said weakly, "Your mother has already liked my post." Chapter 59 from iPhone 6s 128G Rose Gold Client. You, don't be so quick to scold me. Let me explain a few things to your mother first. Su Ming returned to the main interface, opened the chat box with Jiang mail-in, and quickly typed, "Annie, I just wanted to show off in the circle of friends. Things are not what you think." Jiang mail-in replied quickly, "I know there is a phone for you." Jiang mail-in, "Are you together now?" Su Ming, "Well, we are on the bund." Jiang mail-in, "Okay, take good care of Qingqing. Annie has to go to a meeting." Su Ming, "No problem." Su Ming finished replying and deleting the post on Moments. He said, "Okay, I've explained it all. I deleted the post on Moments as well." Chen Qingqing said angrily, "I don't want to care about you now." "Oh, it's okay. Your mother knows about our relationship. Get lost. I was wrong. Is it okay if I was wrong?" Su Ming stood up and walked to Chen Qingqing, squatted on the ground, and put his face close to her. "How about you slap me twice?" Chen Qingqing, "You think I don't dare? Come on then." As soon as Chen Qingqing raised her hand, she noticed that several passers-by were looking at her. She quickly put her hand down, lowered her head, and whispered, "Sit down." "Then don't be angry. Sit tight. Just say you're not angry anymore." "Okay, I'm not angry anymore." Su Ming soon sat down next to him again. After the group of people had passed by, Chen Qingqing, who was still a little angry, reached out and grabbed a small piece of flesh on Su Ming's arm and twisted it hard. Su Ming didn't cry out in pain, but smiled frivolously and said, "Are you relieved now?" Snort. Seeing that Chen Qingqing didn't mention it again, Su Ming crossed his legs and sent a message in the dormitory group. Su Ming, "At all members, are you all up?" From the iPhone 6s 128G Rose Gold Client. Yang Fei, "Just woke up, what's wrong?" Su Ming, "It's okay, I just changed my phone to see if the signal is good." From iPhone 6s 128G Rose Gold Client. Yang Fei, "Did you buy an iPhone 6s? Su Ming, "Yes." From the iPhone 6s 128G Rose Gold Client. Zhang Xinzhou, "No. Do you really need to add this sentence after every sentence?" Su Ming, "The main reason is that I don't know how to set this suffix." Yang Fei, "How much did it cost?" Su Ming, "It was free. My girlfriend gave it to me." After sending the last message, Su Ming left the dormitory group, then took a photo of the Oriental Pearl Tower and sent it to Qin Jiwei. Su Ming, picture. Su Ming, "This is the Oriental Pearl Tower. Does it look good?" From the iPhone 6s 128G Rose Gold Client. Qin Jiwei, "Qin Jiwei, did you change your phone?" Su Ming, "Are you talking about my iPhone?" Su Ming, "This is a gift from my girlfriend." Su Ming, "It has a 4.7-inch screen, an Apple A9 processor, a 5-megapixel front camera, a 12-megapixel rear camera, supports 4K video recording, has a large 128G storage capacity, and supports front fingerprint recognition. It's really easy to use." Su Ming, "Why don't you speak?" Su Ming, "Hey Weigil, where are you?" Qin Jiwei, "I'm sharpening my knife." Qin Jiwei, "Send me the location. I'll come find you right now." In the afternoon, the two went to the cinema to watch The 4-3, a martial arts movie starring Deng Chao and Liu Yifei. Su Ming had never seen this movie before, but he watched it very seriously. Chen Qingqing is not very interested in martial arts movies. After the whole movie was over, she gave a very fair review average. Su Ming thought the Oriental Pearl Tower should be quite beautiful, but now standing under the Oriental Pearl Tower, he felt that it was just so. The beauty of mountains and waters is not as good as the beauty of people. Some people are the most beautiful scenery just by standing there. Shall I take a picture of you? Don't want. Since we're here, let's take a picture. Then you're not allowed to have messy hair. I promise. Where did you shoot it? Su Ming thought about the composition and took Chen Qingqing to the steps. Just stand here. Trust me, I'm a professional photographer. Tisk. After Chen Qingqing stood up, Su Ming stepped back several steps, took out his mobile phone, squatted on the ground, and began to adjust the shooting angle. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the blue stone slabs, making Chen Qingqing's cheeks red. She was wearing a light blue dress today, and her long hair cascaded over her shoulders. The breeze lifted the hem of her skirt and blew her hair. She just stood there and became the focus of many people's attention. Are you done yet? Noticing the gazes from all around her, Chen Qingqing stomped her feet lightly, venting her inner dissatisfaction. Su Ming found the right angle and took several photos, then ran forward and handed the phone to Chen Qingqing. He was very close, with their heads almost touching. If Su Ming had been so close in the past, Chen Qingqing would definitely have pushed him away, but she didn't do that now. How was it? Did I take a good picture? Good. Su Ming smiled and said, then take a picture for me too. Chen Qingqing agreed readily. She walked to the place where Su Ming had just stood and took a picture of Su Ming from the same angle. Before showing the picture to Su Ming, she took a look at it herself first. This stupid pig is quite photogenic. Give it back to you. Chen Qingqing returned the phone to Su Ming. Su Ming took it, took a look, and said with a smile, shall we take another photo together? No. Reject. Take a picture. No. Okay, forget it. I've already taken several secret photos today. What did you say? Nothing. Do you want to eat again? No more. Then take me back to school. Okay, miss, please come this way. Flattery. The two returned along the same route, and after getting off at the nearest subway station to the Shanghai Film Academy, they still had to walk for 12 minutes to get to the school. Just as the two of them were chatting about the interesting things that happened during the military training. Squeak! A very harsh breaking sound suddenly rang out. Su Ming looked over immediately and saw a small truck carrying goods suddenly braked in the middle of the road. Less than a meter in front of the truck, an old man fell to the ground with a loud bang. The car had clearly stopped. The person fell down only after the car stopped. This is clearly a scam. Oh my God, this kind of thing happens. The driver of the pickup truck got out of the car immediately. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously not a rich man. He was wearing a yellowed white vest and his back was wet with sweat. When he got out of the car, he saw an old man lying in front of the car, screaming in pain. He panicked instantly. A group of people soon gathered around. Su Ming thought for a moment, then turned to Chen Qingqing and said, wait for me for a moment. I'll go and do something brave and righteous. As he spoke, Su Ming walked towards the middle of the road, holding his cell phone under Chen Qingqing's surprised gaze. Come on, make way for a moment. Wow, uncle, you are amazing. You are so old and still come out to scam people. I recorded everything that happened just now with my phone. The uncle clearly didn't hit you. You were the one who lay on the ground. Isn't it unfair for you to do this? When the old man saw Su Ming holding the cell phone, he screamed even louder. Su Ming smiled and said, Uncle, now there are dash cams and cars and cameras everywhere on the road. It is illegal for you to blackmail someone like this. Uncles and aunts, did you see everything just now? In fact, you can tell at a glance whether it is fake or not. At such an old age, if he was hit by a car, he would not be able to scream. The people around him saw that he was screaming more and more excitedly, and they started pointing and talking. The skit Should I Help You, starring Happy Twist, about the subject of fraud was performed on the Spring Festival Gala last year. Fraud has become a focus of social attention. The old man lying on the ground saw that everyone around him was condemning him, and suddenly he stopped crying out in pain. Su Ming angrily, then stood up and walked away dejectedly amid a chorus of accusations. The truck driver was relieved when he saw this. He ran up to Su Ming excitedly, shook his hand, and said with a smile on his face, Classmate, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I don't know what I would do. Seeing the simple smile on the driver's face, Su Ming also smiled and said, Hey, it's okay, it's my duty. This guy is really good. That's great. Young man, are you married? You are still in college, so do you have a girlfriend? Do you want Annie to introduce you to one? Chapter 60, He is My Slave. Annie, I already have a girlfriend. Su Ming pointed at Chen Qingqing, who was standing on the side of the road. For some reason, Chen Qingqing's heart started beating fast again when Su Ming pointed at her. The group of uncles and aunts around saw that Su Ming already had a girlfriend, praised him a few words, and then quickly dispersed. Just when Su Ming was about to leave, Classmate, wait a moment. The truck driver, called Su Ming, walked quickly to the back of the truck, took out a box of peaches and a box of cherries from the cargo compartment, and handed them directly to Su Ming. Su Ming realized that the truck driver was transporting fruit. Etc. Fruit? There seems to be only one fruit shop near the school. Uncle, what are you doing? Take this back and eat it. Thank you for helping me today. Otherwise, I might have worked for nothing for a year. Uncle, this is too expensive. The truck driver smiled and said, It's not expensive. The fruits in my truck are all bought at wholesale prices. They are much cheaper than what you buy at the fruit store. It doesn't cost much. You can take it back and eat it with your girlfriend. Um, Uncle, where are these fruits shipped from? There's a big fruit wholesale market over in Baoshan district. Su Ming responded quickly. Uncle, let's add WeChat. Can you send me the address of the wholesale market? Although he didn't understand what Su Ming meant, the truck driver still took out his phone and added him on WeChat. Seeing that the driver's WeChat name was his real name, Su Ming also introduced himself. Uncle, my name is Su Ming. Okay, I still have to make the delivery. I'll send you the address later. Okay, thank you. I should thank you. Watching the pickup truck drive away, Su Ming returned to the roadside carrying 2 boxes of fruit. The two continued walking towards the Shanghai Film Academy, while Su Ming was analyzing the feasibility of opening a fruit shop. First of all, the area for opening a fruit store does not need to be very large, which can save rental costs. Secondly, fruit can be considered a necessity. The School of Finance campus alone has 20,000 people. As long as a fruit store can be opened, the customer flow will definitely not be low. Then there is the issue of cost, which requires going to the wholesale market to find out the prices and then finding out the market prices. A more thorough feasibility analysis report needs to be made in the evening. When they walked into the school, it was lunchtime and many people were coming and going on campus. Su Ming and Chen Qingqing were walking side by side, which also attracted a lot of attention. As early as the military training, Chen Qingqing had caused many classmates and alumni to have appearance anxiety. If her 3 roommates had not told her early on that she already had a boyfriend, she would probably have been surrounded by several flies. Can you carry these 2 boxes of fruit? That uncle gave it to you, not to me. What's mine is yours, isn't it? We are one family, and we shouldn't have different opinions. Chen Qingqing stopped and pointed at Su Ming, warning him fiercely. Su Ming, I'm telling you, if you keep talking nonsense like this, I will really ignore you. Su Ming quickly changed his words. The main thing is that I have to change 2 buses to get back, so it's not easy to carry it. You should take it up and share it with your roommate. Chen Qingqing was about to speak. Chen Qingqing. Not far away, a crisp voice was heard, causing Chen Qingqing and Su Ming to turn their heads and look over. A girl with curly hair walked over here and took the initiative to greet Chen Qingqing. Did you just come back from outside the school? Chen Qingqing nodded. Su Ming asked doubtfully. Who is she? The curly-haired girl said enthusiastically. Chen Qingqing and I are classmates. My name is Qin Wenwen. You are Chen Qingqing's boyfriend, right? Su Ming accepted this identity calmly. That's right. Chen Qingqing pushed Su Ming away, still angrily saying, he is not. When Qin Wenwen saw this situation, she thought, this couple is having a quarrel. Su Ming meaningfully, her eyes seemed to be saying, why don't you comfort him? Su Ming also gave her a look saying, it's too hard to coax her. Please help me. Qin Wenwen smiled and said, he's not your boyfriend. So he's your? He is my. Chen Qingqing didn't even want to say friend, and replied simply and cleanly, he is my slave. After Qin Wenwen heard this, she looked at Su Ming and said, I can't help you anymore. Then she made up an excuse and walked away, but she was still muttering, you're still a slave? Are you so extravagant when it comes to dating now? Okay, don't be angry. It's getting dark. I have to go back to school. Chen Qingqing only then realized that Su Ming still had to take a nearly 1.5-hour drive back home. She said, you go back. What about these 2 boxes of fruit? Give me. It's a bit heavy. I'd better take you back to the dormitory building first. Chen Qingqing rolled her eyes at Su Ming and continued walking towards the dormitory. Arrived at the dormitory door, Su Mingkai handed 2 boxes of fruit to Chen Qingqing and reminded her, remember to eat and sleep on time. If you encounter any problems that you can't solve, send me a message. Nah, then I'll go back first. I'll see if I'm free next weekend. If I'm free, I'll come over again. Su Ming finished speaking. He prepared to go back. Wait a minute. Su Ming turned around, looking confused. Wait here, don't leave. Chen Qingqing carried 2 boxes of fruit back to the dormitory. After putting the 2 boxes of fruit on her desk, she opened the drawer and took out a few bags of facial masks, then quickly went downstairs again. Zhang Ruwei stood up, took a look at the fruit on the table, and then immediately went to the balcony. Zhang Yu and Shin Sini saw it and quickly followed. 3 heads lowered their heads in unison and looked downstairs. Chen Qingqing walked to the dormitory door and handed the facial mask in her hand to Su Ming. Su Ming saw it was a facial mask. He quickly said with a smile, I can't use it. Chen Qingqing asked stubbornly, do you want it? Seeing Chun Ching's stubborn expression, Su Ming suddenly found it cute. He reached out to take the mask and said with a smile, "Actually, if I'm a little darker, won't it make your whiteness more obvious?" Chun Ching pouted and said, "Apply it for half an hour every night before going to bed. If you're still this dark next time you come over, I'll—" "As you wish." Su Ming saluted Chun Ching straight in the eyes. "I promise that I will become whiter next time. Then I'm really leaving." What should I do? I'm still a little reluctant. Do you want to hold me?" "Roll." Su Ming smiled and waved, then turned and walked away. "What a stupid pig." Second floor balcony. Shinseni. "Now that the atmosphere is so good, why don't you give me a kiss?" Jiangyu. I guess they kissed each other. There were too many people in the school, and Qingqing was embarrassed. Zhang Ruowei. Not necessarily. I don't think they have reached this stage yet. Shinseni. So what stage are they in now? Zhang Ruowei. The ambiguous period. Shinseni. Ambiguous period? Zhang Ruowei nodded with experience and said, "It should be." Click. As soon as the dormitory door opened, Qingqing saw her 3 roommates lying on the balcony and talking. She was stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly felt a little nervous, thinking that they could just see the scene downstairs in the dormitory from that position. Could it be that they all saw it? Wrong. I didn't do anything just now. Do you want to eat some fruit? Yes, yes, yes. The fruit sent by the handsome guy must be fragrant and sweet. I want to take advantage of you guys, and I hope I can find a boyfriend soon. Chapter 61 from now on, you will follow me. On the way back, Su Ming set the photo he took of Chun Chingqing at the Oriental Pearl Tower in the evening as his cell phone wallpaper. After taking 2 buses, it was already past 8 o'clock when I returned to school. As soon as Su Ming pushed the door and walked into the dormitory, his 3 roommates looked at him straight. "Is there something on my face?" Yang Fei stood up and walked forward, asking, "Did your girlfriend really give you an Apple phone?" "Here, the latest iPhone 6S. Is your girlfriend in her 50s? "Your girlfriend is only in her 50s. Su Ming stretched out his hand to push him away, sat down in his seat, crossed his legs and smiled. "I know you are envious, but don't be envious yet because this is just the beginning." Yang Fei stepped forward with a smile. "Show me if the new Apple phone is easy to use." Su Ming was not stingy and directly handed the phone to him. After Yang Fei took it, he looked at it as if he had found a treasure. After the phone screen lit up, Yang Fei smiled and said, "Did you find this wallpaper online? It's quite nice." "What wallpaper?" "That's my girlfriend." What a load of bullshit. This is clearly a picture from the internet. Su Ming snatched the phone back and glanced at Yang Fei. "If you don't believe me, forget it. Give me back my phone. I have something else to do." Su Ming opened WeChat and found that a truck driver named Chun Jianjun had sent him the address of the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. Su Ming copied the address onto the map and searched it. It would take more than 2 hours to get there from the school. Zhang Xinzhou, did you buy the bananas on your table from the fruit shop in the snack street? Right. How much is 1 pound? I don't remember. This is about 2 kilograms. It costs more than 9 yuan. The fruit shop next to the school is a bit expensive. Su Ming nodded and typed on WeChat. "Uncle Chen, would you mind sending me the wholesale price of the fruit wholesale market? I just happen to have a list here." Chun Jianjun is still a man who values friendship. Su Ming really helped him a lot today. So he didn't even ask Su Ming what he wanted to do and directly sent the price list of the wholesale market to Su Ming. Su Ming quickly found the wholesale price of bananas on the list. 1.8 yuan per caddy. Are the profits from fruits so high? No, we also have to consider the transportation cost and inventory cost. Fruit transportation is definitely not cheap, and fruit is easy to rot. So if we can't sell it, we will suffer a loss. But the profit margin is here, and as long as it is managed well, this business will still be viable. I'll go to that fruit store tomorrow and take a look at the prices first. Nothing happened overnight. 7:30 the next morning. The 4 people woke up from their sleep one after another. Today is the first day of classes at university, and no one will be late on the first day. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces in a hurry, the 4 of them quickly went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast. In order to save time, they ate breakfast on the way. By the time they arrived at the classroom, the seats in the front were almost full. It seems that everyone is very enthusiastic at the beginning of the school year. Su Ming smiled and sat down in the last row consciously. Zhang Xinzhou was about the same height as Su Ming, so he also sat in the last row like Su Ming. Yang Fei lowered his voice and said, "There are still seats in the front. There's no need to sit in the last row." Su Ming, It's easier to slack off if you sit in the last row. Zhang Xinzhou, +1. But if you want to sit in the front, you can. You don't have to sit together. Yang Fei thought about it and sat down in the last row. He said, forget it. I'm not nearsighted anyway. Needless to say, Li Tungwen must have found a seat in the front and sat down. After the class bell rang, Counselor Su Tong walked in from outside the classroom first. She said concisely, our class schedule has been released. You can check it out in the group chat. We don't have classes in the first and second periods this morning. The reason why we called everyone here is to select the class leaders before the formal class. You have been together for half a month, so you must have some understanding of each other. Based on the principles of fairness and freedom, our class leaders will be elected through elections and voted for by the whole class. Okay, I won't waste my time. Anyone who volunteers to be the class monitor can go to the podium and speak to canvas for votes. After Su Tong finished speaking, Zhang Xinzhou lowered his voice and said, Zhang Yang came to our dormitory yesterday. Su Ming asked curiously, why did he go to our dormitory? Although he didn't say it explicitly, the hint was obvious. He wanted to be the monitor of our class, so he must have visited every dormitory yesterday afternoon, deliberately trying to canvass for votes. Su Ming was surprised and said, then he is too naked. Yang Fei also echoed, anyway, I won't vote for him. Su Ming heard what Yang Fei said. He suddenly wanted to laugh. At this moment, there should be quite a few students who have the same idea as Yang Fei. Maybe at this moment Zhang Yang is still complacent and thinks he has done a great job, but he probably doesn't know that he has already made things worse. Look at it from another angle. If you have a classmate who, in order to become a class leader, follows the counselor around to flatter him and comes to the dormitory to say good things before the election, would you still be willing to elect such a person as a class leader? I can only say that I am still too young. The three people were talking in a low voice. Seeing that no one in the class stood up, Zhang Yang straightened his clothes, stood up, and walked straight to the podium. When the classmates saw him stand up and walk forward, no one was surprised, because Zhang Yang's desire to be class monitor had already been made clear before. Dear classmates, hello. I am honored to be here to participate in the class monitor election. First of all, I would like to introduce myself to you again. There are 4 main reasons why I think I can be the monitor. First, I have many years of experience as a class leader. Second, I have an active mind. Third, I can work with others. Fourth, I will fully respect everyone's wishes. Zhang Yang must have memorized a complete speech, and his speech was well-reasoned. After he finished speaking, his classmates also gave him a round of applause. Su Tong stepped forward with a smile. Are there any other students who want to run for class monitor? Everyone looked at me, and I looked at you, and no one had any intention of going on stage. Zhang Yang focused his eyes on Su Ming. He felt that Su Ming was the only one in the class who could pose a threat to him. In fact, this was indeed the case. During military training, Su Ming served as a company captain and received a certificate for outstanding military training model. He also got along well with his classmates. However, seeing Su Ming sitting there motionless, Zhang Yang felt more at ease. Is there no one willing to compete with Zhang Yang? Su Ming, go up. A boy in front suddenly turned around and urged in a low voice. His name is Zheng Yong. During military training, he fell while running, and it was Su Ming who helped him all the way back to the starting point, so he hoped that Su Ming could go up and compete with Zhang Yang. When several students nearby heard Zheng Yong calling him, they also exchanged glances, signaling Su Ming to go on stage. Su Ming was very conflicted. He didn't want to be class monitor, but his classmates were so supportive that he felt he would be letting them down if he didn't go up. Just when Su Ming was hesitating, Su Tong on the podium suddenly said, Su Ming, do you want to come up and say a few words? Su Tong knew all about Su Ming's performance in the recent period. She also hopes that Su Ming can come up and compete with Zhang Yang to see who the classmates are more willing to be the class monitor. Under the dual pressure from his classmates and counselor, Su Ming finally stood up and walked over. Zhang Yang was very polite and made way for Su Ming. Su Ming stood on the podium, cleared his throat, and saw more than 40 students looking at him. He smiled and said, Actually, I didn't plan to come up, but the instructor called me, so I'll just say a few words. Well, I don't have as good a resume as Zhang Yang, and I can't guarantee what I can do for you. I'll just say one thing here. If I really become the class monitor, then I will protect you for 4 years of college, and you will follow me from now on. Chapter 62, what did you call me? Ha ha ha. Su Ming's gangster-like words made the whole class laugh again, and Su Tong almost laughed out loud. Zhang Yang was dumbfounded. What? I spent several days painstakingly preparing my election speech for class monitor, but it's not as good as your follow me. Su Ming also turned sideways and said to Su Tong, Coach, I'm done. Su Tong walked onto the stage with a smile on her face and said to her classmates again, Is there anyone else who wants to run for class monitor? There's really no one here this time. Su Tong did not call anyone up by name. She said, Then the students will choose one from Zhang Yiyang and Su Ming to vote, and then put the ballot on the podium. I will give you 5 minutes to think about it. I would like to remind you that the selection of class monitor is also very important to you. A good class monitor can make the class more dynamic, so it is best to follow your own inner choice. Zhang Yiyang and Su Ming both returned to their seats, and Su Tong also waited silently at the podium. After thinking for a while, the students quickly wrote a name on the piece of paper, then folded it up and placed it on the podium. Su Ming seemed to have guessed the result. He glanced in the direction of Zhang Yiyang and saw that he looked nervous. Su Ming snatched the red pen from Zhang Xinzhou, wrote the name Zhang Yiyang on the piece of paper, and then walked up and put it on the podium. After Su Tong saw that all the classmates had made their choices, she also picked up the chalk and wrote 2 names on the blackboard, Su Ming's name on the left and Zhang Yiyang's name on the right. Then, he unfolded the folded paper and began to count the votes. Su Ming, 1 vote. After saying that, Su Tong started to draw the correct characters on the blackboard. 1 vote for Su Ming. 1 vote for Su Ming. 7 consecutive votes were cast for Su Ming. Not only did Zhang Yiyang not expect it, even Su Ming did not expect it. No. Does everyone trust me so much? The 8th vote was cast for Zhang Yiyang, followed by several consecutive votes for Su Ming. Halfway through the votes, 3 Zheng characters were written under Su Ming's name on the blackboard, while only 3 strokes were written for Zhang Yiyang's name. Su Tong seemed to feel that if she continued to count, it would hurt Zhang Yiyang's feelings. Considering that Zhang Yiyang had been her follower at the beginning of the school year, Su Tong smiled and said, I think the results are out. Zhang Yiyang, do you want me to finish counting the votes, or? Zhang Yiyang said unwillingly, That's it. Okay then. Su Tong announced with a smile. From now on, Su Ming will be the monitor of our 2014 Finance Class 1. Everyone, give him a round of applause. Pa pa pa. There was thunderous applause in the classroom. Does anyone want to run for the position of League Secretary? If there is no one, then Zhang Yiyang, you will be the League Secretary of our class. Thank you, instructor. Zhang Yiyang forced an awkward smile. Su Tong raised her wrist, checked the time, and then said to Su Ming, Su Ming, come to my office with me. Okay. Su Ming followed Su Tong to the office, and then they began a long one-on-one conversation. Most of the time, Su Tong was talking and Su Ming was listening. What they said was nothing more than telling Su Ming how to be a good squad leader. After typing, Su Tong assigned 2 tasks to Su Ming. The first task was to teach the students how to apply for library cards, how to recharge water bills, how to recharge electricity bills, etc. The second task was to let Su Ming collect the information of the classmates in the class and create a WeChat group. Su Ming frowned and said, Didn't Zhang Yiyang create a QQ group? Su Tong smiled and said, WeChat is more formal, and you are the class monitor now. Don't you realize that you are not even an administrator in the QQ group? I don't know about that, Su Ming said frankly. Anyway, when I voted just now, I voted for Zhang Yiyang. You voted for Zhang Yiyang? Su Tong was surprised. When Su Tong heard this, she immediately looked at Su Ming with admiration. If it were anyone else, they would probably vote for her. Su Tong did not expect Su Ming to vote for his competitor. Su Ming said, Zhang Yiyang has made a lot of efforts to become the monitor. He must be very disappointed now. Instructor, how about you do some ideological work on him? Su Tong shook her head and refused. He is an adult now. If he needs comfort even for such a failure, there is no need for me to talk to him. Su Ming thought this made sense, nodded, and returned to the classroom. The monitor is back. Everyone stop arguing. Keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Speak to us again, squad leader. Don't make me laugh. Su Ming walked to the podium, patted the table twice, and the audience immediately quieted down. Su Ming said generously, The instructor just explained 2 things. The first thing is that I will teach you how to apply for library cards, water cards, etc. Everyone, take out your phones now, and we will create a WeChat group face-to-face. I will post the process in the group later. Squad leader, what's the password? Our company number during military training. Come in. Su Ming put down his phone and continued. The second thing is to collect your personal information. I will also send the template to the group later. Everyone fill in the information as required and post it in the group. Okay, that's all. If you have any questions, you can send me a private message. But on Saturday, don't contact me unless it's important. I have a date. A female classmate quickly asked. Class monitor, so you already have a girlfriend? Nonsense. Su Ming said shamelessly. I am so handsome. If I don't have a girlfriend, how can other boys live? Haha. Ding ling ling. The bell for the first large class rang. A large class in college is 90 minutes, which is equivalent to 2 small classes in high school. Su Ming patted the table again and said, the teacher will be here soon. Everyone, try to leave a good impression on the teacher in the first class, and don't make any more noise during class. As soon as Su Ming finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared at the classroom door carrying a shoulder bag. Are you the teacher who taught us microeconomics? It's me. Su Ming quickly made a stop gesture to his classmates. Seeing that the classroom had become quiet, Su Ming ran back to the last row and sat down. The microeconomics teacher glanced at Su Ming and walked up to the podium. The 90-minute class passed by in a flash. At first, Su Ming thought he would not be able to concentrate, but he did not expect that he could concentrate for the whole class. However, this was also related to the course. If it was a course like linear algebra and financial mathematics, Su Ming would have fallen asleep on the table. As soon as the teacher left, the students in the class went to the cafeteria to eat in groups of 3 or 5. Su Ming was also pulled away by Zhang Xinzhou and Yang Fei, arm in arm. Ha! You're the monitor in the end. You think I do. I know. It's what everyone wants. Yang Fei asked. Su Ming, what are you having for lunch? Su Ming, what did you call me? Yang Fei was puzzled. Su Ming. Su Ming said pretentiously. You called me Su Ming after we left the teaching building, and I won't argue with you. Now we're still in the teaching building. What do you think you should call me? Class monitor? Su Ming smiled and said to Zhang Xinzhou, hey, this kid is not stupid. Chapter 63, I want to join. There is another person in the classroom. It was none other than Zhang Yiyang. After everyone left, Zhang Yiyang quickly closed the classroom door, walked to the trash can, dumped out all the voting papers, and then unfolded them one by one. He wanted to know how many votes he had received. But after he unfolded all the notes, his expression froze. Because out of the 45 slips of paper in the class, he only got 3 votes, excluding his own vote. He only got 2 votes. Zhang Yiyang was devastated because this meant that one of his 3 roommates did not vote for him. He couldn't figure out what he had done wrong, as he had clearly followed the procedures. Show your face on the first day of school. I was unlucky during military training and didn't become the company captain, but I didn't do anything wrong. The day before class, which was yesterday, I went to the other 3 boys' dormitories and said hello to them. But why? Why did I only get 3 votes in the end? Zhang Yiyang kept reviewing the situation in his mind. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out where he lost. In the cafeteria, Su Ming finished eating. He stood up and said to Zhang Xinzhou, accompany me to a place. Where are you going? We'll talk on the way. Zhang Xinzhou wiped his mouth gracefully and quickly followed. Su Ming took Zhang Xinzhou and walked straight to the snack street of the school, saying, last time we had dinner, I told you that I had the idea of starting a business. Now I have figured out what I want to do. When Zhang Xinzhou heard this, he became interested and asked, what? Su Ming, fruit shop. Su Ming found the fruit price list of the wholesale market on his phone, handed it to Zhang Xinzhou, and said, this is the wholesale price of the fruit. Take a look. Zhang Xinzhou took it and looked at it, staring and asked, such a high profit? Well, first of all, there is little competition in opening a fruit store. Apart from those outside the school, our school currently only has 1 fruit store. Secondly, a fruit store does not need to rent a large storefront. A 50 to 60 square meter store is enough, which can save costs. And then there is no threshold to open a fruit store. It is easy to get started. The most important thing is that I have connections. Zhang Xinzhou nodded and said, that sounds really good. Where are you taking me now? 2 things. The first is to find out the prices of various fruits. You can pretend to buy fruits and I will record the prices. The second thing is to see if there is a suitable store. If there is, I want to rent the store within this week. You have a really high execution ability. Su Ming smiled and didn't explain much. Whether it is the trend or the opportunity, they all pass in the blink of an eye. Su Ming missed a lot of things due to his indecision in his previous life. Naturally, he will not miss any opportunity now. When we arrived at the snack street, It was obvious that the business at noon was not as good as at night. Classes have officially started now, and more people choose to eat 3 meals a day in the cafeteria. However, there are still many people who come to this street to buy snacks at night. The two of them turned straight into a shop with a sign that read Kanyuan Fruit Shop. Summer. The store mainly sells seasonal fruits. As soon as you enter the door, you can see a watermelon placed in the middle, and on the cabinets on both sides, there are peaches, mangoes, lychees, bayberries, grapes, and many other seasonal fruits. The prices of many fruits were marked next to them, and as soon as Su Ming entered the store, he started to memorize the prices on his mobile phone. Su Ming knew that as long as he opened his own fruit shop, he would inevitably compete with this fruit shop, and the only way for the two shops to compete was to engage in a price war. Therefore, knowing yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. Su Ming, Zhang Xinzhou, had to pretend to wander around the fruit shop. In order not to arouse the boss's suspicion, he bought half a watermelon and asked the boss to help cut it into pieces and pack it in boxes. Su Ming took advantage of this time to continuously input prices into his mobile phone. The two stayed in the store for about 10 minutes. Su Ming finally gave Zhang Xinzhou an okay look. Zhang Xinzhou then carried a box of watermelons and a box of melons and walked out of the fruit store with Su Ming. Have you memorized everything? There are many shops on this street that are being transferred, most of which are restaurants. However, they're all relatively large, so the rent should be very expensive. However, there is a shop selling multi-grain pancakes in front, so the size should be suitable. Let's go ask the price. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou walked to the door of the multi-grain pancake shop together. There was only one middle-aged man in the shop, about 45 years old, who was lying on a rocking chair, reading a novel called Cun Yin. The man saw Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou coming and thought they were going to buy cakes, so he put on his slippers, stood up and asked, "How many do you want?" Su Ming pointed at the words shop transfer on the glass door and said with a smile, "Boss, we don't want to buy cakes, we just want to talk to you about transferring the shop." When the man heard this, he frowned because Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were obviously college students. "You want to rent a shop? I have this idea." The man thought Su Ming was just asking for the price, so he casually said, "The shops on this street are all long-term leases. I have 2 years left on my contract, and the total rent for 2 years is 200,000. Su Ming smiled and said, "Boss, don't scare us just because we are young. I have already found out the approximate rent of the shops on this street. So, how much do you want?" 160,000. "That's impossible." The man refused. "I'm losing money at this price. This was not the price I paid when I signed the contract." "Boss, you don't want to sell it at the original price, right? There are so many shops for sale on this street, which shows that business is not doing well right now. To be honest, I don't have the confidence to take over. If you want to sell it at the original price, then there is no need for us to continue talking." Su Ming finished speaking. He pulled Zhang Xinzhou and was about to leave. When the boss heard Su Ming's tone, it seemed like he really wanted to rent a shop, so he quickly smiled and said, classmate, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's talk more. How do we chat? If you really want to rent it, I can lose a little, but you can't let me lose too much." Su Ming said, "We are both college students. We don't know how to bargain. Just name a price." The boss hesitated for a moment and said, 190,000. Su Ming, 170,000. The boss said with a bitter face, "I'm already losing a lot at this price. Forget it. Since you are college students, I can reduce it by another 2,000. Su Ming said firmly, 180,000, 18. "If you want to send it, send it. I'll just treat it as a prize. If you don't agree to this price, then there's no need to talk about it anymore." The boss was very conflicted, and this price just hit the spot. If you transfer it, you will suffer a small loss, but if no one takes over, you may lose more. The boss asked, "When can you pay me?" "This Friday. I can pay a deposit of 2,000 yuan first, and we will sign the contract and pay the balance on Friday." The boss gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and immediately decided, "Okay, 180,000 is 180,000, and signed the contract on Friday." Su Ming paid the deposit, wrote a receipt, and discussed some matters. He and Zhang Xinzhou prepared to return to the dormitory. Zhang Xinzhou asked, 180,000, can you afford it?" Su Ming said, "Yes." Zhang Xinzhou hesitated for a moment, but finally said bluntly, "Su Ming, I want to join your fruit shop." Su Ming was not surprised. He put his hand on Zhang Xinzhou's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brothers, let's settle the accounts. We each contribute 100,000 yuan and split the profits 64%. How about that? Zhang Xinzhou pushed Su Ming away and scolded him with a smile. You even cheated your roommate. We both paid 100,000 yuan, so why did you split it 60% to 40%? Do you know how to be a boss? Do you know how to run a fruit shop? Are you popular with me? Zhang Xinzhou interrupted. What does doing business have to do with being popular? Su Ming smiled and said, for a small business like ours, we deal with human relationships and worldly wisdom. Chapter 64, can you give me a head start? Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were chatting and laughing all the way back to school when they just passed by the Student Activity Center. Su Ming! A voice made the two of them stop. Su Ming looked back and saw Wang Xiyu, the girl with a ponytail whom he met at the first dinner party in the dormitory, jogging towards him. She still had her ponytail and was wearing a beige t-shirt with the hem tucked into her black denim shorts. Her legs were not long, but fortunately they were in good proportion. Wang Xiyu ran up to the two of them, looked up at Su Ming and asked directly, why didn't you reply to my message? Su Ming remembered. During the military training, Wang Xiyu did send him a message, but Su Ming didn't feel like replying at the time. Later, he remembered it, but too much time had passed, so he was too lazy to reply again. I'm too busy. Do you want to talk to me? I just wanted to ask which school you are from. Now I know, let's get to know each other formally. I'm Wang Xiyu, majoring in international economics and trade. Wang Xiyu showed a lovely smile and stretched out her little hand towards Su Ming. Su Ming reached out his hand, but quickly let go. Which department are you from? Finance. Okay, I got it. Wang Xiyu was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and asked, our school is holding a freshman welcome party on Friday night. Do you want to go and see it? Let's talk about it when the time comes. I may not be free. I'm going to perform on stage, and your roommate has promised me that he will go to watch. Aren't you guys going to come with me? Su Ming smiled and said, are you talking about Yang Fei? Wang Xiyu also laughed and said, is his name Yang Fei? I don't know yet, but I know he is your roommate. Yes, I was the one who pushed your WeChat to her. You didn't even get my consent. Wang Xiyu said playfully. Su Ming spread his hands, expressing his helplessness. There's nothing I can do. He called me dad at least 10 times just to add you on WeChat. If I don't give it to him, it will be unacceptable. Wang Xiyu didn't mind. Friday night, remember, I'm going back to the dormitory first. Watching Wang Xiyu walk away, Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, she seems to like you. Su Ming said, if she is smart, she should be able to hear that I have rejected her. Zhang Xinzhou, she's a very cute girl. Su Ming shook his head. I can't afford to offend you. Can't afford to offend? Su Ming murmured. I don't know why, but now I can sense any girl with a green tea personality approaching me. I feel like you have a story. Tell me in detail. Gu Mingyao finally went to an engineering university in the provincial capital. On the first day of university, she became a celebrity in the school forum because someone secretly took several photos of her and posted them on the forum. Then, after being recognized by a group of old perverts, she naturally became the campus belle of the university. There are generally more males than females in engineering universities. In majors such as mechanical automation, civil engineering, and software engineering, there are basically no more than 10 female students in a class, and their looks are generally average. However, Gu Mingyao's major is better. She majored in e-commerce under the School of Computer Science. In 2014, this major was quite popular, and the ratio of men to women was basically 1-to-1. After becoming the school belle, Gu Mingyao became the focus of attention wherever she went, but Gu Mingyao enjoyed this feeling very much. On the first day of military training, a boy from the same class confessed his love to her. But Gu Mingyao refused on the spot. The reason is simple. This male classmate is not as handsome as Su Ming. Ever since she lost contact with Su Ming, Gu Mingyao has always had an idea in her mind. Su Ming in every aspect, and then use this to tell Su Ming, Gu Mingyao, can find a boyfriend who is better than you, so you can regret it. Originally, I thought that just as Lu Qian said, there were many outstanding boys in the university, but what disappointed Gu Mingyao was that she had been in this university for half a month, and there were many boys who took the initiative to show their interest in her, but none of them met her requirements. Just like now, a sophomore student stood in front of Gu Mingyao and wanted to add him on WeChat. Gu Mingyao looked up, and the first thing she did was to compare him with Su Ming in her mind, but this time, Su Ming still won, so she shook her head gently and politely refused. Sorry, I don't have the idea of falling in love yet. The boy could only awkwardly give way amid the laughter of his two roommates. Gu Mingyao was a little dazed. There are at least 20,000 people in this university. Is it possible that there is no one among these 20,000 people who can surpass Su Ming in all aspects? She returned to the dormitory, turned on her mobile phone, and out of curiosity, she clicked on Su Ming's QQ space. However, Su Ming had not posted anything since the college entrance examination. Gu Mingyao left in disappointment. Back to the main message interface in the high school classmates group, class monitor Li Nan just sent a message. Li Nan, haha, I was the class monitor for 3 years in high school, and I didn't expect to be the class monitor again in college. After entering college, many classmates couldn't wait to find someone to share their college life. After Li Nan broke the silence in the group, many classmates showed up one after another. My school actually has 8-person dormitories. I'm so drunk. I'm better than you. My school has a 6-person dormitory, but there's no air conditioning. Technical colleges generally have 6-person dormitories. Li Nan, don't you have air conditioners in your dormitories? How did you survive the military training a while ago? Stop talking. I want to go back and repeat my studies. Several of my roommates hang out in the dormitory together every day. Now I finally understand the difference between a junior college and an undergraduate degree. Su Ming scored the best in our class. Which university did he go to? There was no entrance banquet. Who knows where it went? Qin Jiwei. Su Ming and I are in the Magic City. Li Nan, how is he doing in Shanghai? Why doesn't he show up in the group? Qin Jiwei. He is busy. During the military training, he was the company leader. Now he is the squad leader and has a girlfriend. How can he have time to hang out in the group? After Qin Jiwei finished speaking, the group fell silent for unknown reasons. 5 minutes later, Su Ming sent a private message to Qin Jiwei. How did you know I became the monitor? Qin Jiwei? Qin Jiwei. Are you really the squad leader? Su Ming. Yes. Qin Jiwei. Fuck. I just felt annoyed when Li Nan acted like a tough guy in the group, so I just wanted to make him feel uncomfortable. Qin Jiwei. No. Why are you the monitor? Qin Jiwei. Except you, there is no one else in your class, right? Su Ming. You bastard. Next time you pretend to be cool for me, can you please give me a heads up? I've let you pretend to be cool. So what the hell am I supposed to pretend to be in the future? Qin Jiwei. Why do I feel that the gap between you and me has become bigger and bigger since entering college? Su Ming. Do you feel this way now? Qin Jiwei. Come on, play the game and let me beat you up with Yasuo. Qin Jiwei. Hurry. It's urgent. Chapter 65, The Sour Smell of Love. Is Su Ming the squad leader? Su Ming possibly be the squad leader. Gu Mingyao looked at the chat history in the group and was stunned for a moment. Su Ming was in high school. He was always an honest, fawning, even a little dull person. University class monitors are generally people with good popularity and high emotional intelligence. Gu Mingyao couldn't understand why Su Ming could become the class monitor. She thought Qin Jiwei was bragging in the group, but she felt a little uneasy, so she sent a message to Lu Qian. Gu Mingyao. Lu Qian, do you think what Qin Jiwei said is true? Is Su Ming the class monitor in college? Lu Qian. It must be fake. Su Ming is such a rigid person. How could he be the monitor? Gu Mingyao. I think so too. Lu Qian. How are you doing in school? Gu Mingyao. General. Gu Mingyao. There are so many annoying people. Lu Qian. Annoying guy. Gu Mingyao. They all wanted to pursue me, and I rejected them all, but they still kept sending me messages. Gu Mingyao. Also, there are always people posting my photos randomly on the school forum. Lu Qian. Why do they send you photos? Gu Mingyao. They say I'm the school belle. Lu Qian. Really? Lu Qian. Then there must be a lot of boys chasing you, right? Gu Mingyao. There's not one I like. Lu Qian asked cautiously. Are you not as good as Su Ming? Gu Mingyao. Lu Qian. Don't worry, there will definitely be more outstanding ones. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The two of them chatted back and forth like this. At the end, Gu Mingyao felt that Lu Qian was a little annoying, so she simply ignored her. A big part of the reason why Gu Mingyao and Lu Qian became friends in high school was that Lu Qian could bring out her beauty and gentleness. But now, Lu Qian is no longer of much use to her, so Gu Mingyao feels that she should change her circle and, with her status as a school belle, switch to a more high-end circle. There is only one large class called Basics of Statistics in the afternoon. After class, Su Ming and his 3 roommates returned to the dormitory. Li Tungwen started to review linear algebra as soon as he got back to the dormitory, while Yang Fei started playing League of Legends. Seeing this, Su Ming reminded Yang Fei, Yang Fei, Wear headphones when you play games. Only then did Yang Fei look back at Li Tengguin and obediently put on his headphones. Su Ming returned to the dormitory. He used Zhang Xinzhou's notebook to make a table. After collecting the information of his classmates, he copied them into the table one by one. Zhang Xinzhou watched Su Ming's skilled operation from the side and couldn't help but praise him. You are really good. You are so skilled in using Excel. Simple and simple Cantonese. After completing the form and checking it, Su Ming sent it directly to his counselor Su Tong. Su Tong sent back an okay expression and then said casually, there will be a welcome party at the Student Activity Center this Friday. You can tell your classmates about it. Anyone who wants to go can go. Su Ming typed the 2 words received. He deleted them and replaced them with okay. Zhang Xinzhou was sitting next to them watching this operation and asked in confusion, isn't it more formal to say received? Before, the counselor sent messages and we all received them in the group. The most common phrase used by slaves in the Han Dynasty was no, and the most common phrase used by slaves in the Qing Dynasty was ja. Do you know what the most common phrase used by slaves today is? Receive. Bingo! Su Ming finished what the counselor told him to do. He returned to his seat and made a voice call on WeChat to Chen Jianjun, the driver of the pickup truck yesterday afternoon. Chen Jianjun answered the call quickly. Hello, Uncle Chen. Hey, classmate, what's up? Su Ming got straight to the point. Uncle Chen, my classmates and I are planning to open a fruit store in school. If everything goes well, we will have a trial run this weekend. You happen to help deliver the fruit, so I was thinking if I could ask you to deliver the fruit to us in the future. I'll calculate the freight for you based on the market price. What do you think? Chen Jianjun asked in surprise. You want to start a business in college? Right. I'm sure it's no problem. I do this anyway. Send me the address later, so I can see how far it is. Okay, I'm going to Baoshan on Saturday. Uncle Chen, you should be there too, right? I have to go there to pick up goods every day. Then let's meet up and talk about it in detail then. No problem. That's it for now, bye. Su Ming hung up the phone, put the phone back in his pocket, and shouted to Zhang Xinzhou. Come on, come with me. Where are you going? Snack Street. What are you going to do again? Find someone with connections to get a business license. Zhang Xinzhou followed Su Ming out of the dormitory and asked in confusion. Can't we apply for a business license ourselves? Of course, Su Ming said, but if we do it ourselves, it may take us half a month or 10 days to get it done. If we find the right person, we can get a business license in 3 to 5 days. How did you know this? I heard about it. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou returned to the dormitory before dark. Yang Fei was still wearing headphones and watching Parents Love, a TV series that came out in February this year. And Li Tengguin was still reading. Su Ming did when he returned to the dormitory was to take a shower. Then he took out the facial mask that Chen Qingqing had given him from the drawer, tore it open, and put it on his face. Su Ming looked in the mirror, took a selfie, and sent it to Chen Qingqing. Su Ming, selfie.jpg. Su Ming, is he handsome? Chen Qingqing, who was sitting in a daze in the dormitory, heard her cell phone ringing. She quickly opened WeChat and took a look. When she saw that it was a message from Su Ming, the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. Chen Qingqing, it's so ugly. Chen Qingqing, remember to leave it on for more than half an hour. This mask is very expensive, don't waste it. If Chen Qingqing says something is cheap, it may not really be cheap, but if she says something is expensive, it must really be expensive. Su Ming, then I'll keep it on before I go to bed. Su Ming, how many classes did you have today? Chen Qingqing, 3 classes, Western music history in the morning, sight singing and folk orchestral music in the afternoon. Su Ming, I only have 2 classes today. I have more classes tomorrow and I have to go to the morning class. Su Ming was chatting with Chen Qingqing. After watching an episode of a TV series, Yang Fei walked over to Su Ming and asked, Su Ming, where did you get the mask? My girlfriend gave it to me. The more you talk, the more curious I am about your girlfriend. When are you going to bring her to our school? She has a poor sense of direction, and the school is a bit far away. I'm afraid she'll get lost, so I won't let her come to our school in the short term. Tisk TSK, the sour smell of love. Oh, by the way, are you chatting with Wang Xiyu? Yes, I have. Zhang Xinzhou and I met her at school this afternoon, and I accidentally let it slip that she not only knew you were my roommate, but she also knew your name. Well, that's it. By the way, are you going to the welcome party on Friday night? Zhang Xinzhou and I have something to do, so I won't go. Why not? I heard that the school beauty Jiangwei will also be performing on stage. None of my business. Su Ming pressed home, raised his phone, pointed at the wallpaper, and asked, Is she as pretty as my girlfriend? Yang Fei snorted coldly and said in disbelief, If she is your girlfriend, I will call you Dad every day from now on. Chapter 66 Welcome Party. Although the main task of college students is to study, it is tantamount to torture to ask a person who is already in his 30s mentally to sit in the classroom and study seriously all day. Su Ming could still barely follow courses like theoretical microeconomics, macroeconomics, financial markets, and financial institutions. Su Ming could not concentrate on courses that required intelligence to think, such as mathematical analysis, linear algebra, financial mathematics, and applied statistics. He simply lay on the table and fell asleep. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, these 3 days passed quickly. There were only 2 big classes on Friday, both scheduled in the morning, so as soon as the class was over at noon, Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou went to the snack street together. Today is the day we agreed to sign the contract. The owner of the multi-grain pancake shop was also waiting for Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou to come. In the past few days, he had basically moved most of the equipment out of the store. Seeing Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou arrive on time, the boss quickly took out the contract that he had prepared long ago. This is the transfer contract. The additional clauses you mentioned are all included. Su Ming was not in a hurry to sign the contract. Instead, he picked up the contract and read it carefully. After making sure that there were no word games in the contract, Su Ming took a pen and signed his name. Money. I'll transfer it to you now. Send me your bank card number. Su Ming took out his mobile phone, opened the mobile banking, and started the operation. He had already transferred 100,000 yuan from his securities account in advance. Although he was reluctant, fortunately, he had Zhang Xinzhou to share the other 100,000 yuan. After his boss saw the arrival information, he felt relieved. He stood up and shook hands with Su Ming. It's a pleasure to work with you. I wish you a prosperous business. Thanks, Su Ming. Can the things in the store be moved out this afternoon? The boss smiled and said, The big items have been taken away. I will drive away all these things in one go later. Oh, and here are the keys. If you are worried, you can change the lock cylinder. Okay. It seemed that the boss had wanted to leave here for a long time. After the money arrived and the items were handed over, he couldn't wait to move all the remaining items in the store to his van, and then drove away quickly. Zhang Xinzhou looked at the shop, which was about 55 square meters, and said with emotion, Now, this place belongs to us. Let's go to the wholesale market together tomorrow morning. You can call the advertising shop and ask when the sign will be ready. It should be ready tomorrow, Zhang Xinzhou said with a smile. You haven't told me yet why our fruit shop is called Qingqing Fruit Shop? My girlfriend's name is Qingqing. Zhang Xinzhou gave a thumbs up. Awesome. The two of them simply cleaned up the store. If you run a fruit store, you'll need things like refrigerators. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou had a quick meal and then took the subway to the secondhand market. The secondhand market has everything. After many stores go bankrupt, things like tables, chairs, and counters will be recycled in the secondhand market. Su Ming was worried that he wouldn't be able to find a suitable refrigerator, but he didn't expect that there were 5 or 6 sets of refrigerators in the secondhand market, and there were also dedicated cash registers. Su Ming finally spent 8,000 yuan to order a batch of refrigerators, display cabinets, and cash registers. The boss also gave him a humidifier as a gift. These things will be delivered directly to the store tomorrow afternoon. Return to the dormitory in the evening. Li Tangwen was calling his family on the balcony at the door, still speaking his hometown dialect that no one could understand. When they opened the door and walked into the dormitory, they saw Yang Fei staring at the computer screen and laughing foolishly. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou looked at each other and walked to Yang Fei's side. It turned out that Yang Fei was chatting with Wang Xiyu. Yang Fei was so focused on chatting with Wang Xiyu that he didn't notice there were 2 people standing next to him. Wang Xiyu, don't forget the welcome party tonight. Yang Fei, I will definitely go. Wang Xiyu, it's better to come early, otherwise there will be no seats. Yang Fei, then I'll leave right away. Wang Xiyu, isn't your roommate with you? Yang Fei, they haven't come back yet. Zhang Xinzhou suddenly coughed. Yang Fei was so frightened that his whole body trembled. He turned around and saw Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou, rolled his eyes and asked, When did you come back? TSK. I thought you were talking about something ambiguous, but you're so happy after just a few words. You're such a loser. Yang Fei stretched out his hand to block the laptop screen. Don't fucking look at it. Su Ming snorted, took down his clothes with the clothes rail, and prepared to take a shower. Seeing this, Yang Fei reminded him, Su Ming, hurry up, let's go to the welcome party together later. Su Ming said, I didn't say I would go. Fuck, I already promised Wang Shiyu. Su Ming walked into the bathroom and took off his clothes while replying. No, you guys are talking about your own things. Why are you dragging me into this? Brother, please. I will treat you to lunch tomorrow at noon. Yang Fei, listen to me. You can't handle a girl like Wang Shiyu. Bullshit. I think she's already kind of into me. Zhang Xinzhou was so angry that he laughed. Have you met her alone? Not yet. Then how do you know she's interested in you? Intuition, a man's sixth sense. Zhang Xinzhou patted Yang Fei on the shoulder and said, listen to Su Ming. He is doing this for your own good. Yang Fei yelled, Su Ming, if you don't come with me to watch the welcome party later, I will crawl into your bed and sleep tonight. Get lost. Yang Fei's threat still worked. After Su Ming finished his shower, Yang Fei hurriedly dragged Su Ming to the University Student Activity Center. Zhang Xinzhou followed him. Before closing the door, he saw Li Tungwen sitting alone in the dormitory. So he asked, Li Tungwen, don't you want to come with us? Li Tungwen shook his head gently. I won't go. Zhang Xinzhou nodded, without saying anything more, and ran downstairs to catch up with Su Ming and Yang Fei. The welcome party starts at 7 p.m. and ends at 8:30 p.m. I don't know who leaked the news early that the school beauty Jiang Wei would also be on stage, and it would be a dance show. So when Su Ming and his group arrived, the welcome party was already full of perverts. Why are there so many people? It seems there is no room left. Yang Fei took out his phone and said, I'll tell Wang Shiyu that we're here. Yang Fei's fingers quickly typed on the screen. After chatting for a few sentences, Yang Fei suddenly said excitedly, she said she would come to see us. As soon as Yang Fei finished speaking, Zhang Xinzhou saw Wang Shiyu coming out from the side door of the stage. She put her hand on her forehead and looked around. After seeing Zhang Xinzhou, Su Ming and Yang Fei, she quickly walked over there. You guys are here? This time, Wang Shiyu stood in front of the three people and finally didn't have to look up at Su Ming because she was wearing a pair of high heels today, paired with a tight white shirt and a black miniskirt and two cute ponytails. As soon as she walked over, she attracted a lot of attention. Yang Fei said awkwardly. Su Ming insisted on taking a shower before going out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come so late. Hearing Yang Fei shirking responsibility, Su Ming cursed, You bastard, you dragged me here by force. I didn't say I wanted to come. When Wang Shiyu heard the swear words, she didn't think they were vulgar. Boys, there's no point in being honest. The bad kind is more likable. Chapter 67. What a bunch of foolish guys who have never seen the world. Let me take you backstage. Wang Shiyu's words stopped Su Ming and Yang Fei from talking nonsense. Take us backstage? Wang Shiyu pointed to the makeshift stage and said, There are seats on both sides of the stage. You can stand there and watch. This welcome party is organized by the art department of the student union. The director of the art department is my senior in high school. Just follow me. The three of them looked at each other and finally followed Wang Shiyu to the backstage. It is called the backstage, but in fact it is just a large tent built temporarily. There were a lot of people in the tent. Most of them were students who were going to perform on stage tonight. Yang Fei mustered up his courage and asked, Wang Shiyu, what are you going to perform tonight? Wang Shiyu smiled and said, Dancing. There are two dance programs tonight. One is performed by our freshmen, and the other is performed by the seniors led by senior Jiang Wei. Wang Shiyu just finished speaking. Shiyu. The girl who was wearing the same clothes as Wang Shiyu stood up and waved at Wang Shiyu. Wang Shiyu quickly went over and asked, What's wrong? Xiao Ru is still not familiar with two moves. Why don't we rehearse them again? Wang Shiyu nodded. Okay, I'll go talk to my friend. Wang Shiyu turned around and walked up to Su Ming and said, Just look around. I have to go to rehearsal. If anyone asks you why you are backstage, just say I asked you to come. Okay. Wang Shiyu showed a lovely smile and went to rehearse with several teammates. Yang Fei looked at the smile on Wang Shiyu's face and his heart melted. It's so fucking cute. Su Ming smiled and walked out of the tent. As soon as he opened the curtain, a beautiful figure came into his sight. The two looked at each other. After Su Ming paused, he took the initiative to make way for the girl outside to come in first. Su Ming walked out only after she came in. As soon as Su Ming went out, Yang Fei rushed out. Fuck, that was the school beauty Jiang Wei. Su Ming said calmly. Can you not be so excited? Can you not make me feel embarrassed every time I go out with you? Tell me, is she prettier in person than in the photo? Zhang Xinzhou shrugged. It's okay. Su Ming, what do you think? Su Ming said calmly. Nothing more than that. What the three people didn't know was that after Jiang Wei walked into the tent, she didn't rehearse like the others, but stood at the door with her cell phone, texting other team members. Although it was very noisy inside the tent, because she was close, she could hear everything Su Ming, Yang Fei, and Zhang Xinzhou said at the door. Being the campus belle in the School of Finance where the proportion of female students is so high, Jiang Wei's appearance is naturally beyond words. She has heard too many people complimenting her looks, but today is the first time that someone has described her as nothing more than that. Seeing Su Ming so calm, Yang Fei sneered and said, "Oh, you are just bragging in front of me. If you have the guts, you can evaluate her like this in person." Su Ming looked at Yang Fei as if he were an idiot. Just when he was about to speak, a senior in formal attire pulled a junior with a guitar on his back out of the tent. "The performance list has already been announced, and now you're telling me you don't dare to go on stage? Zhang Kai, are you kidding me? Senior, why don't you change someone? I'm afraid of so many people. I can't change it. I've even written the script for the host. You're an adult now. Can you be less timid? Are you afraid to go on stage when there are too many people around? Stop making excuses. You have to go on stage tonight. Your show is at the end anyway, so adjust your attitude." After the senior finished speaking, he went backstage. Obviously, the senior in a suit just now is one of the hosts of tonight's welcome party, and the junior who stayed outside is the contestant who will perform on stage tonight. After the senior left, the freshman named Zhang Kai stared blankly at the people below the stage. Su Ming could clearly see that his legs were shaking. This is the fear caused by nervousness and timidity. Many people with poor psychological qualities often have this reaction before going on stage, and may even experience dry heaving. But it was not his business anymore. Yang Fei asked, "Su Ming, can you sing?" "Yes." "Is it true or not?" "You must be kidding. I'm the prince of love songs." "Pretend. Keep pretending," Su Ming said proudly. "I can not only sing, but also play the guitar. I will show you my skill someday. If you can play the guitar, I'll eat it." Zhang Xinzhou, how many times has this bastard sworn an oath? Have no idea. 7 o'clock sharp. The welcome party officially begins. For hosts, 2 men and 2 women walked onto the stage, and after some cliched opening remarks, the welcome party officially kicked off. There were the most singing programs, including solo singing, duet singing, and band group singing. What surprised Su Ming was that there were also skit programs at the welcome party. After the skit, the first dance program finally appeared. When a group of freshman girls led by Wang Xiyu appeared on the stage in cool miniskirts, the old perverts of the scene immediately became excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. "Fuck! Yang Fei, you idiot! Why the hell are you holding my hand? I love it so much! Idiot! Get out!" After a lively dance, the 5 girls on the stage struck a cute pose. Yang Fei became even more excited when he saw Wang Xiyu looking at him. "She's looking at me. She's looking at me." Su Ming looked at Wang Xiyu and murmured in his heart, "Stupid. Is she looking at you? She is winking at me." After the dance, several people came on stage to sing. Wang Xiyu quickly found Su Ming and the others and asked with a sweet smile, "How was my dance just now?" Zhang Xinzhou, "Not bad." Yang Fei, "Great." Su Ming, "I didn't notice. I was just looking at the leggings." Su Ming, "You are such a hooligan." Yang Fei said confidently, "He is a gangster." Zhang Xinzhou looked at the expression on Wang Xiyu's face and felt that Wang Xiyu hadn't said half a sentence yet. The second half of the sentence should be, "But I like it so much." Originally, Su Ming wanted to go back to the dormitory at this time. After all, he had things to do tomorrow, but he looked at the time and found that the welcome party would be over in less than half an hour. So he simply watched it with Yang Fei. Singing shows followed one after another. 10 past 8. Jiang Wei, the school beauty that the old perverts had been dreaming of, finally appeared. There were 6 people in total. Each of them was about 1.65 meters tall, very good-looking, and they all wore a small vest plus pleated skirt plus high boots. As soon as the 6 of them came on stage, the audience became completely heated. Screams and shouts were heard everywhere. Su Ming was shocked. "No? What's so exciting? What a bunch of silly guys who have never seen the world." Chapter 68, this junior fellow student, is quite something. Watching Jiang Wei's passionate dance, Wang Xiyu couldn't help but sigh. Senior Jiang Wei's stage presence is so stable. Yang Fei encouraged, "You danced very well just now. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder." For Yang Fei, Jiang Wei was too far away. So in his opinion, Wang Xiyu's performance just now was also very exciting. One of them has a cute and energetic style, while the other has a cool and domineering style. To him, each of them has their own merits. Zhang Xinzhou and Su Ming did not join in the conversation. Halfway through, Zhang Xinzhou touched Su Ming's arm and said with a sly smile, "Why don't you comment? What's the good comment about this? To be honest, it's quite big there." Zhang Xinzhou smiled and made a gesture of grabbing her breasts. Su Ming sighed and said with experience, "There are very few muscles in her upper arms and lower abdomen, but the shape is a hemisphere that can only be supported by a muscle base. The upper arc is full and protruding, and the vibration amplitude when falling is less than half of that of the fat type. Obviously, she used a spacer." Zhang Xinzhou gave a thumbs up decisively. "As expected of you, you are really professional. Calm down." After the passionate dance ended, most of the audience's enthusiasm disappeared. But judging from the time, there are only 2 shows left, so a group of people just thought, since we're here, we might as well watch it all and continue to wait for the next show. Before going on stage, the male host patted Zhang Kai on the shoulder and reminded him, "Zhang Kai, it's your turn. Wait for me to come down, and then you go up." The male host rushed onto the stage without giving Zhang Kai time to answer. Zhang Kai was looking at the restless audience below the stage and was so frightened that his whole body was shaking and his forehead was covered with sweat. Now please enjoy a guitar song by Zhang Kai from the Applied Statistics major of the School of Statistics and Mathematics, Class 1, 2014. Please welcome him with applause. After the host came down, Zhang Kai stood on the steps leading to the stage and was hesitant to go up. "Zhang Kai, hurry up. Zhang Kai, what are you waiting for?" No one went on stage for a long time, and the audience began to talk about it. But this made Zhang Kai even more nervous. Seeing Zhang Kai trembling all over, Zhang Xinzhou put his hand on Su Ming's shoulder and said, "Su Ming, why don't you help him go up there? Didn't you say you can play the guitar, too?" "No, I'm afraid that after I finish singing, I'll become a big star in the School of Finance tomorrow." Yang Fei was just about to make a sarcastic remark. Zhang Xinzhou smiled and said, "This is a good thing. If you become a star, then our fruit shop will no longer have to worry about lack of business." Su Ming suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Xinzhou and said, "Yeah, why didn't I think of this?" Zhang Xinzhou just said it casually, but seeing that Su Ming really had this idea, he quickly encouraged him. "Then what are you waiting for? Go up quickly." "Okay, for the money. This forces me to pretend." Su Ming walked to Zhang Kai, interrupted the host's urging, and then smiled at Zhang Kai and said, "If you don't want to go on stage, just lend me your guitar." Zhang Kai stared at Su Ming. After 2 seconds of silence, he immediately took down the guitar and handed it to Su Ming. Su Ming took it. He went straight onto the stage. "Wait, follow the process." Before the host finished speaking, Su Ming had already walked to the center of the stage. Su Ming placed the microphone on the stand and sat on a high stool. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "That correction, Zhang Kai, who was supposed to go on stage, can't due to health reasons. I'm Su Ming from Finance Class 1. I'm going to play and sing a song for you." J.J. Lin's Drunken Red Cliff. Tang Peng, the director of the art department of the student union, rushed to the stage entrance and asked in disbelief, "Who is he? Isn't he Zhang Kai? How did he become Su Ming?" The host explained with sweat on his forehead, "No, if he wants to go up, just let him go. We agreed to follow the procedure." "What's wrong with you?" Tang Peng got angry immediately. Wang Shiyu heard the voice and quickly stepped forward and said, "Senior, this isn't a big problem, right? Su Ming is also a freshman after all." "Shiyu, it's not what you think. What if he—" Before Tang Peng could finish his words, Su Ming on the stage had already plucked the guitar strings and started playing. The prelude was very long and the melody was very slow, but when Su Ming started playing the guitar, the audience inexplicably became quieter. Su Ming sat on a high chair. All his attention was on the guitar in his hand. Everything around him was just a foil for him at the moment. This song is the one he practiced most well in college, and he will never forget it in his life. "No, he really can't?" Su Ming on the stage in confusion. Zhang Xinzhou was also very surprised. Wang Shiyu immediately put her index finger to her lips and made a gesture to keep quiet. Under the influence of this melody, the scene suddenly became silent, and all eyes were looking at Su Ming in the center of the stage. Finally, he began to sing. The fallen leaves were piled up in several layers. "And I stepped on youth. I heard someone crying in the past life." His voice was deep and full of emotion. Just a short clip was enough to make many people in the audience take out their mobile phones to record the video. The other side of the stage, Several senior students who had just danced with Jiang Wei on the same stage also started discussing in a low voice. Who is this junior? Which department is he from? You sing really beautifully. He's pretty handsome too. Jiang Wei, what do you think? Jiang Wei was silent, looking at the stage, with no expression on her delicate little face. Confirmed by eye contact. I met the right person. I swung my sword and turned around, and blood is as red as lips. Memories of the past dynasty crossing the earthly dust. It is not the blade that hurts. It's your reincarnated soul. Su Ming sang the song quietly, then stood up and bowed to express his gratitude under countless gazes. After he walked off the stage, cheers and applause broke out from the audience. The applause was actually not as enthusiastic as when Wang Xiyu and Jiang Wei were performing just now, because many people had not yet recovered from their shock. But when Su Ming stepped down, the audience became noisy. The vast majority of girls were asking for Su Ming's information. His name is Su Ming, right? Finance department? Do you have a girlfriend? Su Ming returned the guitar to Zhang Kai. Seeing his two roommates with their mouths open in an O shape, he laughed angrily and said, "Don't just stand there. Let's go back." Su Ming just left the scene like that. Wang Xiu looked at the three people's backs as they left, and a crazy smile gradually appeared on her face. After singing this song, it also means that Su Ming will enjoy what many male compatriots envy in his future college life: the right to choose a spouse first. Jiang Wei, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Hee, you're not also interested in this little brother, are you? No. Jiang Wei shook her head and smiled. I just think this junior has something special. Chapter 69, I'm already asleep. That evening, the school's bulletin board, forum, and class group were all flooded with posts from a handsome guy named Su Ming. Su Ming saw his classmates talking about him in his class group that he realized he had become famous. Yang Fei held up his phone in a showy manner and asked Su Ming, who was already lying on the bed on tiptoe, Mr. Su, can I interview you? How does it feel to have suddenly become famous? Su Ming, not very good. Su Ming, my WeChat keeps popping up friend requests, and I'm really annoyed now. Su Ming, what are you shooting? If you dare to post it, you're dead. Yang Fei, you bastard, you're still acting cute after getting the advantage. Zhang Xinzhou, do you think Su Ming deserves a beating? Zhang Xinzhou had also already laid down on the bed. He glanced down and said with a smile, I think you're the one who deserves a beating. Can you please stop walking around the dormitory in your red shorts? When Su Ming was wondering how to deal with these friend requests, Chun Qingqing suddenly sent him a message. Chun Qingqing, stupid pig, why didn't you come and talk to me today? Su Ming, I just went to the welcome party. Chun Qingqing, does it look good? Su Ming, not as pretty as you. Chun Qingqing, a week has passed so quickly. Su Ming, it's quite fast. When Chun Qingqing saw the message, she pursed her lips unconsciously and cursed in her heart. How come this stupid pig doesn't understand what I mean? Isn't he planning to come to see me this week? Chun Qingqing was a little unhappy. Su Ming, do you have any plans for tomorrow? Chun Qingqing quickly replied. No. Su Ming, well, I have something to do this weekend, so I may not be able to come to your place. Chun Qingqing paused. After a long time, he replied, What are you going to do? Su Ming, to make money. Chun Qingqing, are you short of money? Su Ming, no, but I want to make more money. Chun Qingqing, why? Su Ming, the betrothal gifts over there are very expensive. I'm afraid your parents will ask me for a lot of betrothal gifts and I can't afford it. Chun Qingqing was lying on the bed with her pretty face flushed. She typed quickly. You're talking nonsense again. Su Ming, my roommate and I are planning to open a fruit store together. We have already rented the store. We will go to the fruit wholesale market tomorrow and prepare for the trial operation the day after tomorrow. I will come to you next week after I have arranged everything. Su Ming, do you want to see me? Chun Qingqing blushed and typed, I'm going to bed, good night. Su Ming, you haven't answered my question yet? Chun Qingqing, I'm already asleep. Su Ming was amused by this sentence. Seeing that Chun Qingqing no longer replied to messages, Su Ming once again considered how to deal with these friend requests. He thought about it and felt that it was too troublesome to explain one by one, so he simply changed his WeChat nickname. He changed his nickname to, I have a girlfriend. After doing this, the prompts to add new friends finally became less frequent. At the same time, Jiangzhou, in Hongye Villa, Jiang Meilin was sitting on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in her left hand and a mobile phone in her right hand, about to check Su Ming's circle of friends. But as soon as she clicked on Su Ming's personal profile, Jiang Meilin's fingers stopped. Why did he change his nickname? Already have a girlfriend? What's the meaning? Could it be that he and Qingqing have already confirmed their relationship? Jiang Meilin couldn't guess and didn't know who to ask, so she ended up sending a message directly to Su Ming. Xiao Su, why did you change your nickname? Su Ming didn't expect that Jiang Meilin was the first person to ask him. He took a screenshot of the friend adding page and sent it to Jiang Meilin. Annie, because too many people added me. Su Ming didn't explain too much. He thought Jiang Meilin would understand after seeing the picture. Jiang Meilin clicked on the pictures and saw that all the girls wanted to add Su Ming. She also wondered, is Su Ming so popular in college? This made Jiang Meilin feel a sense of crisis, and she quickly asked, Xiao Su, are you going to look for Qingqing this week? Su Ming, I'm not free this week. I need to go somewhere else. I've already told Qingqing about it. Jiang Meilin, yeah. Su Ming, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep first. Good night, Annie. Jiang Meilin, good night. Early Saturday morning, Su Ming pulled Zhang Xinzhou out of his bed while he was sleeping. The two left the school, took the subway and bus, and spent more than 2 hours before finally arriving at the fruit wholesale market in Baoshan district. This place is so big. Let's go take a look around first. I'll call Uncle Chen and ask when he'll arrive. While the two were walking in the market, Su Ming also called Chen Jianjun. In the wholesale market, fruits are shipped in by the truckload from all over the country. There are so many varieties of fruits that it is difficult to count them. There are more than a dozen kinds of grapes alone. Su Ming randomly asked about the prices at a few stalls and found that they were all much cheaper than those usually sold in fruit stores. The profit margin for most fruits is between 30 to 50%. As long as the fruits sell well and quickly, opening a fruit shop will definitely make money. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou walked around and waited for another half an hour. Chen Jianjun finally arrived. Su Ming got straight to the point. Uncle Chen, I just took a quick look around. I'll write you a list tonight. Can you help me deliver a truckload of goods tomorrow at noon? Chen Jianjun asked curiously. Are you really going to open a fruit shop? So, how do you study? Su Ming smiled and said, there is a lot of free time in college, and the purpose of studying is to make money. Chen Jianjun said, if you have already decided, then I will definitely have no problem with it. This is what I do. Let me introduce you to some of the stall owners who are very familiar to me. You can add their WeChat and place orders directly on WeChat in the future. Don't worry about the prices. The owners I know are relatively conscientious. Thank you, Uncle Chen. You did me a big favor, and I did you a favor so we can help each other. Things are going better than expected. With the introduction of Chen Jianjun, Su Ming added many stall owners on WeChat, which means that Su Ming can order goods directly at school in the future and then have Chen Jianjun drive the delivery over, so he doesn't have to run here often. Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou returned to the store at noon because the people who were going to install the sign would come in the afternoon, the freezers would also be delivered, and someone would also deliver the business license. There was a lot to do, and Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou were busy in the store the whole afternoon. Wait until the sun sets. Both of them were exhausted. Yang Fei knew that the two had rented a store, so in the evening, he went to the store alone. Seeing that the sign had been hung up and the refrigerators in the store were all set up, Yang Fei asked in a frivolous way, is there anything else I can help with? Su Ming cursed weakly. You are really the late love of the sun and the newborn dawn of the east. Chapter 70. You just entered college and you became a boss? Yang Fei was stunned for a long time before he figured out that Su Ming was scolding him. Seeing the two of them sweating profusely, Yang Fei said a little embarrassedly, I didn't know you were back this afternoon. Otherwise, I would have come to help a long time ago. Su Ming was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Xinzhou was too tired to talk. Yang Fei flattered. Come on, dinner tonight is on my table. Su Ming immediately said, Zhang Xinzhou, help me up. Let's go to Powerlong Plaza tonight and give this guy a good beating. I said treat, but I didn't say we had to go for a big meal. Can't we just order 3 or 4 dishes from a food stall? Su Ming and Zhang Xinzhou said in unison. Get lost. After a tiring afternoon, Su Ming actually had no appetite. The two of them rested for a long time. After wiping the entire store, Su Ming pulled down the shutter door and left. On the way back, Zhang Xinzhou asked, I feel like it still looks a bit shabby. Do you want to put up wallpaper in the store and replace the roller shutter? Need not, Su Ming said. For a small business like this, there is no need to decorate the storefront too luxuriously. Zhang Xinzhou was puzzled and asked, why? For example, we want to go eat barbecue tonight. There are two barbecue restaurants next to each other. One is luxuriously decorated and even has a glowing sign. The other is plain and simple. If it were you, which one would you choose? Zhang Xinzhou. Don't you want to choose a well-decorated one? Su Ming said speechlessly. Forget that you are a rich man, Yang Fei. If it were you, which one would you choose? Yang Fei immediately said, definitely choose the latter one. Based on my years of experience, all those nicely decorated restaurants on the street are expensive and the food is not tasty. Zhang Xinzhou still didn't quite understand. Su Ming patiently explained, most of our future customers will be students. Are there many wealthy students? Definitely not. Most of them are people like me and Yang Fei. If it were me, when I saw a fruit shop with luxurious decoration, the first thing I would think of would be, the boss spent so much money on decoration, so the things in the shop must be very expensive, right? Zhang Xinzhou understood immediately. Su Ming smiled and said, as a boss, you must learn to think from the perspective of your customers. Just follow my lead. Zhang Xinzhou smiled without commenting. Su Ming walked to the roadside stall, ordered a hand-pulled pancake and a double-skim milk, then waved his hand, pointed at Yang Fei, and said to the two bosses, boss, he's paying. Yang Fei really went forward and paid the money. Su Ming, who was sweating all over, took a cold shower first. After coming out, he said to Li Tongwen solemnly, Li Tongwen, I want to talk to you about something. Li Tongwen closed the book and turned around in surprise. With me? Su Ming said to Li Tongwen, Zhang Xinzhou and I are planning to open a fruit store. Now everything is basically ready. Once the fruit arrives tomorrow, we can start the trial operation. I have a lot of things to do, so I can't stay in the store even in my free time, so I plan to hire 2 part-timers. Are you interested? Li Tongwen was about to speak when Su Ming immediately said, but the salary is not high. Only 1,500 yuan a month because there is not much work to do, mainly just weighing, counting money, and keeping accounts. Li Tongwen is not a fool. Although Su Ming said the salary was very low, 1,500 yuan was enough to cover Li Tongwen's monthly living expenses. Long before coming to university, Li Tongwen had already prepared to work and study in school, but he had never found a suitable part-time job. He knew that Su Ming had deliberately reserved this opportunity for himself. Li Tongwen nodded and said, I can. As long as I don't have classes, I can go over to look after the store. Su Ming smiled and said, then it's settled. As soon as the words fell, Yang Fei also came over. Su Ming, I can also do a part-time job. Get out of my way. Fuck, why? I plan to hire 2 part-timers. It would be best if the other part-timer's schedule is staggered with ours, so that the store's business hours can be longer. That's right. Su Ming patted Yang Fei on the shoulder and said, you will work in the store with me for free in the future. I can teach you how to date when I have time. Oh, I want you to teach me? Yang Fei said jealously, give me your face, and I'll go and take down senior sister Jiang Wei tomorrow. Qin Jiwei was extremely depressed, because college life was nothing like what he had imagined. There are 5 roommates. 2 of them are high school classmates and form their own small circle. One is suspected to be a sissy. One snores and grinds his teeth when sleeping. And the other one is engaged in online romance all day long. He even suspected that his last roommate was a Japanese spy, because he would always sneak into the bathroom in the middle of the night, and then Qin Jiwei could hear the voices of Japanese women talking inside. It's so torturous. Fortunately, the school's old dormitory is being renovated, and they said that as long as we pay the additional accommodation fee next semester, we can move into a 4-person dormitory with air conditioning. Qin Jiwei only hopes that his roommates next semester can be 3 normal people. He lay on the bed and sent a message to Su Ming. Su Ming, shall I go to your school to see you tomorrow? Su Ming quickly replied, but I'm very busy tomorrow. Qin Jiwei, what can you do on the weekend? Su Ming, I've started my own business, and I'm going to be the boss starting tomorrow. Qin Jiwei, what the hell? You just entered college and you became a boss? Qin Jiwei, can you please stop making up stories? Qin Jiwei, I now suspect that your squad leaders are all fake. Su Ming, then come over tomorrow. Call me when you arrive, and I'll pick you up. Tomorrow is the first day of trial operation, so it might be very busy. If Qin Jiwei can come, he could be a free laborer. Su Ming thought so, and quickly ended the conversation. Then, he entered the happiest part of the day. He opened the chat interface with Qin Qingqing and wanted to send her a message, are you there? But he felt that it was too tacky. So, he typed, did you miss me today? The message was quickly pushed to Chun Chingching's mobile phone. She picked it up and looked at it, cursing him as a bastard, but she couldn't hide the smile on her face. She turned around in the upper bunk, took out her phone, and sent a message back. No. Su Ming. I don't believe it. Chun Chingching. If you don't believe it, forget it. Su Ming. What did you do today? Chun Chingching. I didn't do anything. Su Ming. I did a lot of things today. Su Ming began to tell Chun Chingching everything he had done today, and finally sent her some pictures of the fruit shop. Chun Chingching immediately grasped the highlight. She blushed and asked, "Why is the fruit shop called this name?" Su Ming replied neatly, "Because this way, I can be with you every day." Chapter 71 Fried rice with egg for only $5. The next day was Sunday. Su Ming woke up his 3 roommates early in the morning. After having breakfast, the 4 of them went to the express delivery point together. Su Ming bought a lot of things online, including disposable plastic bags, protective films, stickers, various fruit knives and cutting boards, electronic scales, and 2 cameras, as well as payment codes obtained from Alipay and WeChat. For people came to the store carrying a bunch of things, and Su Ming began to give orders. Zhang Xinzhou, and I will be responsible for installing the cameras, and you two will help put on the stickers. Li Tunwen, I will teach you how to use the cash register later. Okay. They soon became busy, and around 11 o'clock, a small truck drove into the snack street and stopped in front of the Chingching fruit shop. Su Ming saw the familiar pickup truck at the door and quickly called out, "Come over and help unload the goods." With the help of 3 roommates and Chun Jianjun, the group quickly transported the fruits to the store. Chun Jianjun looked at the store and saw that everything was ready. He also smiled and said with emotion, "I didn't expect you guys to do it so well. Uncle Chun, how much is the shipping fee? I'll transfer it to you." At first, Chun Jianjun waved his hands and said it was okay since it was the first time, but he couldn't resist Su Ming's insistence and finally mentioned a very fair price. "Then Uncle Chun, I won't send you off. Next time I need to deliver goods, I'll just let you know on WeChat." "Okay, no problem." After Chun Jianjun left, Su Ming immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "Brothers, listen to me. Put watermelons, bayberries, bananas, and pineapples here when you enter the door, and put grapes and peaches, which are easy to spoil, on the shelves next to them, and make sure they are arranged neatly for me." Su Ming was about to take action himself. The cell phone in his pocket started ringing. Seeing that it was Qin Jiwei calling, Su Ming quickly picked up the call. "Qin Jiwei, Su Ming, I'm at the main entrance of your school." "Su Ming, open the map and come to the snack street at the south gate. The name of my shop is Chingching Fruit Shop. Just come in." "Qin Jiwei, you bastard. You said you were coming to pick me up yesterday." "Su Ming, stop talking. I'm really busy. I'll treat you to a big meal at noon." Hang up the phone. Su Ming glanced at the time and said to Yang Fei, "Yang Fei, it's almost noon. Why don't you go buy some food?" "Yang Fei, what to eat?" "Su Ming, which meal is the cheapest?" "Yang Fei, egg fried rice." "Su Ming, then I'll give you 5 servings of egg fried rice." "Yang Fei, 5 servings?" "Su Ming, I have a close friend coming over later." "Yang Fei, oh, there were no fruits in the store yesterday, and it always felt like something was missing. Today, after putting all the fruits on the counters, the fruit store looks much more grand." Qin Jiwei walked towards the main entrance with a grunt, and actually found a fruit shop called Chingching on the snack street. He walked in with curiosity, and when he saw Su Ming, he shouted, "Fuck, you're really here." Su Ming saw Qin Jiwei coming. He hurriedly pulled him into the store and said, "Let me introduce you. This is my best friend Qin Jiwei, nicknamed Wei Ge. This is Zhang Xinzhou. His family owns 3 buildings. Note that he is the 2nd generation to demolish 3 buildings. This is Li Tunwen, a top student who scored 80 points above the first-tier line in the college entrance examination. Another one went to buy food, I think." Su Ming finished speaking. Yang Fei came back with 5 servings of egg fried rice. Su Ming quickly introduced him. "His name is Yang Fei. I think you two have similar tastes." Su Ming took the packed egg fried rice from Yang Fei, gave 1 portion to each person, and then handed the last portion to Qin Jiwei. Qin Jiwei looked down at the egg fried rice and Su Ming, as hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Su Ming said, "What are you doing? It's already 12 o'clock. Let's eat." "Qin Jiwei, you just said you were going to treat me to a big meal. I took the subway for 2 hours to get here, and you're just going to treat me to a bowl of $6 egg fried rice?" Yang Fei added in time, "Dude, in our school, egg fried rice only costs 5 yuan. Qin Jiwei, do you have a knife? I want to chop him." Su Ming forced the egg fried rice into Qin Zhiwei's hands and said unhappily, "We have been busy all morning, so just make do with what you have at noon. I will treat you to dinner in the evening." Your words no longer have credibility with me. Su Ming felt guilty and said tactfully, "Brother Wei, don't be so stingy. You see, you can eat as much fruit as you want in this store." "No." Qin Zhiwei got to the point. "Did you really open this fruit shop?" Su Ming pointed at Zhang Xinzhou and said, "Zhang Xinzhou and I are partners." Su Ming had just introduced Zhang Xinzhou, so after Qin Zhiwei heard it, he thought that the money to open the fruit shop should all be paid by Zhang Xinzhou, so he didn't ask any more questions. 5 people squatted at the door of the store, eating their food in big mouthfuls. Su Ming also began to arrange the tasks for the afternoon. After dinner, Zhang Xinzhou, go to the advertising store and make a roll-up banner with the unit price of our fruits. I will put it at the door of the store for promotion. Our store has clear prices, and we don't shortchange customers. In addition, I will set up a WeChat group this afternoon. Everyone who comes to our store to shop should be invited to join the group. Just say that there is an event in the store, and we will promote it in the group in advance. I want to develop some of these customers into my own private customers. The 4 people nearby were all a little confused after hearing this. Su Ming continued. In addition, they can also directly tag us in the WeChat group to order fruits. As long as the consumption is more than 50 yuan, it will be delivered free of charge within the school. I'll edit a post on WeChat Moments in a moment, and all 3 of you can help forward it. As long as customers get 10 likes on WeChat Moments, they can get a 10% discount when they come to our store. If they get 20 likes, they can get a 20% discount. If they get 30 likes, they can get a 30% discount. I hope to promote our store in the shortest possible time so that all students in the School of Finance will know that a new Qingqing fruit shop has opened on Snack Street. I want to teach the owner of Kanyuan Fruit Shop a lesson and let him know what dimensionality reduction strike means. No. Why are you all looking at me? Yang Fei was stunned and asked. Su Ming, have you ever done business before? No. And you? Su Ming closed the takeaway box and threw it into the trash can. He took a tissue to wipe his hands and said, "Brother, you are born with these skills. Eat quickly and don't waste time." The 4 of them quickly ate their meal. Su Ming spent half an hour editing a circle of friends and then uploaded the photos of the fruit shop. After posting it on the circle of friends, Su Ming directly forwarded it to the class group. The students in the finance class 1 were quickly blown away. Zhao Xiaowei, at squad leader dash? Su Ming, I opened a fruit shop in the snack street. Anyone who needs it can come and have a look. Classmates can get a 30% discount, but the prerequisite is to help me forward it to my circle of friends. Guo Saixia. Captain, you opened your own shop? Su Ming, yes. Inayu Isko. Gao Bohai, 666. Zhao Xiaowei. I'll go over and take a look later. Points form lines, and lines form surfaces. Su Ming is the point, and his classmates are the lines. They all have their own circles. Once the circle of friends forwards it, the popularity of Qingqing Fruit Store quickly rises. Chapter 72. We are only 18 years old this year. On Sundays, the snack street has a lot of traffic. After lunchtime, many college students were walking on this road. Su Ming recorded a sentence with a loudspeaker and put it in front of the store to play on loop. Don't miss it if you pass by. The fruit shop is open. Fresh fruits are clearly marked. Everyone is welcome to come and buy them. In summer, fruits are hot selling items. The activities on the loudspeaker and WeChat Moments also played a role. After 2 o'clock, customers started to come to the store one after another. Squad leader. Su Ming heard the voice. He turned around and said, Zhao Xiaowei, you really came? Zhao Xiaowei smiled and said, we are all here from the dormitory. Since you are starting your own business, we must come to support you. Su Ming acted like a doorman welcoming guests in a very showy manner. For beautiful girls, please come in. Zhao Xiaowei, Guo Saixia, and 2 other girls from the same dormitory quickly walked into the store and started picking fruits. Qin Jiwei became more and more surprised. What surprised him was not only that Su Mingjin became the class monitor. It's just that after he went to college, he became more smooth in dealing with people. He was not like this at all in high school. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. Zhang Xinzhou was a little dumbfounded when he saw more and more people coming into the store. No, this is just the beginning. Why are there so many people here? If I continue like this, I'm afraid I'll get rich. Li Tungwen was standing alone at the cash register and was a little overwhelmed. Please be patient. This is our first day of trial operation. We may not be familiar with the business, but it will be better after a while. In addition, You can scan the QR code next to it to join the group. We will send notifications in the group when our store holds activities, and we support door-to-door delivery. You can buy watermelons separately, or just half. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. There are more and more people in the store. Many sophomores and juniors also came over after hearing the news. After the welcome party, Su Ming's video went viral on campus. It was heard that Su Ming opened a fruit shop in the snack street and was holding an event. So many people wanted to go and see it in person. There were customers in the store from 2 o'clock until after 5 o'clock. In the evening, there was a long line outside the Qingqing fruit shop. The owner of Kanyuan Fruit Shop, which was about 300 meters away from Qingqing Fruit Shop, sat at the door, staring blankly at the queue at the newly opened fruit shop. He was still a little unresponsive. How come that store became so popular in just such a short time? Su Ming. Wang Xiyu, why are you here? My roommate said you opened a fruit shop in the snack street. I came to see if it's true. Su Ming smiled and said, Yang Fei, Wang Xiyu, give them a piece of the pineapple you just peeled. Yang Fei quickly handed a piece of pineapple skewered on a bamboo stick to Wang Xiyu. Wang Xiyu took it and said thank you in a playful way. Su Ming continued to be busy attracting customers. The number of people in the group increased from a few at the beginning to more than a dozen people, and then to hundreds of people. In just one afternoon, many popular fruits were almost sold out. The peak period is between 6 o'clock and 7:30. At this time, the sun has set and it is not hot outside. There will be many students out for a walk. Chinese people have a gene that likes to watch the fun. Many people who originally did not want to buy fruit, seeing so many people in Qingqing Fruit Shop, also walked in curiously. After entering, they naturally made some purchases. Anyway, the price of the fruit is a little cheaper than that of the other store, and it looks quite fresh. Wang Xiyu arrived at around 5 o'clock. For some reason, she didn't leave but stayed in the store to help. Su Ming saw that Yang Fei's enthusiasm increased after her arrival, so he didn't say much. After 8 o'clock, the number of customers finally decreased. Although the store has air conditioning, the 5 people were still sweating. Su Ming looked at the time and said, why don't we go have a meal together? We've been busy until now, and everyone must be hungry. What about the store? Seeing Su Ming struggling, Li Tongwen took the initiative to say, I just ate 2 bananas, so I'm not hungry now. Why don't you guys go eat, and I'll stay to look after the store? I'm paid anyway. Su Ming didn't say anything more and took Zhang Xinzhou, Yang Fei, Qin Jiwei, and Wang Xiyu to the food stall where they had their second dinner. 5 people ordered 8 dishes and 1 soup, and Su Ming was finally generous for once. Come on, let's have a drink together. We could be considered to have won our first battle this afternoon. Cheers. Zhang Xinzhou, remind me tonight to post a recruitment notice outside. That's easy. Just stop by the printer later. Su Ming had a chance to speak. Wang Xiyu praised him. Su Ming, you are amazing. It has only been a short time since school started, and you have already started your own business. That's amazing. Su Ming smiled and said, I can only say that I was lucky. Everything was just right. Su Ming was indeed right. If he hadn't made a windfall before school started, if he hadn't met Chen Jianjun at Chun Qingqing's place last week, if there hadn't been a suitable store for sale, and if Zhang Xinzhou hadn't joined the business, this fruit shop might not have opened. Madam, can you please hurry up? We are starving. Right away. Waited another 5 minutes. When Yang Fei wanted to urge the food to be served again, Su Ming stopped him. I will teach you how to urge the food to be served when you go to a food stall next time. After saying that, Su Ming shouted to the boss lady, Boss lady, if the dishes we ordered haven't been prepared yet, please cancel them for us. The lady boss said quickly, It's already being made. It will be ready soon. Sure enough, after a while, the waiters brought the dishes one after another. Su Ming with a crazy look on her face. She just thought he was so mature and manly. After working from noon to around 8 o'clock, several people were already hungry, and when the food was served, they began to wolf it down. Only Yang Fei, the show-off, was still chewing slowly because Wang Xiyu was there. After finishing his meal, Qin Jiwei took out his phone and took a look. Because it would take another 2 hours to get back to school, he stood up and said, Su Ming, I have to go back, otherwise I will have to sleep outside tonight. Su Ming wiped his mouth quickly. I'll take you there. Need not. Come on. I'll give you a ride as soon as I said I would. Su Ming and Qin Jiwei walked out of the food stall. They saw Gao Bohai from his class riding a donkey passing by. Su Ming quickly waved. Gao Bohai. Gao Bohai stopped the car and was surprised to see Su Ming. Captain, I was just about to go to your store. Lend me your electric bike. I'll take my friend to the subway station, and I'll be back soon. No problem. Gao Bohai readily lent the electric car to Su Ming, and Su Ming quickly drove Qin Jiwei to the subway station. On the way, Qin Jiwei said with a look of resentment, Su Ming, why do I feel that you are different from high school? Su Ming played dumb. Really? Qin Jiwei, yes. I think you have changed a lot, and other people must feel the same way. Su Ming, why are you still melancholy? Qin Jiwei, I'm just afraid that the gap between us will get bigger and bigger, and I won't be able to catch up with you later. Su Ming, it's okay. Based on our friendship of more than 20 years, I will definitely help you get rich in the future. Qin Jiwei frowned and said, Su Ming, are you confused? We both just turned 18 this year. Su Ming stopped at the traffic light, looked at the dark blue night sky, and couldn't help but smile and said, yes, we are only 18 years old this year.